Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 621-630. Watching Audrey leave in her carriage, Hobert returned to the terrace, but unfortunately, the tea had already grown cold. Audrey had experienced a lot today, but the spectator pathway had an advantage. She rarely experienced emotional fluctuations or problems due to life's encounters, so there was no need to worry about her state. Hobert knew that at this time, he needed to give Audrey some time to figure things out for herself. Just as he was about to ask a servant to bring him a fresh pot of tea, Hobert suddenly heard prayers coming from the country of disorder. He first returned to his study and entered the country of disorder. In the pool of water before Hobert, a strange star was actually twinkling. However, just by seeing this star, Hobert knew who it represented. He extended his spirituality, and sure enough, it was Zio, who looked a bit anxious. It turned out that the investigation into the two Aurora Order members had concluded, and Zio was submitting her report to the Creator through prayer. The timing was just right. Hobert said in a deep, resonant voice, "Go give it to Hobert." Then he withdrew his spirituality and observed again through the expanding star. Zio was stunned for a second or two, then, with considerable initiative, immediately put away the documents, quickly put on her coat, and left. So Hobert returned to the real world, had a servant replace the pot of tea, and waited on the terrace for more than half an hour, finally welcoming Zio's arrival. Zio still preferred to wear men's clothing, which made her movements more agile, and combined with her somewhat youthful face, made her look like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. "No need to be so formal," Hobert said with a smile. "I am still me, still that Hobert." Zio, however, said, "It's different now. You are already an earl, no longer the intern lawyer who investigated cases in the East District. Yes, I am an earl now, so I can now help tens of thousands of vagrants solve their livelihood problems at once, unlike before when I could only help my clients," Hobert said with a smile. "You've spent some time in South Colson, so you should know I'm not exaggerating." Zio paused slightly, then sat on the other side of the tea table. "You're right, you haven't changed in most ways." Then she took out her investigation materials. "The Creator told me to give you these materials." Hobert first poured her a cup of tea before picking up the materials to read. Zio's investigation was very professional, not only including tracking records but also summaries of their habits. As Hobert read through the materials, he thought of several assassination opportunities based on their daily activities. "Very good," Hobert closed the materials and smiled. "The Creator has appointed me as your superior. From now on, any tasks will be directly issued by me. As for your reward, I think you probably need the Sequence 6 potion formula and Beander characteristic the most." "Only the Beander characteristic," Zio said. "I've already obtained the potion formula from the masked man." "Good," Hobert said with a smile. "This investigation will be counted towards your merits. I will assign you a Sequence 6 helper, and you two will complete the assassination of these two targets. You will be the main operative in this action. The Sequence 6 has strong control skills, but rarely participates in such operations and lacks experience." Hobert did not directly say it was Audrey. During the operation, he would also have Audrey wear a mask and slightly change her physique, to avoid Zio overthinking. And the two Beyonders from the Aurora Order, one is Sequence 7 and the other is Sequence 8, they can completely eliminate the targets. Moreover, Hobert would also hide in the shadows, preparing to hunt higher Sequence Beyonders from the Aurora Order. He continued, "If you complete their assassination and hand over the Beander characteristic, after completing the next investigation task, you will obtain the Judge Beander characteristic. Additionally, I will also find a way to arrange for you to join the Beander Tribunal, allowing you to digest the potion as quickly as possible." Zio scratched her head. "Hobert, I'm a little confused." "What are you confused about?" "You, or rather, the Creator, why do you want to help me?" Zio asked, somewhat strangely. Hobert thought to himself, "Of course, it's because you are an important character." He smiled and said, "Zio, this question actually needs to be asked of yourself. Have you ever wondered why you receive help?" Zio frowned and thought for a few seconds, then shook her head. "Because of your diligence and excellence," Hobert said, half-truthfully, "you are an excellent Beander and an excellent bounty hunter. As an Beander force with some influence in Backland, we would naturally try to win you over. Of course, I must admit, my involvement is a factor, because I know your abilities very well, and I also know that we are currently in great need of talent like you. Zio was a little embarrassed by Hobert's words. Talent. She was still a bit unclear. So what exactly do you plan for me to do? Gather intelligence, Hobert said. His plan was to eventually make Zio the intelligence officer of the Creator's faction. Originally, this position was held by Dennis's father. This old man performed excellently when he was an undercover agent, but when Hobert asked him to build an intelligence network in Backland, several months passed, a lot of money was spent, but the results were unsatisfactory. With this old man's ability, he was indeed not competent enough for such a high-level position in an intelligence department. At that time, Hobert had two ideas: first, to cultivate Dennis, and second, to let Zio take on this responsibility. Because while he was considering this matter, Zio happened to tell him about Louis Wien, the traitor of the Abraham family, so from that time on, Hobert's heart leaned more towards having Zio join the Creator's faction. Zio breathed a slight sigh of relief. I'm good at that. Then we will cooperate in this manner for now, Hobert said with a smile. The fees you pay to informants, as well as the expenses for developing the intelligence network, can all be reimbursed by me. Once you become a judge, we will begin a new mode of cooperation. Zio felt that this mode of cooperation was not unacceptable, and her last remaining concern was thus dispelled. All right. I will hire you as my combat instructor, so you'll have a reason to visit the Earl's mansion frequently, Hobert said. If you obtain any useful intelligence, you can also consider selling it to me first. The price I offer will definitely satisfy you. Most importantly, if you encounter danger, you can also ask me for help. You just need to utilize a corresponding task to offset my help. Additionally, in case of urgent danger, you can also pray to the Creator. Zio nodded. Such benefits sounded quite good. The key was that, based on her observations, the Creator seemed to be a perfectly normal deity. For now, there was no need to worry about being corrupted or affected in any way. After discussing the serious matters, Hobert asked again, do you know Herwin Lambus? Zio thought for a moment. I've heard of him. He seems to be a royal advisor, but I don't remember what kind of advisor he is. I have a small task for you, Hobert said with a smile. Find his residence. He emphasized, you only need to find his residence. Do not attempt any tracking, because any form of tracking will be discovered 100%. Zio paused slightly, then said, that's easy. I can give you a reply tonight. Hobert nodded. Regarding the reward for this task, I'll give it to you next time we meet. Once your assistant is ready, I will notify you to meet her and carry out the assassination mission. Before that, he took out a pre-prepared folder. Go investigate these three people again. They are also members of the Aurora Order. After you complete your investigation of them, you will obtain the Judge Beander characteristic. Zio took the folder and looked at Hobert. Are you going to launch an Beander war against the Aurora Order? She had witnessed an Beander war with furs before and still vividly remembered that large-scale Beander operation. To deal with them, there's no need to launch a war. Hobert said with a smile, the forces in Backland are enough. The so-called forces in Backland primarily consisted of Hobert and Dofus, and a few Beyonders Hobert had assigned to protect the power plant, though Hobert generally wouldn't deploy those Beyonders. Zio nodded. I'll go investigate tomorrow. As she was about to get up, Hobert suddenly said, wait a moment. As he spoke, he counted out £100 in cash from his wallet. From now on, you'll receive a sum of money from me every 2 weeks. Don't work as a bounty hunter anymore, diligently complete the tasks I assign you. Zio hesitated for a moment, but still took the money. Okay. Since Hobert could continuously issue tasks, it was certainly more efficient than going around taking bounties. Then Zio smiled and asked, didn't you say you only had a little over £80 on you? Earlier, during the Harvest Festival, Hobert had claimed his pocket money was running low to mend his relationship with furs more quickly. When Zio asked this, Hobert showed no awkwardness at being exposed. He smiled and said, this is public funds. All right, Zio smiled, then left with the folder and the money. Hobert checked his watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He was about to go to South Colson to have dinner with furs when Duke Christine's butler came to invite Hobert for dinner. So Hobert followed the butler to the Duke's mansion not far away. After dinner, during their casual chat, Christine finally informed Hobert that he would be going out with him tomorrow morning. Hobert roughly guessed what they were going to do, so he agreed and continued chatting until after 9 in the evening before returning to the Earl's mansion. As soon as he entered the living room, Dofus told Hobert that Zio had been there and left him a note. He opened the note, and indeed, it contained an address. Hobert returned to his study, made some preparations, then used travel to go to the address on the note. He walked into Herwin Lambus's house without any disguise. But Herwin was not home at the moment, and the entire villa was rather quiet. He asked the butler and learned that Herwin had no family and usually returned only after 10 at night. Hobert looked at the grandfather clock, it was almost 10. He simply sat on the living room sofa and waited. Sure enough, around 10:15, Herwin returned in a carriage. Because Hobert had altered his aura and spirituality, Herwin Lambus didn't see Hobert until he entered the door. He was somewhat surprised, but the white-haired old man quickly put on a kind smile. "Mr. Earl, it's so late, is there something you need from me?" Herwin leaned his body slightly outwards, ready to escape at any moment. "Nothing else, just here to kill you." Hobert smiled harmlessly. Hearing this, Herwin turned and ran. Distortion. Hobert distorted space, and Herwin, who had already stepped out the door, instantly reappeared in front of Hobert. Hobert smiled and said, "Is this how you treat guests? You see a guest and immediately want to leave." Herwin coughed twice. "I've already projected the information that you want to kill me into the mind world. Our people will know you are the killer." Hobert spread his hands. "Since I appeared before you in my true form, it is to let the psychology alchemists know that I killed you. I can just wait in the Earl's mansion and then kill off your psychology alchemists council members one by one. But I estimate they're more likely to not even make a peep." You, cough cough." Herwin was at a loss for words to describe the young man in front of him. Hobert smiled and said, "Very arrogance, isn't it?" That's the feeling he wanted. At this moment, he felt his spirituality was very lively. Hobert continued, "Please utilize the mind world again to tell Hermes that we all greatly respect his contributions to humanity, but it's inappropriate for him to indulge his subordinates in offending the Creator's people." As for Adam, Hobert, no matter how arrogant he was, did not dare to tease Adam at this time, lest this guy really get angry and refuse to give him the sequence 1 Beander characteristic he promised. Herwin covered his mouth and coughed violently, looking at Hobert in great surprise. "You, cough cough." Hobert stretched out a hand and used the ability of alter to instantly condense the air in front of him, forming a transparent, seemingly unadorned giant sword that pierced Herwin's chest. A phantom scale appeared on Herwin's chest, helping him block Hobert's attack, but he was sent flying by this heavy blow, knocking down a wall. After the previous attempts in the Beander War, Hobert was now more skilled in using his abilities. He turned his hand, and once again, distorted space, and Herwin, covered in dust, returned to Hobert's feet. Cough cough cough. Herwin coughed violently, bent over on the ground like a cooked shrimp. To be on the safe side, Hobert also brought the disaster porcelain doll, 0 to 71, for this operation. During the waiting period, Hobert had been using the order crystal to seal the disaster porcelain doll. Only after Herwin entered the door did Hobert unseal it. Herwin's butler, servants, and others were already kneeling or lying on the ground, coughing up blood, many of them having coughed themselves unconscious. Herwin was also gasping for breath from coughing. He laboriously raised his hand and made a gripping motion. Spiritual plague. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough cough. Ha 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 ha. The entire villa echoed with mad laughter, accompanied by violent coughing. Soon, they all died in the painful laughter and coughing. As soon as Herwin entered the door and saw Hobert, he secretly planted the seeds of infectious madness in the surrounding Mind Islands. At this moment, he detonated those seeds. But Herwin found with some despair that Hobert's smile was still very normal, without the slightest hint of madness. "Are you wondering why I'm not crazy?" Hobert smiled. "When you affected my Mind Island just now, I distorted the position of our Mind Island. So, you planted that seed for yourself just now." Although Hobert could not perceive the Mind Island, at the sequence 3 level of distortion, everything could be distorted. Even if Hobert didn't know what Herwin had done just now, he could still distort his attack onto himself. The seed on Herwin's mind island was also detonated by him, but he quickly calmed the madness in his heart with pacification, and there were no ripples on the ocean around the mind island. Hobert knew the principle that villains die from talking too much, so while speaking, he spread his hands, then brought them together, and suddenly, all the air in the entire room was compressed by him using alter and distortion into a white sphere the size of a marble. He also didn't know if suddenly releasing the alter ability would cause an explosion. Hobert was about to distort this projectile into Herwin's body when he found that Herwin's body rapidly grew larger, and phantom dragon scales appeared on every inch of his skin. In an instant, Herwin transformed into a giant monster, with a pair of wings growing from his back, his limbs becoming thick, only his head still in human form, while the rest of him resembled a giant dragon. Even Hobert was so awed by his form that he took a step back. Herwin at this time was constantly emanating, stripping of sanity, but Hobert only took one step back. A faint black mist also emanated from around him, and both Beander attacks and physical attacks would be pulled in other directions by chaos. Other pathways generally dared not display their demigod mythical creature state at sequence 4, but the spectator pathway was an exception, as it could temporarily control the demigod mythical creature state through continuous psychological suggestion. Herwin stared at Hobert as if to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, cough cough cough. Hobert smiled. Ha, a giant dragon. That's all. Even if Herwin transformed into a giant dragon, his physique was only comparable to sequence 3, and he still couldn't escape the Beander virus of the disaster porcelain doll. The only difference from before was that Herwin now had the ability to counterattack. His human head was constantly coughing violently, but his wings suddenly spread out, launching a windstorm towards Hobert. Utilize. Hobert used part of the disaster porcelain doll's ability to place himself between the mirror world and the real world, hiding his spiritual body and astral body in the mirror world, unaffected by the windstorm. At this moment, he held the white marble in one hand and raised the other. Amplify. Cough cough cough. Herwin coughed violently again, trembling as if about to cough out his lungs. Hobert amplified his illness, making Herwin, in his demigod mythical creature state, feel weak all over, wanting nothing more than to lie motionless on the ground. Just then, Hobert saw an ice blue metal cylinder appear in Herwin's hand, from which a dark green projectile was fired. Hobert's spirituality sensed extreme danger. He immediately fired the marble in his hand to block that projectile, which seemed certain to hit him. Boom! The ground trembled. Hobert was directly blown away by the sudden explosion, landing by the pond in the courtyard. Although he wasn't seriously injured, it surprised him somewhat, so powerful. The dark green projectile fired from the cylinder just now would not have caused such a violent explosion, so the explosion just now was caused by the air bomb Hobert had created. Looking at the villa in front of him again, it had been razed to the ground, turned into ruins. Not only the villa in front, but many surrounding villas were also blown down, and wails echoed everywhere for a time. Splash! Herwin, in his giant dragon state, crawled out of the ruins. Taking advantage of the distance he had created from Hobert, he coughed violently while struggling to fly away. Hobert raised a hand, and a huge mirror suddenly appeared in front of Herwin. Herwin realized the danger, but before he could dodge, the mirror itself crashed into Herwin. However, the mirror surface did not shatter, but allowed Herwin to pass through like a water film. Herwin disappeared in midair, and a mirror surface formed in the pond in front of Hobert. The mirror surface receded, and Herwin appeared in Hobert's pond. Hobert pushed his hand forward. Alter. He altered the temperature of Herwin's surroundings, making it extremely cold. The water in the pond beneath Herwin's feet immediately froze, rapidly changing from white to light blue. Even the mist and droplets Herwin coughed out instantly solidified. Herwin wanted to escape, but his feet were frozen. Ordinary ice naturally couldn't trap him, but the ice in the pond had been reinforced by Hobert, making it difficult for even Herwin to break free for a while. In the extremely cold environment, Herwin's condition rapidly worsened, and his vision became somewhat blurry. Hobert raised a hand, about to launch a new attack, when suddenly a giggle sound came from his body. Herwin's eyes immediately softened, as if Hobert was his lover, the goddess in his heart. Just as illusions were about to appear before Hobert's eyes, He, having been prepared, had already distorted his emotions, leaving his spirit and emotions without any fluctuations. His attack continued. Alter. The sub-zero temperature, like a living thing, bypassed the protection of the dragon scales, pouring into Herwin's chest through his mouth and nose, and into his cranial cavity through his eyes and ears. Although this spectator, pathway demigod was not yet dead, his entire body was frozen stiff. Hobert raised a hand, and a stone flew into his hand. He distorted this stone, linking it to the concepts of Herwin's internal organs and brain, and then crushed the stone. Herwin's already frozen internal organs were instantly crushed by Hobert. Herwin, covered in a layer of white frost, trembled again, his eyes rolled back, and a mouthful of blood slowly spilled from his mouth, but the moment it was spit out, the blood plasma froze into bright red ice. Hobert sighed. Spectator, demigods are truly difficult to kill. Their defense after dragonification was quite excellent, and mental attacks had little effect on them. Although the disaster porcelain doll's Beander virus was fast-acting, it would still take at least 2 minutes for the opponent to die from the illness. Even if Hobert amplified the effect, it would still take 1 minute for the opponent to die from the illness. Hobert once again used the utilize ability. Herwin's Beander characteristic immediately precipitated. Hobert waved his hand, and the fist-sized, heart-shaped Beander characteristic, along with the ice-blue cylinder, flew towards Hobert. At the same time, a pocket watch also flew from the ruins. It was also a magical item. After collecting the spoils, Hobert performed a distortion within a 5-kilometer radius. People who were buried in the ruins by the sudden explosion were all distorted by him to flat grounds such as courtyards or roads. Except for a very few who died directly, most people were only injured, avoiding the darkness of being buried alive. After all this was done, Hobert used travel to leave. The entire Beander battle lasted less than a minute. About 10 seconds after Hobert left, a pile of illusory mysterious symbols suddenly appeared in the courtyard of Herwin's mansion, like a gushing spring. These symbols spread out, forming an archway that didn't look very real. A middle-aged man with long, light yellow eyebrows and a very pale face emerged from the corridor. It was Pauli Delau, the nominal president of the Psychology Alchemists. He looked at Herwin, who was still emitting white cold air, and snorted, arrogance. Then Delau's gaze deepened, entering the surrounding, mind world. So that's how it is. He finally understood why he was only asked to come and see. It was because Herwin's death involved Hobert, and thus involved the power of the creator. In the mind world, Hobert clearly explained why he killed Herwin, so Delau sneered again, saying, arrogance. To hypnotize people around Hobert and have her monitor Hobert, how arrogant must one be to do such a thing? Or rather, Delau was startled. Was this prearranged? At this moment, sharp whistles sounded on the street, and the police finally reacted, loudly organizing the surrounding people to come and help. Delau glanced again at Herwin, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, and quickly returned to the illusory corridor. Immediately afterward, the entrance to the corridor transformed into illusory mystical symbols, rapidly disappearing into the air. Hobert returned to his study and used the power of the Order Crystal to monitor his surroundings. He could now mobilize more power from the country of disorder in the real world. Although he did not possess true sight, if a high-level spectator came to his study, he would be able to detect it. If Hermes came to question him about why he killed his person, Hobert would in turn question him about why he hypnotized the people around him to monitor him. Hobert estimated that if the psychology alchemists came to reclaim the Beander characteristic, it would be Hermes who came, not Adam. After all, the psychology alchemists became an Beander organization only after finding the treasure left by Hermes. Currently, this organization served Adam, but later Hermes completely controlled the organization, seemingly creating a certain separation from Adam. Of course, that was a later story. At this time, the person in charge of the psychology alchemists was Hermes, and the real boss behind the scenes was still Adam. This operation, while partly to vent Audrey's anger, was primarily because the power of the creator needed to make such a strong response. This was meant for Adam, not for Hermes. Of course, Hobert could prevent Audrey from meeting Herwin Lambus and completely avoid such a situation, but unless Audrey withdrew from the psychology alchemists, such a meeting would happen sooner or later. Moreover, Hobert also wanted to try if showing his arrogance to the entire psychology alchemists would allow him to digest the potion. Just now, Hobert had gradually received feedback. Perhaps Hermes had already received Hobert's message in the mind world, and the potion showed clear signs of digestion. This indicates that being a little arrogant within a safe range is a good direction. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, no one came to ask him for Herwin's Beander characteristic. So Hobert accepted it without ceremony. Then, he built a spiritual wall, and sacrificed the spoils of this battle to himself. When Hobert performed the sacrificial ritual, his physical body in the real world would be protected by the ritual, and the spiritual wall would also be strengthened accordingly. He wasn't afraid of someone disturbing him while he was in the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, he first took the manipulator, Beander characteristic and associated the Dreamwalker potion formula. After temporarily putting this Beander characteristic aside, Hobert went to look at the pocket watch. This is a grade 2 sealed artifact, corresponding to the hypnotist sequence. When the hour, minute, and second hands all point to 12 o'clock, pointing these three hands together at a target can initiate hypnosis, deterrence, or psychological suggestion attacks on the opponent. However, if the three hands separate, one must be careful. Even if nothing is done, the holder's mind world has a high probability of experiencing violent turmoil, with emotions temporarily becoming out of control, and in severe cases, even complete madness. Hobert sealed it casually and threw it into the pile of grade 2 sealed artifacts. Finally, Hobert took the ice blue cylinder. The moment he held the cylinder in his hand, his expression immediately became solemn. Since being promoted to Sequence 3, Hobert had recalled more and more details that he had almost no impression of before. For example, this cylinder, he remembered it was called the rotten meteor, and some of its materials came from the starry sky. When he was in the real world, Hobert didn't feel anything, but after coming to the country of disorder, he realized the unusual nature of this sealed artifact. It was actually corroding the country of disorder. If left unchecked, it would cause a surrounding area of the country of disorder to become decayed and rotten. This was an unprecedented reaction. Hobert realized that the part of the material from the starry sky must not be simple. And the negative effect of this sealed artifact is, the holder has a probability of being noticed by an existence in the starry sky, and being unknowingly polluted. Combining the name of the sealed artifact, Hobert guessed that this should be a coordinate projected onto Earth by an outer god using a meteor. Hobert's resealing only reduced the probability of being noticed by that existence. It could not completely make this probability zero. Then he thought of a question. He wondered if Herwin Lambus had been noticed by that existence in the starry sky. Regardless of whether he was noticed or not, Hobert, reviewing the battle in the country of disorder, at this moment, clearly perceived that Herwin's hypnosis of Audrey must have been prearranged. Otherwise, how could he be so certain that the creator's forces wouldn't discover his hypnosis? Hobert massaged his forehead. So the new question is, what was the purpose of the person who arranged Herwin? Was it just to make me obtain and deal with this sealed artifact? He smiled. Am I suffering from audience fear syndrome? Otherwise, why would I have such a thought? Wouldn't it be better to just give it to me directly? It would also avoid the loss of a demigod. But then Hobert's smile faded, because he remembered that in the real world, he only felt danger when attacked by the rotten meteor. When not using this sealed artifact, he felt no threat whatsoever. However, in the country of disorder, after getting his hands on it, the sealed artifact's danger level sharply increased. In other words, this sealed artifact has little effect on demigods, but it might have a great effect on existences above demigods. After all, Hobert has the empty shell of an king of angels in the country of disorder. Then it is very likely that Adam had no choice but to have Herwin Lambus deliver the rotten meteor to the creator. Thinking of this, Hobert wrapped the cylinder with an order crystal. This sealing was very effective, and its influence on the country of disorder stopped. Recalling that Adam had once taken an order crystal from him, Hobert smiled helplessly. Could it be that this guy felt that the order crystal could seal the rotten meteor, and thus gave this sealed artifact to the creator to handle? Because only Hobert could freely change the shape of the order crystal. The order crystal Adam obtained was disc-shaped, and it would remain disc-shaped in his hand forever. This makes the logic clear. This, rotten meteor, actively, sought out, a member of the psychology alchemists. Adam perceived that this sealed artifact was very likely targeting him, so he sent it to the creator to handle. As for the manipulator, Beander characteristic, it was a thank you gift. Hobert nodded. It might be so, and even if it wasn't, it could only be so. He couldn't be so foolish as to ask, could he? Then he glanced at the rotten meteor again. So, a new question arises: where did this sealed artifact come from? Rotten and decay. Hobert thought of the outer god king of decay. Although he didn't know the authority of this outer god, judging solely from the name, he should have an authority similar to decay. Hobert shook his head. Decay should be the authority of the god of war. Could it be that the outer god's authority overlaps with the god of wars to some extent? Suddenly, Hobert thought, could the king of decay be related to the twilight giant, darkness, and death pathways? Just like uncertain mist is related to the black emperor and justiciar pathways. Hobert stroked his chin. It wasn't impossible. According to his previous conjecture, when the original creator awakened, he tore apart the mother goddess of depravity and a host of other old ones, attracting most of their Beander characteristics and Sephira to Earth. Those Beander characteristics formed 22 pathways, while those Sephira were the 9 major Sephira, such as the country of disorder. Hobert guessed that the Sephira and Beander characteristics retained by the outer gods should have some connection with the Sephira and Beander characteristics on Earth. Then the king of decay might be an old one related to pathways like the twilight giant. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly thought of another matter. The Evernight goddess's help to him had already had a price attached. That price wouldn't be this rotten meteor, would it? Hobert slowly nodded. This is very possible. After all, the goddess also has a small amount of authority over fate, and might have known that I would obtain the rotten meteor. Of course, she might not know exactly what I would get, but she should be certain that what I get would be helpful to her. After considering this line of thought for a moment, Hobert abandoned the idea of immediately taking it out and sacrificing it to the Evernight goddess. First, he couldn't be sure if this was what the Evernight goddess needed. If yes, then no problem. If no, then it would be awkward. The ritual would be underway, so should he give it or not? Secondly, it would be best to wait for the Evernight goddess to ask him for it. Perhaps he could even fleece the Evernight goddess a bit. So Hobert temporarily placed the sealed, rotten meteor on a nearby stone platform, remembering to observe it every time he came in. Back in the real world, Hobert carefully observed that his mental body was indeed not affected by the Beander battle before returning to his bedroom to rest. Regarding this, besides Hobert having made preparations in advance, it was also related to the abilities of the Black Emperor pathway. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled slightly. Although the abilities of the Black Emperor pathway do not have the ability to quickly kill targets, they can effectively defend against the abilities of almost all pathways. The Apprentice and Spectator pathways are good examples. In the eyes of other Beyonders, the former is difficult to catch, and the latter's mental attacks are very troublesome. However, the abilities of the Lawyer pathway can make Beyonders of the Apprentice pathway give up the idea of entering the spirit world themselves, and can also distort the mental attacks of the Spectator pathway, protecting their Mind Island when conditions permit. Hobert sighed inwardly. This might be the charm of pathways. There is no best pathway, nor is there a worst pathway. The Beander abilities of one's own pathway depend entirely on how the Beander utilizes them. Lost in thought, Hobert fell asleep. The next morning, he had a simple breakfast and then went to the Duke's mansion to find Christine. After chatting with his adoptive parents for a while, Christine led Hobert to her study and then said, "Let's go." He placed his hand on Hobert's shoulder, and the two of them entered the spirit world together. A few minutes later, they emerged from the spirit world, appearing in a dense primeval forest. Christine took out her pocket watch and glanced at it. That guy is late again. Aha, slandering me to my face. The space in front of the two of them became illusory, and 3 people emerged from within. One of them was Brandon Zeratul with a neatly trimmed beard, and the other 2 people were clearly his marionettes. This was another good friend of Hobert's biological father, Rex. Christine's face was stern. She put away her pocket watch and turned to search for something in the surrounding grass. Brandon asked Hobert, "Is this guy still so unsmiling?" Hobert smiled, but said nothing. "He just doesn't smile after seeing you." Brandon cleared his throat and said, "According to your father's will, after you become Sequence 3, you will inherit all of his Beander inheritance under the joint witness of me and Christine." Hobert nodded. When Christine said she was taking him out yesterday, he guessed it might be this matter. Upon seeing both Christine and Brandon, he immediately confirmed his conjecture. While Brandon was speaking, Christine found a strangely shaped stone in the weeds. The stone had 2 moss-covered grooves. Christine waved her hand, exiling the moss, and the stone immediately became clean. Then Christine took out a crystal from her pocket and placed it perfectly into one of the grooves. Brandon also took out a crystal and placed it into the other groove. Click! The ground suddenly slowly split open, revealing a downward staircase. Entering the staircase, after walking down for a distance, they arrived in front of a stone door. Christine, who was in front, suddenly stopped and said to Hobert, "Before you inherit those Beander items, you must first inherit the clues regarding the Duke of Entropy's Beander characteristic." Hobert's heart stirred with excitement. What he most desired was a clue to the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic. Then he sighed inwardly. Rex truly trusts Christine. For Christine, this is a clue to a neighboring pathway Sequence 2 level Beander characteristic. Christine glanced at Brandon, who was walking at the very back. Brandon spread his hands. "Did you forget? I was there when Rex was talking about this." Christine snorted and continued to Hobert, "There are 2 clues to the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic. The first is with the Bach family on the South Continent. Before, I met people from the Bach family in South Colson. As you might have guessed, this family is a descendant of the Trentsust family who hid on the South Continent. According to Rex, this family possesses a sealed artifact that can respond to prayers to shatter Beander characteristics. It can also utilize the abilities of distortion and alter to create a space of several tens of square kilometers, similar to a secret realm. That is a Duke of Entropy level sealed artifact, but there are quite a few restrictions on its utilize. Firstly, to shatter this sealed artifact and utilize its Beander characteristic, at least a divine level existence must assist. Secondly, the family's curse must be resolved first before the sealed artifact can be obtained via the family crest. Hobert nodded. He certainly remembered the no-existence town, where the Bach family found refuge. From the beginning, he had sensed that it might be a Black Emperor pathway sealed artifact. Christine then said, "The second clue is on Longtail Island." Hobert was stunned. Longtail Island. That's right. William I should also know about this. I wonder if he deliberately had George III seal you on Longtail Island, hoping to utilize you to obtain this Beander characteristic. Christine smiled and said, "They might have had the idea of using you before, but they won't now. After all, you have the protection of the Creator." Hobert nodded thoughtfully. Then he thought of a question. Counting them up, he already knew about 4 Duke of Entropy Beander characteristics. The first is the sealed artifact of the Bach family, and the second is the one on Longtail Island that Christine was about to mention. The third is with the messenger Beverly, and the fourth is with the Tamara family. Beander characteristics at the angel level are generally numbered. Considering that most Orthodox churches only have 3 angels, in the presence of a true God, there are at least 3 Sequence 2 Beander characteristics in the entire pathway. And within the true God of the pathway, there are likely at least 4 Sequence 2 level Beander characteristics. First, one characteristic from his promotion to a Sequence 2 angel, and second, at least one Sequence 2 characteristic contained within each of the 3 Sequence 1 characteristics. So there are at least 7 Sequence 2 characteristics. Hobert vaguely remembered that the maximum number of Sequence 2 characteristics seemed to be no more than 9. Although Hobert's current pathway is not Black Emperor, the 3 Sequence 1 Beander characteristics are all in the hands of the Rune royal family. And George III's advancement did not seem to utilize the Duke of Entropy Beander characteristic. Therefore, theoretically, there should only be 6 inches Duke of Entropy Beander characteristics outside. Hobert currently knows the whereabouts of 4 of them, which is enough for him to understand the high sequence context of this pathway. Hobert soon realized that the Black Emperor pathway is quite special. Solomon once forcibly retrieved 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics. He only retrieved the sequence 1 Beander characteristics, meaning that the sequence 9 to sequence 2 characteristics originally contained within the sequence 1 characteristics were separated. Theoretically, will 9 inches Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristics appear in the Beander world. Among the characteristics retrieved by Solomon, 2 of the sequence 1 characteristics came from Tutor and Truncest respectively. Although they successively became gods, they should have always had at least one Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic within them. When they fall, these Beander characteristics should not merge with the Red Priest, or Justiciar, Beander characteristics. The Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic within Blood Emperor Tutor likely fell into the hands of Night Emperor, while the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic within Night Emperor Trencest likely resides with a certain Orthodox Church. Amidst his surging thoughts, Hobert heard Christine continue. Rex found a clue in some historical materials and notes left by the Trentsust family. An angel of the Trentsust family died in a battle with the Balaam Empire. But his Beander characteristic was never recovered. At the time, it was suspected that it had been obtained by the Balaam Empire and made into a sealed artifact. Later, through questioning Dophis, Dophis should have told you his identity, right? Yes, he is a relatively core member of the Balaam Empire's imperial family and knows many family secrets. According to Dophis's recollection, he never remembered the family having a sealed artifact corresponding to the Duke of Entropy, not even a similar legend. Hobert was slightly stunned. This angel died even earlier, perhaps he was. Forget it, I'll just ask Truncest directly later. So Rex pursued this clue, Christine said. Eventually, he found Longtail Island and discovered traces of fierce Beander battles on the island. Hobert recalled that the location where he built his factory was clearly a place where Beander battles had occurred. To this day, it remains barren land, with soil fertility insufficient even for growing crops. Christine finally said, after a series of investigations, Rex is certain that the mountain god on Longtail Island is the spiritual remnant of that angel after his death. Rex roughly found the location of the mountain god, but he encountered a seal left by the Underworld Emperor there. He tried many methods but could not break through that seal. According to the information obtained from Dophis, it might require the Underworld Emperor or a descendant of the Underworld Emperor. The descendant here refers to a direct descendant. Dophis's bloodline is too thin and is not considered a direct descendant. He paused and continued, the Underworld Emperor is out of the question, he has long since fallen. For the other 2 pathways, it requires a direct descendant of the Underworld Emperor or a Beander marked by the Underworld to lift the seal. According to Dophis, only the Underworld Emperor and the Death Consul of that year had the ability to mark Beanders with the Underworld. This path is also almost impassable, and the direct descendants of the Underworld Emperor are long since unfindable. This Beander characteristic is also very difficult to obtain. Hobert finally understood why Truncest said this Beander characteristic would be relatively easy for him to obtain, because he had been marked with the power of the Underworld by the former Mr. Death Consul, that was Mr. Azek's wedding gift to him. However, Hobert did not mention this at the moment, but instead asked, why did the Underworld Emperor only seal that fallen angel back then? And not take the corresponding Beander characteristic or sealed artifact for his own utilize? Christine smiled, I don't know that either. I only know that because of the Underworld Emperor's seal, that angel's spiritual remnant can only permeate with sequence 3 level abilities. Hobert nodded and then asked, how can I find that sealed artifact, or rather, the Underworld Emperor's seal? According to Rex, it requires using some abilities of a frenzied mage. When the mountain god actively displays its power to find it, Christine replied. This might require a long wait, because sometimes the mountain god won't display its power for several years in a row. Hobert immediately thought, when the mountain god utilizes its abilities, I can try to find it using association. Then he said in his heart, I'm going to eliminate the mountain god church soon, so I'm not afraid of the mountain god not making a move. At this moment, Brandon from behind said, these past few years, I have been searching for the descendants of the Underworld Emperor, and I finally found one in Tingen City, Loan. He seems to be an undead, and has forgotten that he is a descendant of the Underworld Emperor. He smiled helplessly as he said this, but strangely, I haven't been able to contact him recently, and the mark one secretly placed on him can no longer be divined. Hobert said, oh, and smiled, thank you. At the same time, he thought to himself, the one you found wouldn't be Mr. Azek, would it? Oh, no, he is currently in a deep slumber and has basically recovered his power, so your mark disappeared, right? However, Hobert was still very grateful to Brandon, because if he started by looking for a direct descendant of the Underworld Emperor, Mr. Azek would be difficult to find, and he might end up searching all the way to the South Continent. Brandon must have put in a lot of effort to find Mr. Azek. Christine, who was in front, said, all right, let's open the stone door. Brandon stepped forward, and the two of them, one on each side, pushed open the stone door. As soon as the door opened, Hobert felt the dazzling light inside. The three of them entered together, and Hobert first saw the Beander characteristics emitting various lights. They were placed on 6 different stone tables. Above each stone table, small square grids were formed by some gray stones, and each small square grid contained an Beander characteristic. Hobert noticed that these stones were somewhat special and should possess characteristics that make them difficult to fuse with Beander characteristics. Beander characteristics below demigod level are generally quite stable. Only a few with strong spiritual remnants are prone to fusing with their containers. Beander characteristics with no serious spiritual remnants would not experience such a situation even after hundreds of years. However, demigod-level Beander characteristics are not very stable. If left in ordinary containers for too long, there is a certain probability of some fusion phenomena occurring, turning them into sealed artifacts with particularly severe negative effects. If there are still spiritual remnants within the Beander characteristic, then the corresponding fusion will definitely occur. Continuing forward, there were many more tables with numerous stone or wooden boxes on them. Hobert guessed that they might contain some sealed artifacts. But there seemed to be quite a lot, with 8 stone tables entirely covered in boxes of various sizes. There were 14 tables in total in the stone chamber, arranged in a circle, enclosing a small space in the center of the chamber. In the middle of the circle was a smaller stone table, on which only 2 small wooden boxes were placed. Christine stepped forward, opened one of the wooden boxes, and handed Hobert a small booklet. This is the inventory. Check it. Hobert opened the booklet and quickly scanned it. Only then did he understand why there were so many wooden boxes in the stone chamber. It turned out that some of the items were books, notes, and royal artifacts inherited from the Trensust family. However, there were also many sealed artifacts, filling 3 tables. The remaining 5 tables were all filled with the Trensust family's inheritance, all priceless antiques but almost without Beander characteristics. Hobert closed the booklet and smiled, I'll check them later. Brandon opened another box and took out a pure black badge, 2 sizes larger than a 1 gold pounds coin, with a crown carved on it, the Trensust family's emblem. He said, this is the emblem representing a legitimate Trensust member. Currently, there are at most 5 such emblems left, and this one will be inherited by you. With this emblem, you can gain the trust of the Bach family in the South Continent, or any branch of the Trensust family. Hobert solemnly took the emblem, and suddenly felt his spiritual wall resonate with it. A faint black light emitted from the emblem, and the crown carved in the center became very 3-dimensional. Hobert reined in his spiritual wall, the faint light disappeared, and the 3-dimensional crown reverted to a flat pattern. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, I just did a paternity test. Christine smiled, all right, this is all the inheritance Rex left for you. I think it should be of great help to your career. Hobert nodded, indeed. The money he had left him before had played a significant role. You can check it yourself, Christine said, we won't disturb you anymore. Brandon also nodded and left with Christine. Hobert took a deep breath, smiling as he meticulously examined the list. The first few pages documented the antiques. He casually opened a box and looked inside. They were all exquisite artworks, relatively easy to carry, and clearly very valuable, the foundation of a royal family. As for the sealed artifacts, they ranged from grade 1 to grade 3. Since Hobert already had 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts, and both could be used for 3 minutes when their seals were removed, he rarely even used grade 1 sealed artifacts now. So, he temporarily planned to leave these sealed artifacts here. In addition, there were some very high-grade materials, including the blood of the black-scaled Emperor Crystal Gold Beast and the bile of the jade-blooded Emperor Crystal Gold Beast, which were auxiliary materials for advancing to Duke of Entropy. They were all sealed by special means to prevent them from losing their spiritual wall. Hobert sighed inwardly. Suddenly, I feel like I don't need to work hard anymore and can just happily live off my inheritance. Finally, there was a list of Beander characteristics, mostly from the Corpse Collector, Hunter, Prisoner, and Arbiter pathways. The Corpse Collector and Prisoner pathways were spoils of war from battles against the Balam Empire and the Highland Kingdom, respectively. The Hunter and Arbiter pathways came from battles against the colonial armies of Intis, Fursak, and Fenaport. Among them, there were even 3 demigod-level Beander characteristics. Below the demigod level, most were low-sequence Beander characteristics. Except for those from the Arbiter pathway, Hobert temporarily had no utilize for the Beander characteristics from other pathways. Hobert looked around and sighed inwardly. In terms of value alone, these Beander items are dozens, even hundreds of times more valuable than the assets I inherited last time. After all, a single, very ordinary grade 1 sealed artifact could easily sell for 100,000 gold pounds. Then Hobert sighed again. If I had a child and knew I didn't have long to live, I could also leave him such a generous inheritance. Bah, it's wealth. Hobert smiled and turned to the last page of the list. On it were a few lines of flamboyant writing, which Hobert had seen before, Rex's notes. He immediately altered the brightness of the light in the stone chamber and could clearly see the first sentence written. When you see this list, I must have failed. There seems to be a significant secret about your mother. She might be the key to unlocking the family curse. If she hasn't come to find you, then find her and get help from her. Hobert took a deep breath. No wonder so many organizations chose to invest in Rex. Even if he hadn't been affected by Truncest, and his destiny had changed somewhat, just this keen intuition alone showed the demeanor of a chosen one. What a pity. Hobert sighed. The family's darkness limited his development. Since Hobert had already met April, he went directly to the second sentence. All my conjectures about the family curse, and some other conjectures, are in box number 6. The third sentence was, you can always trust Christine and Brandon. Finally, he wrote, Dad loves you. Suddenly, Hobert's vision blurred. Those few simple words made him feel the reluctance Rex had when he wrote them. Rex must have been unwilling to do such a dangerous thing, but thinking of his child suffering from the family curse like himself, no matter how reluctant, he had to fight for that last glimmer of hope. Closing the list, Hobert took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt a courage and determination he had never had before, to completely resolve the family curse and prevent such tragedies from happening again. After adjusting his emotions, Hobert went to find the box numbered 6. When he opened it, there were several notebooks inside. He took box number 6, closed the stone door, and took out the 2 crystals from the groove outside, watching the ground close by itself. Hobert used travel to enter the spirit world, marked this place, and then returned to Backland, to his study. He placed the box containing the notebooks on his desk, set up a spiritual wall, and entered the country of disorder. Sitting on the iron throne, Hobert waved his hand, once again summoning Truncest, who was sealed in the pool, and had him sit opposite him. Truncest smiled. What? Are you ready to accept your destiny? Not yet. Hobert also smiled, speaking like he was chatting with an old friend. Let me ask you a question. How many independent, Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristics are there? He knew that Truncest must very much want him to advance to Sequence 2 as soon as possible, and he would certainly not conceal information in this regard. 9, Truncest said almost without thinking. Hobert nodded. At this level of Beander characteristic, should one be able to know the whereabouts of each one? Of course, but I only know the whereabouts of 7 of them. Truncest seemed eager to talk. In the early 4th epoch, 4 of the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristics were within Solomon's body. The other 3 Beander characteristics were with me, Tutor, and a Duke of Entropy, member of the Solomon family, respectively. After Solomon's fall, Tutor and I each obtained a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, which meant we each had 2 feet Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristics in our bodies. The third sequence 1 Beander characteristic was taken by the true creator to the forsaken land of the gods, where there were 2 feet Duke of Entropy characteristics. Later, when Solomon revived, he only recovered the order-killing prince Beander characteristic. The 2 feet Duke of Entropy Beander characteristics in the true creator's hands should still be in the forsaken land of the gods. The angel from the Solomon family was killed by us. Because a female member of our family was his wife, the Trensust family naturally inherited that Beander characteristic. Unfortunately, this family member died in the Four Emperors' War, and his characteristic is still in the raging sea. Hobert then asked, was that family member Megali? Yes, Transmigration smiled gently, you have indeed found relevant clues. In my opinion, you should easily obtain this Beander characteristic. Hobert asked, why didn't the Death Consul take this Beander characteristic at that time? That has to start from Megali's life. The somewhat bookish, former emperor's expression gradually became serious. Although she and that angel from the Solomon family had a political marriage, their relationship was very good. After witnessing her husband being killed by the Orthodox churches, the seed of hatred was deeply buried in her heart. After she became a Duke of Entropy, she secretly planned to instigate a battle among the Orthodox churches, or rather, among the true gods, to overthrow the Orthodox churches. By the time I discovered it, it was too late. I couldn't save her. She was sent by the 6 gods to the front line to resist the Balaam Empire. It is said that the god of war or the Evernight goddess used her as bait to plan a trap for the Death Consul. It seems that a contamination that even the Death Consul could not resist was placed on her, but during the battle, the Death Consul noticed this and had the primordial demoness kill Megali. Then the Death Consul sealed her corpse and Beander characteristic. Hobert was stunned, suddenly feeling that the danger level of obtaining this Beander characteristic immediately increased. He asked again, what kind of contamination exactly? How could it contaminate the Death Consul? Was Megali's Beander characteristic also contaminated? I don't know. Transmigration showed a helpless smile for the first time. I only know that the contamination was easily transferable to the Death Consul, but Megali herself was not significantly contaminated. Hobert nodded. Such a level of danger was still acceptable. After all, Transmigration still wanted to revive in his body, so he wouldn't play such a joke. Transmigration took a deep breath and said, anyway, this Beander characteristic is the easiest for you to obtain. Hobert then asked, what about the other, Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristics? Where are they now? Tudor and I together have 4 feet Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristics, Transmigration continued. After we became gods, we each expelled 1. Hobert was surprised, such a thing is possible. Transmigration laughed, otherwise, why do you think there are exactly 3 angels in the Orthodox churches, no more, no less? Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Hobert didn't quite understand Transmigration meaning. Logically, a normal deity would certainly have to experience the sequence 2 level. At this time, he would have a sequence 2 Beander characteristic within him. After being promoted to sequence 1, he would likely gain another sequence 2 characteristic. So, when he consumed all of the sequence 1 Beander characteristics and became a god, theoretically, he would have at least 4 sequence 2 Beander characteristics within him. According to Transmigration, if a deity of a certain path could expel sequence 2 characteristics, then a church should have 8 angels, right? Of course, the premise was that all sequence 2 characteristics of that path had been collected. However, a new problem arose. From Hobert's observation, the Orthodox churches didn't seem to have that many angels. Hobert asked with some doubt, given that there are 9 sequence 2 Beander characteristics, if all the sequence 2 characteristics of an entire path were collected, the Orthodox churches should have 5 to 8 angels. If there are only 3 angels, is it because the Orthodox God needs at least 6 sequence 2 characteristics to stabilize his state? Firstly, even at the true God level, it's not like you can expel any characteristics you want, Transmigration said. Generally speaking, a true God needs to have 3 sequence 2 characteristics within him. To a certain extent, this should be influenced by the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law. Only more than 3 can be expelled. The situation with me and Tudor is special, but even then, we can only expel 1, Duke of Entropy, characteristic at our own will. Fewer than 3 will affect the deity's state, and a maximum of 6 sequence 2 characteristics can be accommodated within the body. Truncest smiled. You have such a naive idea because you've overlooked a problem. Beander characteristics not only aggregate but also have a tendency to split. Although the tendency at the sequence 2 level is not very obvious, there are always a few sequence 2 characteristics that are not under the control of the Orthodox churches. Just like I was once a justiciar, I only knew the whereabouts of 7 balancer Beander characteristics. The other characteristics, I don't know where they are. Hobert was slightly stunned. This was a problem with his way of thinking. Those below the angel level could barely perceive the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law, and this also made him overlook the tendency of Beander characteristics to split. But theoretically, with a period of management, an Orthodox church should be able to control at least 7 or 8 sequence 2 characteristics, Truncest continued. However, after the second epoch, deities would avoid having 4 angels appear simultaneously on their own path. So the upper limit for the number of angels in an Orthodox church is 3. When saying this, Truncest smiled meaningfully. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Hobert understood his meaning. Theoretically, a deity could allow the number of angels on his own path to reach as many as 5. However, in the second epoch, there were too many painful lessons of being betrayed by subordinate gods. Even with only 2 or 3 subordinate gods of the same sequence, there was a very high probability of backstabbing the main god. If there were 5 angels, not only would the probability of betrayal increase, but it would also be very easy for the angels to form a group and assassinate themselves. Such painful lessons continued into the fourth epoch. For example, the former, Black Emperor, Path Angel in front of Hobert backstabbed Solomon with Tutor, just to be promoted to sequence 1. That's why Truncest didn't explain it too clearly here, just smiling meaningfully. 3 was just right. If they relied solely on their own strength, they wouldn't pose too much of a threat to the main god, and they could also maximize their own power. Like Truncest and Tutor, if they didn't have the support of the 6 gods, even if they were given 3 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to betray Solomon. Truncest continued, the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic I expelled was given to a family member, Valentine. I heard he was wounded in an attack by Orthodox Church angels, and after escaping, he was ambushed by Tamara. This Beander characteristic should be in the hands of the Tamara family. The Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic that Tutor expelled was given to his daughter, Beverly. That girl died in the 4 Emperors' War, and according to some information we obtained, this Beander characteristic did not separate from Beverly's body. Hobert hummed. He was quite clear about these 2 characteristics. After Tutor's death, in addition to getting 2 Conqueror, Beander characteristics, I also obtained a sealed artifact corresponding to the Duke of Entropy sequence. This sealed artifact was the second Duke of Entropy characteristic that Tutor had not expelled from his body. Currently, this sealed artifact is in the hands of the Bach family in the South Continent, Truncest concluded. After the 6 gods besieged and killed me, a Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic, or a sealed artifact, should have appeared on my corpse. That was the second Duke of Entropy characteristic that I had not expelled from my body. But it's hard to say which church obtained it. Hobert pinched his forehead. It was indeed hard to guess which Orthodox church got that Beander characteristic, as there were 6 options. So, to summarize, the 7 sequence 2 characteristics of the Black Emperor path were clear at a glance. 2 are with the true creator, 1 is on Longtail Island, 1 is with the Tamara family, 1 is with the messenger Beverly, 1 is in the form of a sealed artifact with the Bach family, and 1 is in the form of a sealed artifact with a certain Orthodox church. Hobert then asked, so, where are the 7 balancer Beander characteristics you just mentioned? Truncest patiently replied, among the 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics I obtained, each contained 1 balancer Beander characteristic. In fact, one of the Hand of Order Beander characteristics originally contained 2 balancer characteristics. This sequence 1 characteristic came from Tamara. That kid was very sensible. When he learned that the 6 gods needed all the Hand of Order Beander characteristics, he betrayed his own father. His condition was that he asked the 6 gods to shatter that Hand of Order Beander characteristic. He hoped to obtain one more, balancer, characteristic. The 6 gods agreed to his condition because Tamara also bore the infamy of patricide, which nicely concealed the 6 gods' act of seizing by force. Hobert suddenly said, Tamara betraying his father, should have been something they discussed and agreed upon, right? I think so too. Truncest spread his hands. This is the Beander world, one must preserve one's strength to the greatest extent possible. He continued, however, the 6 gods have always been on guard against Tamara. Just when Solomon was resurrected and the attention of the 6 gods was drawn, the premeditated Tamara led his clansmen to defect. After defecting to Tutor, Tamara helped a female member of his family advance to Balancer, and then used this Balancer to form a marriage alliance with the Abraham family. This was equivalent to giving Mr. Dor an angel. Only then did Tamara gain a firm foothold in the Tudor family and become the 5th great noble of the Tudor Empire. But to everyone's surprise, in the early stages of the 4 Emperors' War, the Storm of Lord and the Evernight goddess jointly sealed Mr. Dor. The Abraham family disintegrated at a speed that surprised everyone, and the Balancer, who married into the Abraham family, also died in the subsequent battles, forming a sealed artifact. This sealed artifact was captured by the Trensost Empire and is currently also with the Bach family. Hobert nodded. He remembered that Lawrence carried a grade 0 sealed artifact with him. This was the whereabouts of the 2nd characteristic. Truncest leaned back in his chair. As for the other 4 characteristics, 2 are with the Augustus family, and 2 are with the Castia family. These 2 families originally each had one Balancer characteristic. After the 6 gods besieged and killed me, in order to strengthen the power of the countries they supported, they shattered 2 Hand of Order, Beander characteristics. They gave William and Philip each a Hand of Order, and a Balancer, Beander characteristic, which gave their 2 families 2 angels each. As for the 3rd, Hand of Order, characteristic that I expelled, it also contains one Balancer, characteristic, and it is currently with a certain Orthodox church. Hobert smiled slightly. With this clarification, the situation of the adjacent paths became very clear. Thank you for your answer. I wish myself an early acquisition of the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic. He made a gesture of invitation. Truncest did not struggle at all and was resealed into the pool at the foot of the mountain. Hobert carefully checked Truncest's seal before returning to the real world. He sat at his desk and pondered for a moment, still deciding to follow his original plan and first try to find the Beander characteristic left behind by Megali. If that characteristic had an unremovable contamination or if obtaining it was very dangerous, he would go to the Bach family and try to exchange for the sealed artifact in their possession. However, this would certainly be difficult. If he obtained or exchanged it as the creator, it would be a bit unsightly. After all, this was a grade 0 sealed artifact and a family heirloom. Even if he had already incorporated the Bach family, the creator could not forcefully demand it. And if he obtained it with Truncest's family crest, as a member of Truncest, there would certainly be considerable obstacles. Regarding this, Christine had already said that the family curse needed to be lifted before that sealed artifact could be obtained. So this rule became somewhat amusing. To lift the curse, one had to advance to sequence 2, but to obtain that sealed artifact, one first needed to lift the family curse. Hobert smiled, then thought of a bad idea: trick Lawrence into advancing to sequence 2, allowing Truncest to resurrect within him, thereby lifting the family curse. But soon, Hobert himself rejected this method. If Truncest were to resurrect within someone else, it would be equivalent to Hobert creating a powerful enemy for himself. The resurrected Truncest would also have the legitimacy to enter the country of disorder, which would be very dangerous for Hobert. After rejecting his bad idea, Hobert opened the wooden box Rex had left on his desk and began reading his notes. The top notebook contained speculations about the family curse. The content of the notes, from the clues Rex found during his investigation to the conjectures based on those clues, had a complete logical chain and was very close to the truth. At the same time, Hobert also knew why Rex could leave him so many sealed artifacts, because during his investigation, he had dug up many graves of 4th epoch nobles and obtained many Beander items buried with them. What Hobert found very wasteful was that Rex didn't even take the antiques from those graves. The latter half of this notebook contained conjectures on how to resolve the family curse. Rex had thought of many methods, but after verification, most of them were not very feasible. For example, he considered asking the Earth Mother Church for help to refine a body for him. At the moment he advanced to Sequence 2 and Truncest resurrected, he would transfer his spirit body and Beander characteristics to that new body, leaving his original body for Truncest. But later, Rex contacted the Earth Mother Church through April's channel and found that this was not possible. It wasn't difficult to refine a completely new body, but the process of extracting the spirit body and Beander characteristic was extremely complex and couldn't be completed instantly. If he were to back up his spirit body in advance and create another version of himself, it would be possible after paying a certain price, but the Beander characteristic would definitely have to be given to Truncest, and the refined body would have certain limitations for advancement. Finally, Rex concluded that sacrificing himself was the best way to break the family curse. However, his power at the time was limited, and the sealed artifact of the Bach family, which contained the Beander characteristic of the sequence of the Duke of Entropy, provided the family with its last protection and could not be touched. Moreover, even if he tried to seize it by force, he would be obstructed by the Bach family using 2 Sequence 0 sealed artifacts, leaving him with no chance of winning. The Beander characteristic on Longtail Island also proved unobtainable after multiple attempts. In his weakened state, Rex had no choice but to devise a false advancement ritual, creating the illusion of temporarily possessing angelic status to lure Truncest out. The design process of this plan completely stunned Hobert, as it utilized the abilities of the frenzied mage to their absolute extreme. But at the same time, it was also a bit heartbreaking. Hobert sighed, closing the notebook. Rex's ideas gave him a lot of inspiration. For example, regarding the method of asking the Earth Mother Church to help shape a new body, could he temporarily transfer his bloodline and curse to the new body, seize this opportunity to advance to Sequence 2, and then immediately resolve Truncest's problem? Rex couldn't achieve this method, but Hobert could ask the Fool for help with grafting, temporarily, fooling, fate and the curse. He remembered that after Klein advanced to Sequence 3, his main account already possessed a certain authority of grafting. Hobert decided that after Klein advanced to Sequence 3, he would discuss it with him to see if this idea had any possibility of being realized. If not, he would wait until Klein advanced to Sequence 2. At that time, he would be able to master more of Saphira Castle's power and should be able to complete the corresponding grafting. Hobert withdrew his thoughts and went to read the second notebook. What he didn't expect was that the first half of the second notebook contained his father's speculations about his mother, April. Rex noticed that April's occasional habits and ideas were very Lord of the Mysteries. For example, she had referred to the eternal blazing sun as the sun god more than once, and she found it very Lord of the Mysteries, why the eternal blazing sun's honorific name did not describe the associated authority of utilize loopholes and theft. But soon, April herself would wonder why she had such thoughts. In his notebook, Rex strongly suspected that April was a test subject of a certain experiment by the Earth Mother Church, and that a wisp of divinity from a hidden existence might be within her body. Later, some of April's other behaviors seemed to confirm Rex's conjecture. At first, he approached April with a purpose, but after the two truly fell in love, these, Lord of the Mysteries, habits and ideas of April gradually decreased, until nothing was left. In Rex's view, it seemed as if humanity had triumphed over divinity. Hobert leaned back in his chair and thought, from my father's records, it's clear that my mother mistook the eternal blazing sun for the ancient sun god. Could it be that a part of Earth Mother's divinity is within her body? Could my mother be an experimental subject for creating a vessel for Earth Mother's descent? He scratched his head, unsure if his thoughts were correct. Continuing to read, Rex's conjecture also stopped at the point of divine descent vessel, with no further explanation. Hobert continued reading, looking at Rex's conjecture about another matter. After finishing the second notebook, Hobert continued to read the third. He found that these notebooks were the crystallization of Rex's research into mysticism and the Beander world. Moreover, they were incredibly profound. Even Hobert, who had the answers, benefited greatly. For example, Rex raised a question: why did the related pathways of order seem incomplete? He cited the core authorities of the adjacent pathways of death, darkness, and twilight giant as examples, stating that these three pathways seem to be an interpretation of tranquility. The twilight giant represents the process of decay and loss, the first step towards absolute tranquility, representing the passing of life. Darkness represents slumbering in the night, representing the stillness of life. This world is constantly in motion, and due to stillness, it deviates from the trajectory of things, thus having a Lord of the Mysteries manifestation. Death represents returning to the land of the dead, representing the end of life, entering complete tranquility. Loss, stillness, end, this seems to be the process by which a vibrant life, or rather, all dynamic things and events in the world, reach their end. This line of thought made Hobert's eyes light up, because he remembered that the secret space was in a state of stillness. From Hobert's modern perspective, it was as if in a certain space, the progression of time and the development of events had stopped, so this space existed independently of reality. Continuing to read, Rex began to describe the core authorities of the Justiciar and the Black Emperor. The Justiciar maintains order, while the Black Emperor utilizes and distortion order. One maintains, one slays order, but neither establishes order. Although the Justiciar also establishes its own order to achieve better rule, its core authority is maintenance. After all, it is a Justiciar, not a lawmaker. The Black Emperor is the same. No matter how order is destroyed, it is a process of establishing new order. For example, to destroy normal architectural styles, forcefully promoting asymmetrical architectural styles, this process is actually also the process of establishing asymmetrical architectural styles. However, for the Black Emperor, the so-called establishment of new order is merely an incidental matter. His core authority is slaying order. The concepts of these three are very similar, and even Hobert had not noticed this before. From this perspective, the related authority of order is not complete, it still lacks the part of establishing order. Upon seeing this, Hobert smiled. I am the creator, the one who creates order. In his impression, before the Han dynasty, ordinary people dared not call themselves emperor. This represented creation, pioneering. For example, the Yellow Emperor established the tribal era's hierarchy, and the Yan Emperor pioneered agriculture, medicine, and so on. Ying Zheng also dared to call himself emperor only after he first unified the world. Although the names of Shang dynasty kings also contained emperor, it was just a title and did not represent creation. Hobert smiled and thought to himself, my self-proclamation as the creator also has a bit of the meaning of a fate beacon. But then he gradually stopped smiling, as he seemed to have thought of a very important question, but for a moment, his thoughts seemed difficult to piece together. Hobert immediately realized that this involved some of his sealed memories. He immediately entered the country of disorder, and sure enough, many memories began to flood into his mind. He remembered Truncest's description of Uncertain Mist's ability, which had a bit of the meaning of, what is said is done. Uncertain Mist seemed to be the lawmaker. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert fell into deep thought. According to my previous conjecture, the country of disorder is a relatively special Sephira, half on Earth and half with Uncertain Mist. Originally, the country of disorder was complete, the Sephira of the Son of Chaos. Later, it was torn into two halves. So, did the characteristics on the Son of Chaos back then contain a complete pathway regarding order? The original creator tore the core authorities of maintenance and slaying order onto Earth, leaving only the core authority of creation on the Son of Chaos. Hobert also thought of the Jinn state. This sealed artifact seemed to fulfill wishes in a distortion way. Firstly, the ability to fulfill wishes came from the Beander characteristic of the miracle invoker that sealed him, so the distortion represented that the Son of Chaos had the ability of slaying order. This is not difficult to understand. After all, the original creator's tearing back then had no balance, so it couldn't tear with such precision. Perhaps 0.9 parts of the authority and Beander characteristic of judgment were torn, and 0.8 parts of the authority and Beander characteristic of slaying order were torn. And as long as a certain threshold is reached, such as above 0.8, it can constitute the characteristics required for the level of a true god. Following this line of thought, Hobert also considered that the Justiciar pathway also has mental attack abilities, and the Black Emperor pathway not only has mental attack abilities but also the ability to charm. These are clearly abilities beyond the core authority. Over the long years, all the Beander characteristics torn onto Earth by the First underwent a certain balance and supplementation. The Beander characteristics that were ultimately torn formed a total of 22 pathways. It might not be that there are only 22 pathways, but rather that these Beander characteristics are sufficient to form the threshold for becoming a god in 22 pathways. So, the mental attacks and charm in the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathways are supplements from other Beander characteristics. From the fact that the supplementation of the Black Emperor pathway's abilities is greater than that of the Justiciar's supplementation, it can be seen that the Son of Chaos's original Beander characteristic and authority of slaying order must have had some remaining. And later, in ancient times, Celestial Worthy, or rather, Lord of the Mysteries, might have mainly blended the authority of creation with the Sephira on the Son of Chaos and cast it into the starry sky, forming uncertain mist. Therefore, the sealed Son of Chaos can still perform high-level operations such as distortion. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly froze. If my conjecture is correct, then is my pathway an adjacent pathway to the pathway on uncertain mist? Hobert understood many other questions. This also explains why the outer gods are so interested in the true gods and high-level Beander characteristics on Earth. For them, it is very likely an adjacent pathway as well. These conjectures surprised Hobert himself, because he had no such related knowledge in his mind, but the known knowledge seemed to point to this. Unfortunately, these conjectures cannot be proven for now. Hobert finally sighed inwardly. Rex had no concept or knowledge of the Old Ones. If he had possessed this knowledge, perhaps his research and conjectures would have reached a terrifying level. Returning to the real world, Hobert continued to read the notebooks tirelessly until Audrey came to visit in the afternoon, at which point he put them away. In the study, as soon as they met, Audrey said, "I heard this morning that everyone in Herwin Lambus's villa died due to a gas explosion." Today was Audrey's second day working at the Earl's Light. She was still dressed very simply, and her appearance remained beautiful and moving. When she heard about Herwin Lambus's accident that morning, she knew it must have been Hobert's doing, because a gas explosion couldn't kill a demigod of the spectator pathway. She thought about it for most of the day, but still came to Hobert and told him very seriously, although Herwin is despicable, he didn't need to pay with his life. And those servants, they were all innocent people, and shouldn't have lost their lives because of this. Hobert spread his hands and smiled. "Audrey, when Herwin was hypnotizing you, I had to react, otherwise next time they might not be as simple as hypnotizing you. Besides, when the explosion I created happened, those people were already dead, having died from mental collapse." He was actually lying, because at the time, he truly didn't care about the lives of those ordinary people. Knowing that the disaster porcelain doll's attack was area-based, he didn't alter the servants' minds to make them leave. The reason was simple: if there had been any changes among the villa's servants, a spectator, skilled in observation would have noticed, and the battle might have taken a different turn. So, to avoid alerting the enemy, he simply chose to ignore their lives. When Audrey questioned him directly, Hobert realized that what he did was inappropriate, but admitting his error now wouldn't bring those people back to life, and pushing all the responsibility onto the divinity within him was meaningless. Moreover, it wasn't just his fault. Herwin Lambus also didn't care about those people's lives. After realizing his actions were inappropriate, Hobert simply pushed all the blame onto Herwin. He believed that Herwin shouldn't have any objections to this. Audrey's expression softened considerably after hearing this answer. "Hobert, if you encounter such a situation again, I mean, if conditions allow, could you drive away those servants?" Hobert didn't answer directly, but smiled and said, "Audrey, do you think it's a good thing for a society to have a moral compass of kindness and justice?" Audrey replied almost without thinking, "Of course it's a good thing." "I don't think so," Hobert said seriously. "Because so-called kindness and justice are also definitions given by humans. As long as they are such definitions, they can be taken out of context, they can imply malice, and become hypocrisy and absolute justice. In my opinion, this is even more terrifying. Because the vulnerable cannot define kindness and justice, and evil people will utilize kindness and justice to always stand on the moral high ground. Truly kind and just people, however, find it difficult to live well under such moral concepts. Audrey was shocked by this theory and instinctively wanted to refute it, but found herself unable to, because she realized that the world really did operate this way. Hobert sighed. This is the brilliance of Taoism, it sees human nature so clearly. His expression gradually softened. Audrey, you are a kind lady, but you cannot be influenced by some obviously pedantic moral views. In my opinion, putting myself in a very dangerous situation just to consider the lives of those servants is not the correct choice. I also don't want to see such an outcome, but some things are not within my control. At such times, one must make some choices. Audrey was silent for a few seconds before saying, I understand. Then she said, Hobert, do you think I'm very naive? Of course not. Hobert smiled, I only see your kindness and your steadfastness. Audrey, these are very noble qualities. It would be wonderful if you could continue to maintain them. As for me, I am destined to be unable to achieve my goals while simultaneously maintaining noble qualities. I tell you these things not because I hope you will change because of them, but to explain the differences in our ways of handling things. It's like solving the problem of Backlund's homeless. Your approach is charity, while my approach is work relief. The goal is the same, it's just the methods that differ. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Hobert. She smiled. Actually, I was quite afraid you'd make me handle affairs according to your standards just now. Hobert reached out and playfully pinched Audrey's nose. How could I bear to make my little elf do something she doesn't like? Audrey held Hobert's hand, looking at him with a smile. This time, she wasn't as shy as before. Let's just pretend nothing happened, Hobert smiled. I've already found the Dreamwalker potion formula for you. I'll give it to you once your potion is halfway digested, so you can buy the auxiliary materials in advance. Hobert, what should I give you? Hobert laughed. You are the best gift I have received in this world. Audrey smiled sweetly, then seemed to remember something and asked, Hobert, do you still have the hypnotist Beander characteristic there? A friend of mine needs such a characteristic. Hobert thought to himself, is your friend named Susie, and is she a very smart golden retriever? Yes, I do. He said, since it's your friend, I'll give you a discount price, £2,500. You can decide whether to add a markup yourself. A scene of Susie paying with dog biscuits suddenly appeared in Audrey's mind. She shook her head, making the image disappear, then said, okay, when can I get it? Wait here for a moment. Hobert returned to his bedroom and retrieved the hypnotist Beander characteristic from the country of disorder. Returning to the study, Hobert smiled and said, now I have 2 Dreamwalker Beander characteristics here. If your friend needs one, I can sell him one later. Audrey nodded, okay. After a few more casual remarks, Audrey left with the Beander characteristic. Hobert then prepared himself and, as agreed last week, went to attend the banquet hosted by Georgina, the Director General of Military Intelligence Section 9. Countess Georgina's mansion looked quite ancient, even showing traces of asymmetrical architectural styles. Hobert guessed that it might be an old house from the 4th epoch, but after continuous renovations and modifications, the 4th epoch style was no longer so obvious. Getting out of the carriage and seeing the classical portico, Hobert always had a sense of déjà vu, as if he had come to visit a vampire count's home. In the small ballroom, Georgina, Chunas, and several other colleagues were present. The few of them chatted, and soon the conversation turned to the Earl's light bulb. Chunas proactively said to Hobert, I heard the Gas Association people are looking for trouble with you. Do you want me to help you resolve it? The reason he was so enthusiastic was, on one hand, because he had previously given Hobert an aimless information, and Hobert later gave him £20,000, so he was willing to help. On the other hand, it was due to his superior Georgina's hint before Hobert's arrival. Hobert smiled, no need for help. Dealing with these people would dirty our hands. Don't be afraid of trouble, Chunas confirmed again, it will definitely be done cleanly. Hobert was stunned. How could that be? I still need to try to utilize them to digest my potion. So he said, I already have a plan, but now is not the best time to deal with them. Chunas nodded, I understand. Just as they finished discussing this matter, 3 members of the royal family arrived. Hobert knew all of them. The one walking in front was Alice, who had an Beander temperament. The other two royal family members were the prince and princess who had previously gone to Masic with him. Everyone immediately went out to greet them. Hobert noticed that Princess Alice's gaze towards him was a bit off, as if she was slightly angry. Hobert didn't pay too much attention. Back in the small ballroom, the small dance began. Since Georgina did not have a husband, she invited Chunas to dance the first dance with her. Hobert, who usually disliked balls, unexpectedly found the atmosphere of this small ball quite pleasant. There was no awkward small talk, nor sudden approaches. After the ball began, Hobert invited Alice to dance. The things they had experienced together before had forged a good friendship between them. Usually, when they met at a ball, Hobert would invite Alice to dance and catch up. Alice accepted the invitation, and the two of them went to the dance floor together. Unexpectedly, just as the music began, Alice's hand, placed on Hobert's waist, pinched him. Theoretically, no physical attack could harm Hobert now, but for some reason, he still felt pain from that pinch. Hobert took a deep breath, his expression remaining unchanged, and quietly asked, "Do you like to greet people this way?" At the same time, he sighed inwardly. A woman's pinch and twist are indeed within the realm of meander attacks. Alice's tone was somewhat annoyed. "Didn't you say you were leaving Backland?" "That's right. Then why are you still getting engaged to the Hall family? Why are you still announcing your relationship with Audrey?" Alice stared at Hobert, losing her ladylike composure. Hobert finally understood why the princess was angry. He had sensed Alice's admiration for him before and had once told her that he would be leaving Backland in the future, which was essentially his way of rejecting the princess. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled. "Audrey is willing to leave Backland with me." Actually, Hobert hadn't discussed this with Audrey, but in his opinion, it wasn't too big of a problem. Once Audrey became strong enough, she would eventually have to leave her family. Well, Alice was stunned. This was something she hadn't expected. After all, Audrey was also a noble who had grown up in Backland. She had originally wanted to say, "I'm willing to," but now it was too late to say anything. At that time, on that speeding train, when Hobert told her he would be leaving Backland in the future, she didn't have enough determination to go with him. Now she had that determination, but it was already a step too late. Alice looked a little lost. "I understand." Hobert comforted her. "Princess Alice, you are a princess. There are plenty of handsome nobles hoping to win your heart." Alice gave Hobert a very unladylike glare, "Including you." He, let's talk about world peace instead." Hobert laughed. His feelings for Alice could only be described as not disliking her, but he didn't want to get any closer to her, because unless the royal family had gone mad, there was simply no possibility for them. Alice was about to pinch Hobert again, but this time he was prepared, and Alice only pinched a wisp of black mist. After that, Alice's mood improved significantly, seemingly having found peace. So, the two of them danced 2 more dances. After a few dances, everyone sat down and started chatting, playing some popular games of the time, which made Hobert sigh, thinking, now this is what a young people's gathering should be like. Seeing that everyone was having a good time, Georgina invited them to enjoy a symphony together again next week. Hobert readily agreed. They drank for a while longer and left around 10 o'clock at night. The next day, Hobert woke up and began preparing for his travel to Longtail Island. He estimated that this trip would take over a week, so he entrusted all affairs in Backland to Doffus. His main instruction was for Doffus to keep an eye on the Earl's Light and the Gas Association, and to report any new developments to Longtail Island immediately. Just as Hobert was about to leave, he received an invitation from Georgina's butler, inviting him to dinner and a symphony next Monday. Hobert realized that Georgina was trying to integrate him into the royal family's circle. Such an invitation from a superior was considered a sign of appreciation and promotion, but he wasn't even sure if he would have time to attend the tarot club next Monday, so he politely declined. However, a moment later, Georgina's butler returned, inviting Hobert to dinner and an opera on the evening of September 12th. Hobert couldn't refuse again, and since there were still more than 10 days, he could arrange his time, so he accepted. He gave Doffus a few more instructions, then went to Longtail Island. Longtail Island was already well prepared. Hobert inspected the Special Combat Unit, and then visited the barracks. In the evening, he had dinner with Furs, who was in charge of logistics and staying behind, and they briefly discussed the upcoming battle. Furs was not too worried about the upcoming war, as Hobert's side had an absolute advantage in strength. After dinner, the two chatted for a while, talked about Zio's issue, and then discussed the future development of Longtail Island. They had a very pleasant conversation. When Hobert reached for Furs's hand again, she did not pull away this time. As their conversation grew more intimate, Hobert leaned in to kiss Furs, but she blocked Hobert's mouth with her hand. Hobert smiled and said, "Don't ancient nobles always kiss their wives before going to war? What if an arrow shoots over on the battlefield and twists my mouth? Every time we kiss in the future, we might have to kiss and wipe drool at the same time. Even if 10,000 arrows shoot at you, you might not get any injuries." Furs glanced at Hobert and said, "Only one kiss is allowed." "All right." So Hobert leaned in and embraced Furs. 10 minutes later, the two separated. Furs felt her tongue was a little numb. "Didn't you say only one kiss?" "Yes, I didn't stop at all in between." Furs smiled and looked at Hobert. "Go get some rest." No. All right, wait for my victory news. On Sunday morning, all participating troops had breakfast early and began to advance westward into the mountainous region in 3 routes as planned. Hobert, along with the 2nd Regiment, which had the weakest Beander power, meaning Helen's unit, advanced with the middle route. Fierce fighting broke out immediately after entering the mountainous region, but the natives in the mountainous region had almost no modern weapons and had not undergone any systematic training. Ordinary colonial armies or auxiliary armies could fight such enemies, but the army Hobert recruited consisted of young people whose families had been allocated land and lived in brick houses. Under Archibald's training, they were disciplined and brave in combat. The only thing they lacked was rich combat experience. However, fighting such an irregular native army was no problem at all. After just one volley from the artillery, the natives threw down their weapons and fled. And the mountain god church's Beander power was even more disappointing. Hobert didn't even have to act. Helen and her team annihilated all the enemies. Throughout the rest of the day, they did not encounter any decent resistance. After several months of reconnaissance, the terrain of the mountainous region had already been thoroughly explored. So the 3 forces advanced together, spending 2 days visiting every villager in the entire mountainous region. They almost uninjured traversed the mountainous region according to the battle plan and saw the sea on the east coast. Unfortunately, the entire battle felt like punching cotton, and none of the units seemed to have encountered the main force of the mountain god church. According to the intelligence obtained, the mountain god church had at least 2 sequence 5 Beyonders, but in the past 2 days, the 3 combat units had only killed 2 sequence 6 Beyonders and Beyonders of lower sequence. So the battle plan proceeded to the second step. The 3 combat units and their Beander forces each divided into 3, stationed at 9 critical locations in the mountainous region. And 3 logistics teams were formed, responsible for transporting military supplies. Hobert indeed had no time to attend the Tarot Club this week, so he requested leave from Mr. Fool again. Soon, the war reached its 3rd day, and the entire mountainous region was placed under military control. At this time, a large number of native laborers followed the military supply escort teams into the mountainous region. They were the first natives to come into contact with Hobert's governor's mansion, and they trusted the governor's mansion more. Some who had relatives in the mountainous region actively persuaded them to quickly provide clues about the mountain god church's secret strongholds. The members of the mountain god church, who originally had rich guerrilla warfare experience, had planned to ambush the military supply transport teams, but when they scouted and saw these native laborers following, it forced them to change their plans and observe what this invading army intended to do first. As large quantities of military supplies entered the mountainous region, officers and soldiers at the 9 different outposts began to set up tents and straw huts, and erect simple watchtowers. That afternoon, the construction work was handled by the laborers, while the officers and soldiers forcibly gathered and guarded the natives scattered in the mountain villages. And accompanying natives kept shouting to them, telling them to take all their food, livestock, and clothing, all their warm items, otherwise it would be considered that they had abandoned these properties. This action was naturally met with resistance from many natives, but they had no lethal weapons and were easily defeated by the officers and soldiers. Except for a few extremists, most people were just knocked unconscious and dragged by their families to the assembly point. These actions had been planned in advance. The population in the mountainous region was all concentrated in 9 gathering points by Wednesday, the 4th day of the war. For the next period, the governor's mansion would uniformly provide rations according to the population, and they were not allowed to leave the gathering points by half a step. To exhaust their energy, they were made to build brick and tile kilns and began to continuously fire large quantities of bricks and tiles. At the same time, it also snowed on the island that day. The people on the island had never seen snow before, they just felt the temperature was much lower. Accustomed to running around the world naked, they shivered from the cold. The officers were also prepared and began to organize them to cut firewood nearby and build fires for warmth. This snow came from Hobert. He brought the 0 to 71 disaster porcelain doll, avoided the gathering points, and continuously created widespread blizzards in many mountainous areas suspected of having mountain god church strongholds. Only a few snowflakes drifted down at the gathering points, while the entire mountainous region was covered in thick snow. Only the areas around the 9 gathering points still had sunlight and greenery. First, various animals in the mountainous region all headed towards these 9 gathering points. This allowed the officers, soldiers, and natives to harvest many prey, such as goats, wild boars, and pheasants, which the officers and soldiers selectively raised. Things like venomous snakes and poisonous insects were all eliminated, and some large, difficult-to-raise herbivorous animals were simply treated as extra meals. Some non-aggressive animals like monkeys and some birds, except for those with good meat quality, were ignored. By evening, members of the Mountain God Church began to shiveringly charge towards the gathering points. The Mountain God Church indeed had many beyonders, but they were all locals. Not only had they never seen snow, but their ancestors for 10 generations had never seen snow. Beyonders below Sequence 6 simply couldn't withstand such severe cold, and some non-Beyonder members had already frozen to death. But their charge was simply making themselves targets for the officers and soldiers and sending merits to the Special Operations Unit. The officers still organized the natives to shout, telling them to surrender quickly. However, under the blessing of the mountain god faith, almost no one surrendered, and such charges continued until nightfall. That night, the officers and soldiers at each gathering point were on high alert, not only to guard against the enemy's suicidal charges but also against the natives within the gathering points. Because there were already many cries at the gathering points, those fanatical believers of the Mountain God Church were their family members. The blizzard on the island continued, and many natives at the gathering points suffered from frostbite. Let alone sleeping, they had to keep moving to feel better. The blizzard intermittently continued until the latter half of the night. Hobert finally returned to one of the gathering points, eating roasted meat and waiting for Mountain God's response. As the warm wind from the sea blew, the snow on the mountains began to melt. Because the melting process absorbed a large amount of heat, the temperature became even lower, and it only began to warm up after the sun rose the next day. But what frustrated Hobert was that Mountain God never made a move. It was then that the officers and Beyonders began to tally the results of the battle from yesterday evening to night. According to their estimates, the power of the Mountain God Church had been almost completely eradicated. The only ones not eliminated might be a few or a dozen core members. But this was already a huge victory. Previously, the Rune royal family had sent troops several times, deploying demigods and the navy, but they had never resolved it so cleanly and decisively. By the time it was light, the thick snow had basically started to melt. All members of the Special Combat Unit, except for a few left behind, began to search the mountains, as they still hadn't killed the Sequence 5 enemy last night. Hobert speculated that they must be hiding in the headquarters of the Mountain God Church. This search of the mountains was, of course, not just a simple search. Hobert once again used the disaster porcelain doll's earthquake ability to make magma rise and slowly fill the caves in the mountains. As expected, the dozen core members of the Mountain God Church, who were also Middle Sequence Beyonders, were successively forced out of the mountain and besieged by Angus and others who were already waiting outside. Hobert, alter his own gravity and his own weight, hovering in midair, constantly guarding against Mountain God making a move. But again, Hobert was disappointed. Even after all the core members of the Mountain God Church died in battle, Mountain God still did not make a move. Hobert used the sealed artifact to commune with spirits. The high priest of the mountain god church surprisingly did not know the location of mountain god, only occasionally receiving some vague, very incoherent, oracles. Hobert had no choice but to temporarily give up searching for the traces of mountain god. By this point, the war had lasted a total of 5 days, and the mountain god church was completely annihilated. This was a miracle in colonial history. It was normal for many evil god churches on colonial islands to take 10 or 8 years to suppress. Initially, there was always hope of annihilating them, but later they would become a reason for the colonial army to demand military funds. So, most of the time, as long as these evil god churches did not threaten the rule of the governor's mansion, they would give up after suppressing them for a period. Then, the second phase of the original plan began. Land reform and actions to change local bad customs were initiated throughout Longtail Island, including the newly occupied mountainous region. Among them, believing in mountain god was stipulated as one of the bad customs, and this belief had to be abandoned immediately. For a time, the entire Longtail Island fell into great chaos. On Friday alone, 6 mass incidents broke out. In the mountainous region, Hobert, who personally resolved one mass incident, felt a significant and continuous digestion of the potion. Actually, the task of the second phase didn't need to be so urgent. Land reform could have been carried out first, letting everyone taste the sweetness, and then gradually pushing forward step by step, so the conflicts wouldn't be so intense. However, Hobert really wanted to utilize this to verify the direction of the potion's digestion, so he essentially let the conflicts erupt all at once. It proved that making the subjects in the territory angry and making the territory chaotic could very clearly digest the potion. Once angry, it's very easy to make very irrational choices. Mass incidents can be seen as choices with a hint of madness. After all, every native knew that they were no match for the regular army. In the plains, there was even a mass incident of smashing, looting, and burning against Longtail Port. To digest the potion, Hobert only had first take the residents to the governor's mansion to ensure their safety, and did not stop the actions of the natives. This was a truly crazy act. Although Longtail Port caught fire in many places, even burning down 2 streets, the residents' property losses were extremely severe. However, Hobert's potion digested remarkably well. In the evening, when the mad and angry natives left Longtail Port, Hobert returned to the governor's mansion. He promised the residents that he would compensate them for all their losses. The city residents, who had shed tears several times watching their homes, immediately cheered. Unfortunately, such madness, due to the acquired land and property, would gradually dissipate and could not last. So by Saturday, order on Longtail Island was largely restored. Hobert felt that yesterday, his potion had digested almost 1/3. Unfortunately, such an event is difficult to replicate, because after resistance and venting, the natives have basically prepared themselves mentally to change their bad habits. Once their psychology of compromise is formed, it will be difficult to stir up such large-scale resistance and group incidents even if some angry decrees are issued at this time. The key is that Hobert had finally established a bureaucracy that adhered to the principle of people-oriented. If he acted too recklessly, it would disappoint many people and leave many confused. It could easily cause them to lose their guiding principles in future work, doing more harm than good. So Hobert had to try his best to maintain order. On Saturday morning, land reform began in full. Although there was still resistance, no large-scale group incidents occurred again. At noon, it started to drizzle outside. Hobert went out in the rain after lunch to take a look. In the fields, everyone was still continuing to divide the land. At this time, the main contradiction on Longtail Island had changed somewhat. Previously, it was the contradiction between the natives and the governor's mansion. Now, it had become the contradiction between the governor's mansion, the tribal chiefs, and the natives. In the society of the natives, land ownership belonged to the tribal chief or village head. The system of many native villages was somewhat similar to that of a lion pride. There was a headman, who had the power of life and death, ownership and distribution rights over all the property of a village, several wives, and more than a dozen children. The headman's brothers were his main subordinates. They had no fixed wives, and their children did not belong to them. The key was that it was difficult to distinguish which were their children. In this way, dozens of people formed a large family, akin to a natural village. The governor's mansion's land division naturally infringed upon the interests of the headman, but the other villagers benefited. Thus, the headman bore the hatred of the natives towards the governor's mansion, and many natives had already expressed their support for the governor's mansion's rule. Hobert returned to the governor's mansion, stretched, and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the gloomy rain outside. However, he was still thinking about the land reform. As long as the natives received land, the crude and primitive system of Longtail Island would completely collapse. As long as the governor's mansion continued to guarantee the results of the land reform with force, within half a year at most, the natives would fully support the governor's mansion. At this moment, Furs, without her hat and with her hair down, came in and said, Seal and his men just repelled a pirate attack. In the raging sea, many pirates would attempt to attack some colonial islands. They knew the probability of success was not high, but if they succeeded, the gains would be enormous. The lazy Furs stood before the bed and continued, according to the interrogation of the prisoners, Seal received astonishing news. The Black Emperor and the Queen Mystic's forces had a naval battle. Hobert was stunned. This was big news at sea. Why did they fight? Theoretically, Nastor was an earl appointed by Rosal, and Bernadette was once a princess of the Intis Republic. Although they had little contact, there had never been any reports of conflict between them. Finally, Hobert began to doubt the authenticity of this intelligence, because he didn't remember such a thing happening. Furs replied, I don't know. That pirate didn't have too specific information either. Hobert nodded. I understand. He decided to ask Alger or Catlia when he attended the Tarot Club. As he spoke, Hobert held Furs's hand. Come, let's watch the rain together. Furs did not refuse. When Seal reported to her earlier, she was also watching the rain. The two of them stared blankly outside for a while, feeling very relaxed and comfortable at that moment. Hobert naturally reached out and embraced Furs, and Furs naturally leaned against Hobert's chest. Since the two of them began to converse normally, their relationship gradually grew closer, especially after Furs's argument with Miss Justice last time. She completed her reconciliation with herself. That also marked the complete normalization of their relationship. As they embraced, the two began to kiss, and Hobert's hands began to wander. Outside, the rain poured down, but inside the room, spring was in full bloom. They had returned to their original intimacy. More than half an hour later, Hobert yawned, feeling the slipperiness of Furs's body and stroking her smooth, upturned buttocks. What a pity, Hobert said, so far, the plan has been very successful. The only thing outside the plan is that, Mountain God, did not make a move. The Mountain God Church was completely annihilated, yet the Mountain God did not make a move. However, considering that the other party might be a sealed artifact, or an Beander characteristic with mental residue, and limited intelligence, it was not surprising that it did not make a move. Hobert said somewhat helplessly, originally, I planned to completely resolve the hidden danger of the Mountain God and utilize this characteristic to advance. Furs lay on Hobert's chest. Do you want to try to utilize sacrifices to the Mountain God to find its whereabouts? Hobert shook his head. According to my spirit mediumship with the High Priest of the Mountain God Church, the Mountain God hardly ever responded to their sacrifices. Otherwise, I'll go for a walk in the mountains, Furs said. See if I can lure the Mountain God out like last time. Hobert smiled slightly and tightened his arm around Furs. If the Mountain God was male in life, having my beautiful wife go might really lure him out. But according to some information I've received, she was a female angel in life, and quite. At this point, Hobert suddenly froze. When you were attacked by the Mountain God that day, did you utilize the teleportation statue? Furs thought back. I did. Hobert slapped her upturned buttocks. That's it. He said, I once used dream divination to divine the origin of the teleportation statue, and learned that it was a magical item of the Solomon family. It seems that a member of the Solomon family left some mental imprints in the teleportation statue. And I learned from other sources that Megali, the Mountain God, was married to a member of the Solomon family and they were very much in love. Furs understood. So the teleportation statue attracted the Mountain God before. That should be it, Hobert said. I'll take the teleportation statue to the mountains and try it out in a bit. Why not go now? Let's take a nap together first. Hobert kissed Furs's forehead. Let's enjoy this rare, pleasant afternoon. In the evening, the rain still hadn't stopped. Hobert dressed neatly, took the teleportation statue, and made some other preparations before setting off. He used travel to arrive at a secluded dense forest, but most of the plants in this dense forest had been frozen to death by the previous blizzard, looking lifeless. Hobert took out the teleportation statue, first observed the surroundings, and then injected his spirituality into the teleportation statue. A few seconds later, Hobert suddenly felt the power of chaos, and his surroundings instantly lost their sense of direction. The guess from the afternoon was correct. The attention of mountain god Megali was indeed attracted. Hobert first used alter and distortion to temporarily detach himself from the space of chaos. And he internally assessed that the power of the mountain god was indeed only at sequence 3 level. At the same time, Hobert immediately used his association ability and indeed sensed the source of this power, an entrance from the underworld. But that entrance also led to another real world. This was somewhat unexpected, yet reasonable. After all, that was the Underworld Emperor's seal, so the presence of underworld power was reasonable. The reason it was unexpected was that Hobert didn't realize it was merely an entrance, and Megali was actually still in the real world. No wonder the demigods of the Loan royal family searched the surrounding spirit world back then and found nothing, because it wasn't in the underworld or the spirit world at all. Seizing this opportunity, Hobert drew his rapier and, using that underworld entrance, entered the real space on the other side. It was a huge cave, with many stalactites hanging from the ceiling and some stalagmites on the ground. On the other side of this huge cave, there was a massive oval object, glowing with a pale white light, like a cocoon. These cocoons seemed to be alive, with a force constantly churning and rolling within them. And inside the cocoon, a blurry black shadow wandered. The black shadow seemed to notice Hobert, suddenly stopped inside the cocoon, and appeared to be looking out. At the same time, Hobert realized that since Megali might carry a contamination that even the Underworld Emperor feared, it was naturally impossible for him to place Megali in the underworld, so she was still in the real world. And the so-called mountain god was likely Megali's mental residue, which, after the Underworld Emperor's demise and the weakening of the seal, used certain characteristics of the seal to transmit its power through the underworld to the real world. Because it had to pass through the underworld, its distortion, and other abilities, would have a certain coldness, causing raindrops to turn into small ice pieces. Hobert took a few steps forward and immediately felt his life rushing towards its end, and his spirituality rapidly draining away. So Hobert injected his spirituality into the rapier, and the feeling of life draining away immediately disappeared. The huge pale white cocoon also seemed to resonate with the rapier. Hobert's spiritual consciousness realized that with the Underworld Emperor's demise, he could utilize the power of the underworld to break this seal. But Hobert intended to examine the internal situation before deciding whether to immediately break the seal. The cocoon made a soft whoosh sound. It, considerately, became transparent, and Hobert saw clearly that what was wandering inside was merely a black shadow. The only identifiable features were its eyes, like two clusters of eerie blue ghost flames, silently staring at the intruder outside the cocoon. Hobert immediately realized that this was a malevolent spirit. It was the malevolent spirit formed after Megali's death. The state of Megali, the mountain god, was similar to what Rex had surmised, because Rex was unable to approach the cocoon back then and couldn't see what was inside. Thus, he guessed that the mountain god was formed from Megali's spiritual remnants. However, he wasn't sure if the mountain god existed as a malevolent spirit or simply as spiritual remnants that had persisted until now, using the Beander characteristic as its cornerstone. But Rex's description in his notes allowed him to confirm that the mountain god was not a sealed artifact, because she seemed to possess a certain degree of intelligence, not merely providing simple, mechanical responses like a sealed artifact. At the angel level of Beander, their spiritual and mental bodies have undergone a qualitative change. Even if they die, their spiritual and mental bodies take a long time to completely dissipate. This process makes it very easy for them to become malevolent spirits. If the corpse or Beander characteristic is not handled in time, it is almost 100% certain to become a malevolent spirit. Moreover, this seal originates from the power of the underworld, and in such an environment, the probability of forming a malevolent spirit greatly increases. Thinking of this, Hobert went to look for other things inside the cocoon. It was completely empty inside. Hobert did not see a corpse, only a thick, ink-like liquid suspended in midair. It continuously twisted its shape, and invisible ripples seemed to spread around it, as if constantly altering the surrounding environment. Outside the viscous liquid, there was a bright, light blue, silk-like smooth liquid, but this ring of light blue liquid did not change shape along with the viscous liquid. Hobert's spiritual perception determined that it was the Beander characteristic of the Duke of Entropy. This made him slightly relieved, meaning that Megalee's malevolent spirit did not exist with the Beander characteristic as its cornerstone. Therefore, it was not a malevolent spirit at the angel level. Hobert then looked for Megalee's corpse but did not find it, only a faint, light blue human-shaped trace beneath the Beander characteristic. This was a bit strange. Logically, an angel-level corpse should be very difficult to decay. Hobert still remembered the corpses of Medici and others he had seen before. Similarly, 2,000 years had passed, and their corpses seemed to possess some living characteristics. At this moment, Hobert looked again at the bright, light blue ring outside the Beander characteristic. This ring of light blue liquid was clearly not one with the Beander characteristic. Could this be the thing Megalee used to contaminate the Underworld Emperor? Was it this thing that caused an angel's corpse to rot? Hobert realized that it was best not to touch that Beander characteristic. It would be best to directly sacrifice it to the country of disorder. If not, he would find a helper to snatch it out. Finally, Hobert glanced at the malevolent spirit in front of him. It was also staring at Hobert, and no emotion could be seen in its ghost fire-like eyes. Because of the Underworld Emperor's seal, Hobert calmly considered a more stable tactic. Then he retreated to the other side of the cave and first sent the Black Hound spirit beast to the real world in the country of disorder. This was Hobert's helper. In dealing with undead creatures, the Black Hound spirit beast, wielding a rapier, could play a huge role. Hobert returned to the real world, and after reconfirming the malevolent spirit state, the symbol representing the death domain reappeared on his hand. This was equivalent to his authority to remove the seal in front of him. He waved the rapier in his other hand, and the cocoon, supported by the power of the underworld in front of him, faded, disappearing from Hobert's sight in 2 or 3 seconds. Distortion. Almost the instant the seal disappeared, Hobert distorted the position of the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic, moving it as far away from the malevolent spirit as possible. However, Hobert's distortion ended the moment it covered the sealed artifact. The Beander characteristic was only moved a very short distance. Hobert immediately threw the rapier in his hand to the Black Hound spirit beast beside him. Clearly, Hobert's ability just now was prematurely ended by the malevolent spirit's utilize ability. Hobert often did this too. It was a very unexpected maneuver. As the seal disappeared, a cold wind swept through the entire cave, and the malevolent spirit's power spread throughout the cave. This malevolent spirit clearly still had a good deal of intelligence, at least much stronger than the overturning sea great sage. The Black Hound spirit beast still seemed to have some sanity, but the overturning sea great sage and the ox demon king almost mechanically used their abilities. After the Black Hound spirit beast obtained the rapier, the sword once again emitted a pale white light in its hand, and the malevolent spirit, having just gained freedom, unconsciously retreated. For undead creatures, the Black Hound spirit beast at this moment possessed immense oppressive power, which came from the double blessing of the ferryman in the underworld. But the malevolent spirit only retreated. It granted the oppressive feeling and mental shock it received to a stalactite. This was the most troublesome aspect of the Black Emperor pathway. Although they clearly lacked the ability to quickly kill enemies, one shouldn't expect to harm them in a short time. The Black Hound spirit beast was extremely special. Not only did it possess the ferryman's status and abilities, but it had also received a blessing from the ancient death god. Now, with the rapier's enhancement, it had an almost overwhelming advantage over ordinary undead creatures. Theoretically, undead creatures below the angel level would completely lose the desire to resist in front of the Black Hound spirit beast. However, when encountering a malevolent spirit from the lawyer pathway, the malevolent spirit's power was only significantly weakened. On the other side, Hobert, after giving the rapier to the Black Hound spirit beast, immediately injected spiritual power into the 0 to 70 creation bracelet, amplifying its ability to make spiritual power extremely abundant. Through more than a month of feeding, Hobert was now the master of the creation bracelet. As the spiritual power rapidly became dense, for a moment, the spiritual power in the cave became so abundant that it was visible, as if the surroundings were filled with a faint mist. This was spiritual power, and also vitality, equivalent to the power of life, immediately dispelling the coldness of the entire cave. However, the interior of the original cocoon was the malevolent spirit's domain, and it remained very cold there, but at this moment, the undead aura there was rapidly cancelling out the aura of life. Hobert's action was destroying the malevolent spirit's foundation for existing in the real world. At this moment, the malevolent spirit suddenly let out a shriek. Hobert's spiritual body felt a clear vibration, and the Black Hound spirit beast, holding the sword, blocked most of the undead shriek attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the malevolent spirit reached out a hand towards the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic in the opposite direction, and then pointed the other hand at Hobert. Hobert's belly immediately swelled, as if a life had been conceived in that instant. The Black Hound spirit beast should have also suffered a similar attack, but it was special, and it was impossible for new life to be conceived within its body. This was why Hobert initially chose to keep the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic as far away from the malevolent spirit as possible before considering defeating the malevolent spirit. Because there was a very strong association between Megalee's malevolent spirit and the Beander characteristic, a casual association could allow her to utilize some angel-level abilities. The Black Emperor pathway does not have the ability to make people pregnant. Hobert's swollen belly was clearly a negative effect of the creation bracelet. Utilize, at the sequence 3 level could only make the negative effects of the target sealed artifact stronger, or shorten the safe utilize time of the sealed artifact. However, utilize, at the angel level could clearly turn the negative effects of the sealed artifact used by the target into its own attack method. Hobert used chaos to bring the life in his abdomen to the outside world, and immediately used the creation bracelet to turn it into a wisp of spiritual power, which quickly dissipated. At the same time, Hobert ordered the Black Hound spirit beast to snatch the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic. The malevolent spirit, in turn, distorted the surging spiritual power in its domain, making them attack the Black Hound spirit beast, which was also an undead creature. However, the Black Hound spirit beast had the blessing of the ancient death god, so such an attack had no effect. But this slowed the Black Hound spirit beast's pace, preventing it from entering the malevolent spirit's domain for a while. The Black Hound spirit beast waved its rapier, and the malevolent spirit's domain ignited with pale white flames. The malevolent spirit's power was rapidly draining as fuel. But the malevolent spirit waved its hand at Hobert again, and once again, used the creation bracelet's ability. In its domain, large patches of soybeans suddenly grew, quickly forming pods. These pods opened their mouths, revealing fangs inside, looking very ferocious. The malevolent spirit granted all the ferryman's lantern fire on its body to them. At this moment, Hobert, from behind, immediately altered the effect achieved by the malevolent spirit's Beander ability. The ferryman's lantern fire burned back onto the malevolent spirit's body. The malevolent spirit immediately used the angel level chaos through association. The target attacked by the ferryman's lantern fire underwent chaos conceptually. Not only was the malevolent spirit's domain attacked, but Hobert, the Black Hound spirit beast, and the stalactites around them all ignited with ferryman's lantern fire. Hobert immediately felt his entire spiritual body tremble. His thoughts seemed to stop, and his body became stiff, as if he was about to return to eternal tranquility. The Black Hound spirit beast immediately retracted the ferryman's lantern fire ability, and Hobert, sweating profusely, finally let out a long breath. His spiritual body had been severely damaged, becoming fearful of everything, and seemingly somewhat neurotic due to weakness. Hobert realized that if he continued to fight like this, even if he eliminated the malevolent spirit, he might suffer considerable damage. Just as he was about to simply enter the country of disorder, to deal with this malevolent spirit, he suddenly found an opportunity. Just now, the malevolent spirit used the creation bracelet to grow a patch of monsters shaped like soybeans. When these monsters opened their pods, besides revealing their sharp teeth inside, the black beans inside also popped out. These beans grew arthropod legs and wings, some flew, some crawled, they were everywhere. One of these flying little monsters flew aimlessly not far from the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic. Under normal circumstances, the flying direction and height of this flying bean would have already been altered by the Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic. But now, this Beander characteristic was being associated and used by the evil spirit, and its influence on the surroundings had weakened. This was an opportunity. Hobert took out an order crystal and altered the concept and position of the order crystal and that flying bean. The evil spirit once again used its ability to prematurely end Hobert's distortion ability. But this time, it failed, because what was altered was an order crystal. Besides Hobert, perhaps only in King of Angels or higher level existence could affect it. Thus, the order crystal appeared next to the Duke of Entropy's Beander characteristic, and Hobert immediately made the order crystal transform, enveloping the Duke of Entropy's Beander characteristic. As the spherical order crystal landed, the evil spirit immediately lost the angelic power it could associate with. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and immediately amplified the Black Hound spirit beast's influence on the evil spirit. At the same time, he used the creation bracelet to seize control of the monsters shaped like soybeans, making them vigorously absorb the power belonging to the undead domain from the surroundings. The evil spirit's power was immediately suppressed and weakened. It was about to grant a portion of this suppression and weakening when the Black Hound spirit beast seized the opportunity to open its mouth and let out a silent roar. This was an attack of the undead language, causing the visibly faded and very weak evil spirit to freeze. Hobert immediately followed up, seizing this excellent opportunity to alter the evil spirit's fundamental existence and the concept and position of a stalactite at his feet. He didn't actually know what the evil spirit's fundamental existence was, but as long as Hobert had that concept, he could perform distortion. When the evil spirit had previously used the Duke of Entropy's Beander characteristic, it possessed a certain angelic level, so Hobert's distortion of this type easily failed. Now, he finally had a chance to pull the rug out from under it. The stalactite at Hobert's feet disappeared, and in its place appeared a black emblem, which should have been the basis of the evil spirit's existence. Hobert immediately threw an order crystal over, covering the emblem. The evil spirit lost its foundation for existing in this world, its trunk became hollow, and a huge void appeared. The Black Hound spirit beast once again opened its mouth and unleashed another undead language attack. The evil spirit in front of him rapidly faded, dissipating like a wisp of black smoke. He, a cold female laugh echoed in the grotto. Although he only heard a laugh, Hobert seemed to feel her mockery of the Orthodox churches and her indifference to this world. That should have been Megalee's spiritual remnant. Over 1,000 years had passed, and her hatred for the Orthodox churches had never diminished. Hobert sacrificed 2 trophies to himself and then searched around. There was nothing else here besides stalactites. So he withdrew the Black Hound spirit beast's power and used travel to leave the grotto. Only then did he realize that this grotto was actually in the sea, with only a small opening on the island. It was no wonder that the demigods of Loan back then didn't discover this place. Besides the difficulty of detection due to the Emperor of the Underworld level sealed artifact, it was also because this grotto was not actually on the island. Upon returning to the governor's mansion, Hobert plunged into his study, locking himself inside. Then, after building the spiritual wall, he immediately arrived in the country of disorder. Sitting on the iron throne, Hobert first opened the spherical order crystal, revealing the viscous liquid-like Beander characteristic inside. Hobert did not hold it in his hand but let it float in front of him. That bright light blue circle was still very conspicuous. Hobert suddenly felt the aura of the light blue ring was very familiar, and he turned his head to look at a long, box-shaped order crystal on a stone platform beside him. Hobert reached out, grabbing the black box. The lid opened, revealing the rotten meteor inside. He held this ice blue cylindrical sealed artifact in his hand, then used his association ability to beckon towards the circle of light blue liquid surrounding the Beander characteristic. Sure enough, this bright light blue liquid quickly floated over, wrapped around the rotten meteor, and, as if absorbed, disappeared before Hobert's eyes. This cylindrical sealed artifact became brighter than before, and its attacks and abilities seemed to have improved. Hobert put the rotten meteor back in its original place, recovered the lid, and returned it to the previous stone platform. Clearly, the trap prepared to pollute the Emperor of the Underworld back then came from the same source as the rotten meteor. Based on Hobert's previous deductions, it was an outer god related to the Twilight Giant, darkness, and ancient death god pathways. It was no wonder it was easier to pollute the Emperor of the Underworld, while Megalee's contamination was not significant. Just as the mother goddess of depravity more easily contaminates beyonders of the mother and moon pathways. So the question arises, did the god of war or the Evernight goddess once want to utilize something from an outer god to pollute the Emperor of the Underworld? Isn't this helping outer gods invade Earth? Unless it's a matter of life and death, they shouldn't utilize such methods, right? Or have the god of war or the Evernight goddess already been contaminated by an outer god? Hobert shook his head. In his impression, neither of these deities had been affected by influences from the starry sky, but at the divine level, all he knew was their performance in major events. He wasn't actually very clear about the specific situation. Taking a deep breath, Hobert did not continue to ponder, as the known clues were too few. For now, he could only pay more attention to some of the god of war or Evernight goddess's behaviors and first find out who wanted to contaminate the Emperor of the Underworld back then. Then Hobert thought of another question. Did Adam give me the rotten meteor merely to help me seal it? Was there also the purpose of having me remove the Beander characteristics contamination and investigate what arrangements that outer god had on Earth? Hee. Hobert almost laughed. Adam shouldn't be so selfless. Even if he had such a purpose, Hobert had no intention of courting death. Then he thought again. When Herwin Lambus sent the rotten meteor before, Hobert felt he had been arranged after arriving in the country of disorder. But this time he didn't have a similar feeling. It might just be a pure coincidence. Coincidence. When Hobert thought of this word now, it was as if Adam was sitting across from him. He slapped his forehead. I am definitely a severe sufferer of audience phobia syndrome. Finally, Hobert thought, but even if Adam sending the rotten meteor had no other purpose, he should have been able to perceive when he planned to send it that this thing would be of greater utilize to me. The key is that the manipulator, Beander characteristic was clearly the reward Adam paid. If he thought giving out the rotten meteor meant I gained a huge advantage, he wouldn't have given a reward. Hobert sighed, intending to put these matters aside, just as he had thought before. You can't just foolishly ask, can you? Excuse me, brother Adam, why did you send me the rotten meteor? Are you treating me like a junk collector? And brother god of war, are you the reinforcement invited by the outer god? The reason he called him brother was because Hobert felt he should at least be of the same generation as the Giant King. Out of respect for him having already become a god, he called him brother to elevate his seniority. If he really asked that, it's hard to say if he'd get the answer he wanted, but he would definitely get 2 big slaps. Hobert smiled and looked at the Duke of Entropy's Beander characteristic again. This time, the Beander characteristic was normal. Hobert took the characteristic in his hand and immediately heard the cold laughter of, he. There was still a spiritual remnant of Megalee in the Beander material. Hobert realized that if this Beander characteristic were used, he would likely harbor resentment towards the Orthodox churches for a long time and would be more inclined to be close to members of the Solomon family. Hobert immediately crushed the Beander characteristic with a backhand, but no matter how it was crushed, a sequence 2-level Beander characteristic would always retain some spiritual remnants of its predecessors. These spiritual remnants had already mixed with the divinity in the characteristic and were difficult to completely extract. At this moment, Hobert suddenly wondered if Megalee's intense hatred for the Orthodox churches was influenced by her husband's spiritual remnant. He immediately went to the Beander characteristic and rummaged through it. There was only a little more than one frenzied mage characteristic, and the characteristics of other sequences were relatively normal. For Hobert, it was very easy to confirm whether the spiritual remnants of the Beander characteristic's previous owner were strong. If it hadn't been crushed, then the spiritual remnants would definitely be strong. In that case, this Duke of Entropy's characteristic should contain at least two, frenzied mage, characteristics. One was for Megalee's advancement, and one was her husband's. Now there was only one, which indicated that it had been crushed back then, and the spiritual remnant of that Solomon family member was not very strong. This further proved that it was Megalee herself who had always harbored hatred for the Orthodox churches. Hobert then retrieved the emblem that supported Megalee's evil spirit's existence, and again heard the cold laughter of, he he he. He was startled, there was even Megalee's spiritual remnant on this. This fellow had far too many spiritual remnants. However, after a brief thought, Hobert probably understood that the Emperor of the Underworld's sealed artifact should have preserved Megalee's spirit body very well. That is to say, her spiritual remnant must have been relatively strong. Not only did it form an evil spirit, but it also had a significant presence in the Beander characteristic and the emblem. Then Hobert suddenly froze. The Creator now has another angel, doesn't he? Hobert carefully examined the badge in his hand. First, he could confirm that this metal contained the Beander characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway. Moreover, the level of the characteristic was not low, it should be at the frenzied mage level. Looking closely at the pattern carved on the badge, it was a solemn throne, which was the emblem of the Solomon family. Engraved behind the emblem was a name, Anthony Solomon. Based on the emblem and the name, Hobert could easily guess that this should be the badge Megalee's husband wore during his lifetime. He further speculated that Megalee must have requested an artisan to inlay the frenzied mage characteristic from her husband's shattered characteristics into the badge, turning this badge into a sealed artifact. This should not have been difficult for Megalee to achieve after she became an angel, as the Creator had been supporting the Trensost Empire before and after becoming a god. Because it was her husband's relic, Megalee's evil spirit existed with it as its cornerstone. And the Beander characteristic within the badge allowed Megalee to stably exert Sequence 3 level abilities, and by association with the Duke of Entropy's Beander characteristic, Megalee gained the ability to discover and utilize loopholes in the Underworld Emperor's seal. Otherwise, how could a mere evil spirit break through the Underworld Emperor's seal? Even if the Underworld Emperor had fallen and the seal had loosened, the Underworld was still providing power to the seal, making it impossible for an undead creature to break through the seal. But with the Beander characteristic in this badge, it was different. It made the evil spirit very high level upon its appearance, and it had a stable source of power. If it weren't for being inside the seal, it would even have the ability to leave its territory from the start, and at the right moment, perhaps it could return to devour the Duke of Entropy's characteristic and regain its angel level. Hobert stretched out his hand, allowing the badge to float, and injected the power of the country of disorder. As expected, the mental residue within this badge began to shape itself, forming a shadowy female figure. This figure was somewhat ethereal, with an indistinct face, seemingly dressed in a luxurious and intricate court gown. This reminded Hobert of the avenging angel, summoned by the level 6 ultimate ability of the night elf hero, Watcher. The difference was that the ethereal figure before Hobert had mystical symbols flashing with black light all over her body, giving people a sense of immense majesty that dared not be offended. After extracting the power of order, Hobert took the badge in his hand and felt it again. Because the badge and the mental residue within it had a very high degree of compatibility, and the mental residue was quite strong, it could be used up to 8 times. Hobert smiled. This angel thug was more like a subordinate of the Creator, because she corresponded to the sequence of the Duke of Entropy. Currently, the negative effects of this sealed artifact are very strong, but after 8 utilizes, the mental residue within it is basically eliminated, and the negative effects of the sealed artifact will also weaken accordingly. Hobert named it 1-113, and gave it the name Solomon Family Badge. Looking again at the Duke of Entropy's Beander characteristic, which was recondensing, Hobert sighed that the goal of this operation had been perfectly achieved, and there was even an unexpected gain like the Solomon Family Badge. Just as Hobert was about to leave the country of disorder, he suddenly remembered Klein's operation of using the Sea God Scepter to become the new Sea God. Hobert sat back on the Iron Throne and picked up the Solomon Family Badge. Again, can I seize the faith of the Mountain God? How should I go about it? He successively used abilities like association and utilize, but they only allowed him to better utilize the abilities within the badge and did not allow him to feel the connection between the mountain god and the believers. Hobert held the badge in his left hand and tapped the armrest of the Iron Throne with his right index finger. One thing he could be sure of was, since the evil spirit was at the Sequence 3 level, its state was similar to that of the former sea god Kvechua. The prayers of the believers would definitely leave some traces on it. Even if the undead had been eliminated, the faith of the believers would still point to this badge, which maintained the existence of the mountain god. The main problem now is how to alter these connections pointing to the mountain god, to the creator or Lord Hobert. He tried abilities like alter and distortion again, but still had no gains. Hobert fell into deep thought again. The key is that I cannot find the place to distort and alter now, or rather, I cannot find where the connection between the mountain god and the believers is. Just as he was thinking this, Hobert inadvertently glanced at the pond in front of him. He immediately had an inspiration and placed the Solomon family badge in his hand into the pond. This pond had established the connection between the creator and the believers when Hobert was at Sequence 9, so it should have the ability to make the connection between the badge and the believers more obvious. When he tried alter or association again, he could indeed feel the thread-like connection between the mountain god and the believers. Hobert smiled. This way, he could utilize the Solomon family badge to respond to the prayers of the believers, or actively association with them. First, Hobert planned to change the faith in the mountain god to faith in the creator. The problems Hobert and Klein encountered, and the goals they needed to achieve, were different. The most fanatical believers of the mountain god and the power of the mountain god church did not adhere to Hobert as the sea god church adhered to Klein. Because Hobert had basically eliminated them all, there were certainly some who slipped through the net, but with the mountain god gone, they could not amount to much. Hobert's primary goal was to consolidate his rule. Faith in the mountain god greatly affected the rule of the governor's mansion. So it had to be banned. It was the most time-saving and labor-saving operation to simply let the natives convert to the creator. Just as he was about to utilize the badge to issue a divine oracle, Hobert suddenly thought that the creator currently did not need believers, but Hobert, who had already advanced to Sequence 3, had reached the point where he needed believers to stabilize his state. Of course, his humanity kept him in a very good state currently, but what about after advancing to Sequence 2 and Sequence 1? Could he maintain such a good state relying solely on humanity? So Hobert changed his mind. He used the badge to broadcast to all believers, your faith is the manifestation of will and spiritual sustenance, it must not cease. The new Lord of Longtail Island is another incarnation I utilize to redeem you. From today onwards, you shall begin to believe in the deer of the Creator, the great Lord of Longtail Island. My honorific name has also changed. When you pray or supplicate to me again, you must chant the new honorific name. The deer of the Creator. The Lord of Longtail Island and South Colson. The frenzied mage who spreads rampage and backstabs order. Hobert Jeffrey, who brings light to the Knights of Backland. On Longtail Island, where a light rain was still falling, there was a dead silence. Today, the land of the native chiefs and village elders was divided according to population, and they lost most of their property and wives. And they could not get back the property they lost, because soldiers helped guard the fields distributed to their clansmen. At this moment, they were full of sorrow, looking at the gloomy sky outside, silently praying to the mountain god, in their hearts, hoping that the mountain god could kill those soldiers and officials and restore the original system. Suddenly, a majestic figure appeared in their minds. Your faith is the manifestation of will and spiritual sustenance. Not only them, but also the people who had just been allocated land were very confused. From childhood to adulthood, they had worked for the chiefs, village elders, or people from the North Continent, getting food from them. Although the food was almost like pig swill, and they were always met with disdain and insults, they never worried about tomorrow. Because tomorrow would definitely be like today, eating almost like pig swill, and always being met with disdain and insults. Suddenly having their own land and no longer having to worry about food, they suddenly realized how strange the idea of thinking about tomorrow was. They also looked blankly at the sky outside, silently praying to the mountain god, hoping to get some guidance. Just then, a majestic figure appeared in their minds. Your faith is the manifestation of will and spiritual sustenance. They were all filled with tears, prostrating themselves on the ground and kissing the earth, while praying to the new, mountain god, with the most devout posture. He is not the mountain god. Suddenly, someone shouted, "That's not the mountain god, do not pray to him, do not pray to him." This cry was even a bit heart-wrenching, but it was useless. Some people had already received a response, and the shouts were instantly covered by cheers. For so many years, the natives had prayed to the mountain god, so many times, but very, very rarely did they receive a response. Even if they did receive a response, it was only intermittent and they did not understand what it meant at all. This time, the response they received was very clear: that majestic, tall, and oppressive figure must be the mountain god. No, it was another incarnation of the mountain god, the great Lord. Rewind to a few minutes earlier, after the broadcast in the country of disorder ended, Hobert simply tore open the threads connecting the badge to the believers, completely severing their connection with the mountain god. Then Hobert returned to the real world, ready to respond to the prayers of the mountain god believers, to indicate that the mountain god had logged on with another account. But as soon as he returned to the real world, Hobert felt his brain almost explode. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of voices in the local native language filled his mind, one after another, as if he were in an auditorium with tens of thousands of people, everyone speaking at once, and Hobert didn't know which voice to listen to. Although he was mentally prepared, Hobert had not expected that so many people praying at the same time would be a disaster. The believers all spoke the local native languages, with various pronunciations, and even the natives from the plains and the natives from the mountains could not communicate with each other. Hobert usually didn't understand their prayers, and he still didn't understand them now, but he could understand what they wanted to express. Fortunately, Hobert was in good condition. He had just digested 1/3 of the potion, and the injuries to his spirit body from the previous battle had been away by him. After being dazed for a second or two, he quickly reacted. First, Hobert used the association ability to categorize some similar prayers, roughly dividing them into two types. One type was the prayers of the chiefs and village elders. They were very dissatisfied with the current land reform and hoped that the great Lord would kill those officials and soldiers, reclaim their property, and judge the proponents of this harsh system and custom. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. This matter had been initiated by him all along. Was he to judge himself? For this type of request, Hobert uniformly told them, those officials and soldiers are the new divine envoys, sent to save them. However, the process of salvation would certainly be very painful. Hobert told them not to complain, to do their own work well, cultivate the land they received, educate their children, and actively face the changes on Longtail Island. A beautiful future awaited them. The other type was the natives who had just been allocated land. They were very confused and wanted the great Lord to guide them. In fact, to prevent them from having difficulty adapting to their new lives at first, grassroots officials would read out the duties of Longtail Island citizens after distributing the land. For example, cultivating the allocated land well. If a man and woman wished to marry, they should know how to take care of each other, and also to take good care of the children assigned to them or willing to live with them. There were also some daily life details, such as no longer sleeping in the fields, not defecating or urinating on roads or in sleeping rooms, and living separately from livestock and poultry, etc. However, the drastic changes in these past few days made them temporarily unable to heed these regulations. In response to their pleas, Hobert simply took out the previously drafted document and read it aloud. Hobert also used rune language. The natives usually understood at most a few individual words. At this moment, they still didn't know what the Lord was saying, but they could understand the Lord's meaning. After more than 20 minutes of busyness, the peak of prayers passed, leaving only a few sporadic prayers. Hobert temporarily turned off the ability to hear and respond to prayers. Otherwise, a sudden occurrence in the middle of the night would greatly affect his rest. He sat down in a chair by the desk, took a sip of tea, and let out a long breath. Then he sighed inwardly. At the sequence 3 level, a few hundred believers are enough, more believers are useless and even noisy. Hobert stretched, and couldn't help but grin again. being a god feels pretty good. At this time, Hobert's bureaucratic organization had already reacted, and Conrad came in the rain to report the natives' abnormal behavior. Hobert told them to observe first and remain vigilant, and to wait until the next day. After Conrad left, Angus came to report, just now, the mountain god, incarnated as the Lord, and responded to believers' prayers on a large scale. Hobert directly told him, the Creator found and eliminated the mountain god, and bestowed the mountain god's connection with his believers upon me. Angus was surprised for several seconds. The mountain god was just gone. Or was the mountain god so vulnerable before the Creator? Then he smiled. What is there to doubt? The Creator was already very powerful. Finally, he left somewhat excitedly. The Lord is no different from the mountain god now. I wonder if I can receive a similar grant from the Creator after I reach sequence 3. Hobert looked at the clock in the study, then went to the dining room where candles had already been lit, and at the dinner table, he announced to Furs the good news that he had found an Beander characteristic and replaced the mountain god. Almost all the goals of this round of planning have been achieved, Hobert said happily. How about we open a bottle of wine? I haven't had wine for a long time since you hit it. He indeed hadn't had wine for several days, but that was because during wartime, he had to remain 100% sober at all times. Besides, in Backland, Hobert had drunk quite a bit. However, when he said this, Furs was very happy and gestured for a servant to bring a bottle of wine, personally pouring it for Hobert. With Furs happy, their dinner atmosphere was also very pleasant, and Hobert was also very happy. At night, the two naturally stayed together. After their intimacy, they cuddled together and chatted as before. The last item of the plan will begin the day after tomorrow, Hobert said. Once the series of plans is completed, Longtail Island should quickly become self-sufficient, and after a series of constructions, there might even be considerable profits. However, construction work seems to be never-ending. Furs smiled. Just like South Colson, they are still building railways, roads, and housing. Hobert laughed. All the income generated by South Colson should be spent. Only money that is spent can fulfill its purpose. Furs held one of Hobert's hands, playing with his fingers as if they were toys. They had discussed this topic before, and she was more concerned about another issue. Hobert, do we really have to open the streetwalker business in Tutuja Harbor? I mean, it seems we don't need to earn this kind of money. Hobert hugged Furs and sighed. We have to leave a way out for some women. The origin of this business came from Dennis's report to Hobert when Hobert was preparing to recruit the first batch of members for the Demoness Research Society. For the first batch of members, Hobert intended to recruit young women from the East District who were struggling financially and had a desire to change their fate. But Dennis soon discovered that too many women in the East District were living very miserable lives. Dennis's simple report made Hobert recall the social status and plight of grassroots women in India. When he had just taken over the South Colson area before, Hobert had intended to completely prohibit this business in his territory. However, Hobert had to face a cruel fact: there were simply too few jobs available for women in this era. Many factories did not have female worker positions, and now female worker positions were being largely replaced by steam engines. Especially the lowest class women with little education and no background, no one was even willing to hire them as maids. In many cases, selling their bodies was their only way out. On one hand, they were struggling at or even below the poverty line, and on the other hand, opening the streetwalker business in a certain city could provide a certain degree of basic sustenance for some of them. After much thought, Hobert chuckled wryly. What is there to consider? Before filling one's stomach, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame are all luxuries. So, after Dennis recruited 20 members for the Witch Church, Hobert had him go to the East District again to recruit a large number of women who could barely make ends meet. During recruitment, they were directly told that they would be streetwalkers, but 90% of the money they earned after serving clients would be theirs, and they were guaranteed that no one would charge them protection fees in any form. As a result, applicants lined up in long queues, because in the East District, not every woman had the ability to be a streetwalker, as they simply had no place to entertain clients. Moreover, being able to get 90% of the income was enough for them to take a risk and try their luck. Because even for women who were qualified To become streetwalkers, they were tools for gangs and police to make money. Getting half of the money given by clients was already very good. They also had no ability to protect the remaining half. Even women who didn't know what 90% meant understood that it was a lot. However, unlike other places, in Tutuja Harbor, I will guarantee the safety of the streetwalkers, lives and property, Hobert said, and basic sanitary conditions must be met. If they get sick, we will do our best to treat them. Furs said, but I still feel very uncomfortable. Hobert also smiled helplessly. I don't have a better solution either. In Backland, South Colson, and Longtail Island, the positions they can fill are already full. If we don't do this, they might not live long in Backland. Finally, his gaze became resolute again. Let me bear the infamy. Then Hobert sighed. Actually, there won't be any infamy. Because in the South Continent and Rorstad Archipelago, this is a legal industry, and in the North Continent, it also belongs to a gray industry, never explicitly prohibited. Furs sighed. Why didn't I realize before that this era is a complete tragedy? Hobert smiled. Because our abilities have grown. He looked at the ceiling and let out a sigh of relief. Before, our abilities were too small, and the people in our own territory lived very poor lives, so we had no energy to care about others. It's different now. Both territories are thriving, and we have the ability to help more people, which is why we see the sorrow of this era. However, we still have to act within our means and not drag down our own development process by helping others. Furs nodded. I understand. Initially, you need to proactively handle several cases involving streetwalkers, Hobert said. Such actions, in addition to making port staff take the streetwalkers' demands seriously, also represent our attitude. Okay. Additionally, you should also establish some training schools, offering free simple grammar and arithmetic lessons to streetwalkers who are willing to learn, Hobert said. Periodically hold some matchmaking events and encourage them to marry locals from South Colson and natives from Longtail Island. Furs said, that's a good idea. Hobert, however, laughed, but South Colson and Longtail Island are only so big, and their population capacity is limited, and it's almost reaching its upper limit now. Once it exceeds this limit, this method will also be ineffective. Previously, women from Longtail Island were always sold to Byam and the South Continent, while a large portion of men were bought by local mines, so the gender ratio was somewhat imbalanced. At this time, Longtail Island could still absorb some women from Backland, but once the male-female ratio returns to balance, it will basically reach Longtail Island's population limit. Finally, Hobert said, let's talk about future matters later, let's focus on what's in front of us first. Furs hummed and quickly fell asleep. Hobert, as before, gazed blankly at the night sky through the gap in the curtains. Occasionally, he could still hear cheers from afar. Hobert, who hardly slept, was bored, but now he had something to pass the time, responding to believers' prayers. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for the natives of Longtail Island. The next morning, Hobert went to inspect the progress of the land reform in the fields again, and soon he made a major discovery. Many children running and playing in the fields were no longer shouting in the local dialect, but in perfectly pronounced Rune language with a Backland accent. This greatly surprised Hobert. He called them over to ask, but found that they still couldn't understand each other. However, Hobert noticed that the Rune language the children repeatedly shouted was some of the words he had used to respond to the believers yesterday. In other words, yesterday's response not only made the natives understand Hobert's intentions but also taught them those Rune language words. The term, heaven granted, suddenly appeared in Hobert's mind. This should be the most direct influence of a deity on believers. Hobert pondered whether he should utilize the Longtail Island Lords broadcasting system to read newspapers or something to the natives when he had nothing to do. In at most 1 or 2 months, the language barrier would be resolved. Anyway, the Longtail Island Lord was not the creator and didn't need to maintain a certain level of mystery and prestige. While reading newspapers might be a bit exaggerated, some policies could certainly be promoted through broadcasting. Another change was that many natives seemed to understand that the person riding on that horse was the Lord of Longtail Island. They bowed to Hobert from a distance or showed gestures of submission. Before this, when they saw Hobert, they usually looked at the Earl with indifferent eyes and expressions. This was the first time Hobert so clearly felt the convenience brought by the Beyonder world. In his impression, it was extremely difficult to establish effective rule in such native settlements. Because of differences in values, language, beliefs, and customs, conflicts were also very likely to occur between them. Now it was better. Hobert was their belief, and their values and language would gradually align with Hobert's through immersion in the future. The morning inspection left Hobert very satisfied. Longtail Island had basically restored order. People were already working in the fields, while others were repairing their thatched huts. Everyone seemed to suddenly know what they needed to do, no longer as confused as yesterday. After returning to the governor's mansion for lunch, Hobert was just about to go to Tutuja Harbor when he suddenly heard prayers from the country of disorder. It sounded like Klein, so he went to the study, locked the door, and entered the country of disorder. Indeed, Klein's star was expanding. Spreading his spirituality, Klein was praying to the Creator. The battle with Amon's avatar was about to begin. Hobert looked through Klein's star and saw Klein walking out of the washroom at this moment. Why the washroom again? Is this really his divine kingdom? Hobert smiled. Under true sight, he saw Klein make his marionette Enuni, who was in another room, transform into Gehrman Sparrow's appearance. Klein seemed about to command Enuni to do something, but a momentary look of astonishment appeared on his face. Even Hobert of the country of disorder was somewhat astonished, because Enuni suddenly put on a monocle, then twisted open the door to Klein's room with a confident smile. Even with one previous experience fighting an Amon clone, Hobert was once again amazed by the methods of the error pathway. Amon's clone had stolen Klein's marionette. He curved his lips and looked at Klein, saying, "I found you." Then he looked into midair. Why does this gaze feel so familiar? It seems this is a trap set for me. Hobert's mouth twitched. You know it's a trap, why aren't you running? Enuni, wearing the monocle, was not flustered. Instead, he took off the crystal monocle and wiped it with his sleeve. Flora Jacob's destiny contains too many abnormalities. Flora Jacob was the Marauder Pathway demigod who had died in front of Klein previously. He initially hid in the adjacent mansion of Mahet, and was Hazel's Beander teacher. Later, due to the intimidation of Erodes, he fled to a manor in the suburbs. However, because he was parasitizing in the body of a mouse, his condition worsened. When Klein learned that he was about to lose control, to avoid accidentally harming innocent people, he went to the suburbs to deal with this Jacob family demigod. Just at the last moment of the battle, Amon's clone appeared, and Klein fled almost at the fastest speed of his current life. And all those abnormalities came from this street. Amon's clone continued, "It's just that I couldn't see the source of those abnormalities until I came into contact with the mirror in Hazel's room, and then I finally found a clue." He seemed to have a strong desire to show off, recounting the entire process of how he traced it here. Poor Erodes, despite being intimidated and tormented by Amon, did not reveal any information about Klein. However, this made Amon's clone even more certain that the source of this abnormality must be important. Because he knew the origin of Erodes, the fact that this mirror was unwilling to betray someone proved that person's importance. Ultimately, Amon's clone learned of the unusual nature of Hazel's neighbor, Don Dantes, from some of Hazel's descriptions, and thus came looking for him. Perhaps Klein's spirituality sensed the danger, and he was also just about to begin his actions against Amon's clone. After saying all this, Klein asked somewhat strangely, "You don't seem to be in a hurry at all." "Of course not in a hurry." Amon's clone smiled. "Don't you know that the sequence 2 corresponding to my pathway is called Wheel of Fortune? Although I am only a clone, some abilities can still be initially applied. For example, to tamper with your destiny, causing certain errors to appear within a certain period of time. Just like now, no matter how you call for help, no one will notice. Haha, that is to say, even if you activate the night emblem in your hand, you won't be able to transmit the thought of asking for help. And the one who is watching, he will at most watch you, but he dares not descend too much power." At this point, Amon's clone spread his hands. "This is backland. Except for the true gods, no deity dares to descend here. Otherwise, night, storm, and steam will descend together to eliminate this malicious evil god. As far as I know, the existence watching you has not yet been recognized by the 7 gods and is not a true god. Hobert also remembered that there seemed to be a similar agreement among the gods, which was effective not only in Backland but also in the capitals of other countries. Therefore, when the ancient death god's corpse appeared in Fenaport, it triggered the descent of the Earth Mother. But Hobert then thought of the time he had descended once before when he was tricking Medici. However, he immediately shook his head again, because even with the blessing of the country of disorder at that time, he was still very weak, and perhaps he had not disturbed the gods at all. Finally, Aemon said, "This is the reason I said so much just now. For a clone, to complete the above operations, especially to prevent the one who is watching our conversation from saving you in a short time, requires enough time." Both Hobert and Klein were stunned. Just now, they were both on guard against Amon's clone's sudden parasitism, and Amon's topic was very captivating. Although they realized he was stalling for time, they didn't pay too much attention to it. As a result, they were actually deceived by him. Although Hobert in the country of disorder had the King of Angels' status, that was for bluffing. If it were a real fight, Hobert could fight a sequence 1 enemy for 30 to 40 rounds, but battles at this level would last at most 10 seconds. If there was no overwhelming advantage, they would retreat. It was impossible to truly have dozens of back and forth rounds. Dealing with a sequence 2 was no problem at all, but it was only dealing with them. Don't even think about killing the opponent. For an enemy like Amon's clone from this pathway, it was easy to see that the creator was bluffing, which forced Hobert to take it seriously even in the country of disorder. After hearing Amon's clone's words, Hobert was about to utilize, or alter, on Klein to verify the authenticity of the clone's words. But as soon as he raised his hand, Hobert pulled it back, because he suddenly realized that Amon's clone's last words were actually deceiving him. This was only a clone after all. He could sense that a certain existence was watching, but he didn't know who the other party was. His purpose in saying that was, first, to hope that Hobert would make a move so he could observe and determine who the watching existence was. Second, if Hobert were to test his words just now, it would be equivalent to exposing that this existence was unsure and not confident even against a clone. Holy shit. Hobert couldn't help but praise Aemon like this. He realized, those last few sentences from that little brat were all testing me. Hobert made up his mind not to act for now. Klein, in Gehrman Sparrow's form, coldly asked Amon's clone, "Since you have completed the operation in the domain of destiny, why aren't you making a move yet? You seem to be waiting for something." As soon as he finished speaking, Leonard, using Lemonou's magic book rented at this week's Tarot Club, appeared in the courtyard. The old man inside him had already sensed Amon's actions, so he told Leonard to hurry over. "This is what I was waiting for." Amon's clone reached out to Klein, stealing Klein's own destiny and life together. He had been preparing for this theft all this time. The life of this seer demigod was almost in his hands, he just needed to take it at the final moment of attack. Amon's clone's theft was indeed successful, but what was in his hand was only an ordinary bone china teacup. Meanwhile, Klein was sitting on the tea table in the corner of the room. He realized that the creator had just made a move, distorting his concept with that of a teacup. Hobert in the country of disorder and Klein almost simultaneously thought, it was indeed a deception. In terms of status, the creator's abilities could not be restricted by Amon's clone, but it would be hard to say if the main body came. Amon's clone chuckled, pointing at Leonard in the garden and smiling. "That was originally the person I was waiting for, but now, I've changed my mind." As he spoke, he bowed slightly in the direction of Hobert's true sight, then vanished from the spot. A thought flashed through Klein's mind, Amon's clone is running away. If Amon's clone still had time to blather on at this moment, he would definitely say, "Nonsense, of course I have to run. The one watching here isn't King of Angels." Although he dares not descend overtly in Backland, merely descending a portion of his power is enough to constantly influence the battle. At the same time, the knight emblem in Klein's hand suddenly felt slightly warm. This was the creator using the utilize ability, prematurely ending Amon's clone's influence on Klein's destiny. He could now utilize the emblem to send out a signal. As Klein infused his spirituality into the knight emblem, a paper crane appeared in his hand. The paper crane quickly burned, leaving only a small amount of ash. From the ashes, one mercury-colored complex symbol after another sprang forth, instantly forming a huge, illusory, scaleless serpent. On the surface of this silver-white giant serpent, dense patterns and symbols formed one interconnected wheel after another. The giant serpent soared into the sky above Buckland Street, where Klein was, and bit its own tail. Suddenly, Klein's neighbor, Mahet, his family, and the servants all removed the monocles from their faces. Klein's marionette Enuni returned to the adjacent room. At this moment, the marionette was about to take a crystal-like monocle from his pocket. This was the reset of the Serpent of Destiny. Neither Klein nor Leonard were affected, but the other people in the block returned to a few minutes ago. At the same time, Buckland Street seemed to have separated from the real world to some extent, becoming a secret world. Amon's clone inside Enuni immediately reacted. Streaks of light flew towards him from all directions. He recalled the worm of times that had parasitized into other people's bodies, concentrating his power. Then, Amon's clone transformed into an illusion, becoming an illusory, ancient stone-carved wall clock. Dong! With a chime, a hand appeared on the seemingly modeled clock. The hand jumped down a few notches, and Klein saw Leonard outside the window rapidly aging, seemingly turning into an old man of 70 or 80 with a face full of age spots in just an instant. Klein knew that he probably wasn't doing much better. The creator acted again, alter. Because it was in the secret world, it didn't matter if the creator projected more power. Klein and Leonard quickly recovered. The creator had just altered the effect of Amon's clone's ability. At this moment, a modeled clock also appeared behind Leonard. That was the old man, Pales inside him, except this clock looked rather illusory. Amplify. The creator appropriately amplified Pale's power, allowing his power to almost return to its peak state for a short period of time. The ancient clock behind Leonard suddenly became clear and solid. Dong! The bell rang again, but this time, the hand of the ancient clock behind Leonard was turning backward. The hand of the ancient clock transformed by Amon's clone suddenly trembled. After seeming to struggle for a bit, the clock rapidly faded, turning into points of light. Some of these points of light quickly drilled into Leonard's body. The light on the points gradually faded, revealing them to be Worm of Times. Hobert in the country of disorder retracted his gaze and couldn't help but sigh. Amon's avatar is still so annoying. The aftermath of this hunt for Amon's avatar was naturally left to Klein. Hobert returned to the real world, used travel to arrive at Tutuja Harbor, which was still undergoing major construction, and inspected the preparations there. The entire port, which already had the scale of a small city, was bustling with people coming and going. They were all staff members of the casinos, auction houses, brothels, and other establishments built there. In essence, they were all working for Hobert. In the expanded port in the distance, various types of ships were already docked, the vast majority of which were pirate ships, only without pirate flags. Only a few Navy ships were docked here, serving as a form of surveillance over the pirates and observation of Tutuja Harbor's intentions. They did not attack each other, only watched each other. They were all waiting for Tutuja Harbor's opening tomorrow. Hobert walked around the port and heard Klein's voice sacrificing to the creator from the country of disorder. He returned to the governor's mansion's study, entered the country of disorder, opened the sacrificial door, and collected the 6 Worm of Times sacrificed by Klein, which were the spoils of war for the creator. This hunt came to a very successful conclusion. After nightfall, Hobert and Furs came to Tutuja Harbor together to make the final preparations for tomorrow's opening. A new week began, and the sky over Tutuja Harbor on Longtail Island gradually brightened. As 2 banners were unfurled in the port, Tutuja Harbor officially reopened. The banner on the left read, "Pirates in Tutuja Harbor can enjoy the rights of citizens." The banner on the right read, "Wealth deposited by pirates in the Tutuja Harbor Bank, and all assets purchased, are legal property." Because some pirates might not recognize words, people with loud voices were specifically found to explain the meaning of the banners to the pirates. This was a rather sensational piece of news circulating in the raging sea recently. On Longtail Island, pirates were legal citizens. At first, the pirates thought this was a conspiracy by the Navy or the Storm Church, but as more and more news about Longtail Island spread across the raging sea, the pirates learned that this place had become a count's territory, and that it was very different from Lowen's colonies. Gradually, many pirates ventured to investigate, as many desperados on the sea hoped to find a safe and stable place to fence their goods. Not all pirates, like the pirate general, had stable channels for fencing goods. They were often surrounded by the navy or cheated by unscrupulous merchants when fencing their goods. The wealth they risked their lives to plunder, they still had to prevent from being stolen or taken by their companions. Although these people were heinous, they also longed to find a safe place to heal their wounds and a safe place to retire when they were too old to be pirates. There were no old people among pirates, because when they got old, they couldn't run, swim, or kill, so they could only be killed. After hearing the loud shouts from the pier, the pirates did not act immediately, but chose to continue observing. It wasn't until the sun rose that a captain finally sent his subordinates to board the pier. When the pirates cautiously left the pier, the loudspeakers around the pier suddenly blared. Island entry notice: although you have the rights of legal citizens, it does not mean you can do whatever you want. It only means that if your life is in danger, or if you were robbed or stolen from, you can seek help from the port's peacekeepers or official beyonders. However, those who harm others or engage in illegal activities will still be subject to sanctions and punishment. This means that we will pretend not to know about the crimes you commit at sea, but for crimes committed here, you will definitely bear the corresponding responsibility. These island entry notices were very straightforward, and even pirates who had never been to school understood what they meant. This made the pirates who had or had not landed on the island breathe a slight sigh of relief. It seemed the news they had received earlier was more reliable. Leaving the pier, in front of the pirates were 4 neat streets, with residential areas still under construction on both sides. The main road in the middle first housed various administrative offices of the port. After passing the square, there were places for fencing and trading, such as auction houses, pawnshops, banks, and trading houses, as well as entertainment venues like casinos. The street on the left was lined with a dazzling array of bars, various gourmet restaurants, and large, beautiful-looking brothels, and even shopping and consumption areas like department stores. Because the bars had not yet opened, the first batch of pirates to land on the island came to the restaurants and roadside open-air stalls first. Here they observed and probed. But once the food arrived, they had no time to probe each other and began frantically shoveling food into their mouths. In fact, the food they ate at sea was very crude. Even when they docked at some islands, they dared not go to too high-end places because they always had to avoid bounty hunters targeting them, so they usually settled for bars. The quality of food in bars was imaginable. These low-level pirates had not eaten a decent meal in a long time. And Hobert, having gained experience with the food street in South Colson, provided quite good quality food. The pirates themselves did not expect to eat and drink so heartily in the restaurant, and only after their bellies were round did they lean back comfortably in their chairs, observing their surroundings. They noticed that staff members dressed as peacekeepers frequently patrolled the streets. These peacekeepers usually consisted of 3 people. The older one in the middle carried a gun, and the 2 younger ones on either side carried knives and short sticks. The peacekeepers turned a blind eye to the pirates who were eating and drinking heartily, only apprehending 2 pirates who tried to flirt with female waitresses. Someone followed from a distance and found that they took those 2 pirates to the courthouse. The accompanying pirates were still in the square of Central Avenue, where they saw the lord of this place, Hobert, and the mature and beautiful lady of the manor. At Central Square, there was a small platform at this time, with a canopy already set up on it. Hobert was sitting on a large chair at this moment, looking quite majestic, as if overlooking everything in the entire port. The pirates did not dare to meet his gaze at all. The lady of the manor, on the other hand, looked much more relaxed. She sat in a comfortable soft chair, reading a book. There was also a small table beside her, with tea and fruit on it. At this time, the judge was in place, and the pirates' attention returned to the courthouse. In other colonial island courthouses, judges were basically just for show, but here the judge openly tried the 2 pirates. After listening to the female waitress's accusation, and the pirates also admitting guilt on the spot, since the entire harassment act was terminated at the very beginning and did not cause serious consequences, the 2 pirates were sentenced to 1 month of labor reform and each had to compensate the female waitress 5 gold pounds. Seeing this scene, the pirates were stunned, because they had seen trials of pirates, and without exception, they were all death sentences. This made them even more convinced of Tutuja Harbor's external propaganda. Soon, several more pirates who had engaged in fighting were brought in. The judge tried them one by one, and similarly, because their brawls were stopped at the beginning, they were only sentenced to labor reform ranging from half a month to 2 months, and had to compensate the restaurant for economic losses, etc. Because of Hobert's gaze, the pirates dared not stay here long. They firmly remembered the trial process and returned to the previous street, excitedly rushing into the brothel. But upon entering, they were told that they had to take a bath before they could choose the ladies there, and were warned that they could engage in foreplay, but could not maliciously beat the ladies there. The pirates felt that the rules of the brothel here were very strange, but the delicious food in the trial just now had made them realize that this place was different from other islands, so they all followed the rules here and obediently went to bathe. Sure enough, some people ignored the staff's advice and beat the ladies there, so peacekeepers again took away the disheveled pirates. Someone who came back from watching the commotion said that the beautiful lady of the manor had personally inquired about this case, and because the lady's face was bruised, it was ruled as intentional harm. In addition to compensating the lady 5 gold pounds for medical expenses, they also had to compensate 10 gold pounds for lost wages. The streetwalker who received these 15 gold pounds was completely stunned. The judge and the peacekeepers had actually protected her. No one looked at them with disdain or lewdness. On the contrary, a peacekeeper even told her the direction to the hospital. In the brothel, the pirates who were dancing and drinking with the ladies didn't feel much. They already understood that as long as they followed the rules of this port, they would be safe. And the rules of Tutuja Harbor would be told to them in advance, and if they didn't understand something, they could go up and ask. This, on the contrary, gave these outlaws a full sense of security. The streetwalkers behind the brothel, however, were crying. This place really protected them. If they were beaten, customers would really be punished, and they could also receive compensation. In Backland, this was something they dared not even imagine. Around noon, the first batch of pirates who landed on the island went to the commercial area for another stroll, then came back for a big meal. One by one, they rubbed their round bellies and returned to the port, reporting what they had seen and heard in Tutuja Harbor to their captains. The captains were not interested in how gentle the girls here were or how unique the food was, they were more concerned about the prices in Tutuja Harbor. Judging from the expenses of these pirates for eating, whoring, and purchasing daily necessities, the consumption here was not high, especially daily necessities, which were very cheap. Of course, it was very cheap in the eyes of the captains. The prices here were 2 times that of Backland, and 5 times that of Jeffrey City in South Colson. For a long time, most industrial products in the raging sea were basically transported from the North Continent, and the freight and customs duties made the prices of goods very high. But most of the daily necessities sold in Tutuja Harbor were produced in South Colson and Longtail Island, and orders from Backland were also transported through the Traveler's Gate, with no customs duties and very little freight. So, what seemed very cheap to the captains was actually a huge profit for the Longtail Island municipal government. Currently, all industries in Tutuja Harbor are directly operated by the municipal government. After this port reopened, it also opened up investment from foreign capital. This is the only city in Hobert's territory that has fully opened up foreign capital investment business. For example, Jeffrey City, although it can currently attract investment from foreign capital, the industries that can be invested in are limited. First of all, it does not accept any investment in agriculture. Currently, South Colson serves as the stable granary, vegetable, and fruit base for the entire, the Creator, faction. Agriculture there is to be fully controlled by the city government. Only some industrial and commercial investments have been opened. Banks and similar institutions have already moved in, but due to its small size, the city government will not open up pillar industries such as hotels. The situation on Longtail Island is that it is not yet suitable for opening up, otherwise, the natives there would be no match for the merchants and would be continuously exploited by wave after wave of them. That is why only external capital investment towards Tutuja Harbor is fully open on Longtail Island. After the first batch of pirates returned to the port to report, the captains began disembarking around noon. They were more concerned with places like banks and trading houses. Likewise, as they passed through Central Plaza, they were awed by the majesty emanating from Hobert. Every pirate who passed by here instinctively saluted the Earl before proceeding to their destination. Hobert merely sitting there was the greatest deterrent to these pirates. The pirates first went to the bank to understand its services. Some pirates tried depositing money and received a deposit slip with anti-counterfeiting designs. Then they tried withdrawing it, and indeed, it was immediately withdrawn, which gave them no small comfort. However, some pirates with savings still dared not deposit all their savings into the bank. They planned to deposit only a portion of their money, observe for a while, and then try withdrawing it again after some time. Nevertheless, facing the bank manager's promotions, some pirates still changed their minds and deposited all their property into the bank because the bank thoughtfully introduced a heritage delivery service. Assets deposited in the bank can designate one heir and two successive heirs. As long as the heir's address, name, appearance, and other details are clearly written, and if the agreed-upon withdrawal date with the depositor is overdue by 3 years with no one claiming it, it will automatically enter the heritage delivery service. If the designated heir resides on Longtail Island in South Colson, only a 5% service fee of the deposit will be charged. If they reside in large cities on the North-South continent, a 15% service fee of the deposit will be charged. If they reside in areas with poor transportation or if finding the heir takes more than 1 month, a service fee of 20% to 30% of the deposit will be charged. Many people go to sea to provide a better life for their families. At sea, they are pirates who kill without blinking and villains who commit all sorts of evil, but many of them are also fathers and husbands. The bank in Tutuja Harbor launched this service precisely by capitalizing on such sentiments among pirates, and it was quite popular with many pirates. Next, the pirate captains went to the trading house, where they listened to the staff explain the details of transactions. There are 2 types of trading services here. One is public trading, where information about items to be traded can be given to staff in the form of a note and posted on the information wall. If one does not wish to reveal their appearance or other information, there is also a small reception room accessible via a secret entrance where negotiations can take place. The information can then be posted on the information wall after a period of time, or the next day. This service costs 3 gold pounds, and with the receipt, one can stay for free at the Seawind Inn, located to the front left, for 3 days. After 3 days, if one continues to stay, it will cost 6 sous per day. If a buyer cannot be found for a long time, one can choose to go to the pawn shop to trade with the city government. Alternatively, one can entrust the trading house to find a buyer, with a commission fee ranging from 10% to 30% of the final transaction amount. The standard for charging the service fee is determined by the difficulty and time required for storing the traded item. When pirates who choose this service visit Tutuja Harbor again, the trading house will settle the gold pounds obtained from the transaction with the pirate. The other type of transaction is private trading, a service prepared for large-scale transactions. For example, if a cargo ship is robbed and the shipping company has no intention of paying a ransom, then the process of fencing stolen goods will certainly be involved. This is also a troublesome problem for some powerful pirates who lack faction support, the absence of a safe environment for fencing stolen goods. Many pirates are invincible during battles at sea but die during the process of fencing stolen goods. Thus, the trading house provides such an environment for them. Whenever a pirate fencing stolen goods utilizes the trading house's premises, they only need to pay a 100 gold pounds service fee, and the city government can guarantee their safety in Tutuja Harbor. Additionally, they can simply trade directly with the city government, in which case the 100 gold pounds service fee can be waived. Many pirates attempted to initiate large-scale transactions with the city government. The prices offered by the city government were certainly much lower than market prices, but the pirate captains were generally quite satisfied with such prices. Thus, the trial transactions turned into genuine transactions. However, these transactions could not be completed immediately because the pirates had to bring their hidden merchant ships here. After reaching a transaction intent, the staff of the trading house announced a new regulation. If none of the merchant ship's crew members died and the ship was delivered here along with them, the price would be increased by 30% compared to the current standard pricing. If 3 or fewer crew members died, the price could also be increased by 20%. If more than 3 but less than half of the crew members died, only a 10% increase would be given. If half was less than 3 people, it would be calculated as 3 people or less. However, if no crew members survived, the price for the next transaction would be 20% lower than the current standard. This regulation left the captains who initiated the transaction stunned for a long time, marveling at the peculiar rules here. The captains then visited the auction house and the pawn shop. This was essentially a split of the former auction house. The pawn shop was responsible for acquiring items, and the auction house was responsible for selling the acquired items. Outside the auction house, there was a list of today's auctioned items. The items from the first day shocked the pirates, as they included an Beander characteristic of a wind blessed, and the highlight was a magical item corresponding to sequence 6, which is a grade 2 sealed artifact. Goods of this level are very rare in Beander gatherings, especially among pirate transactions, where trading at this level easily leads to backstabbing. Everyone felt the power of Hobert in Central Plaza. His power was the most powerful guaranteed during the transaction process. The pirates were also quite relieved with transactions at the auction house, seemingly having found a new channel for sequence advancement. Many pirates exclaimed that this seemed like a city specifically designed for pirates. It was entirely a pirate's paradise. But the premise was to abide by the rules here, otherwise, it would mean several months or even years of labor reform. Labor reform exceeding 3 years would involve property confiscation, which meant that after the labor reform ended, one might end up with nothing. By the afternoon, the port gradually became lively, and the pirates, having mostly shed their concerns, left their pirate ships and came to the port. Hobert, who had been sitting in the plaza for most of the day, yawned and checked his pocket watch. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Soon, he would return to the governor's mansion with furs to attend the tarot club. Hobert was about to pick up his teacup for a sip, his hand already extended, when he suddenly looked towards the sea. In the low sky near Longtail Island, space suddenly became illusory, and a giant ship floated out from within. The pirates and all the people in the city almost simultaneously stopped talking and laughing, looking towards the sea. Angus and Elliot immediately rushed out, but soon they, along with a few subordinates, also looked towards the sea. When the giant ship completely emerged from the spirit world, everyone felt immense pressure, and many had the urge to kneel. Hobert first used the power of distortion to send furs into the bank, then he altered his own gravity and the gravitational pull on him, slowly flying into the midair above the city. With a raise of his hand, he distorted the immense pressure emanating from the giant ship, and the people in the port collectively sighed in relief. Although the giant ship's flag had not yet been raised, Hobert already realized that it should be the Black Emperor. To Hobert's surprise, sitting on a huge, mottled stone chair in front of the Black Emperor, was a large young man, appearing to be about 15 or 16 years old, with a very delicate appearance, seeming still somewhat naive. This was Erebus, who had taken control of the Black Emperor. Hobert did not know Nastor's predicament, but after seeing Erebus, he basically understood what had happened. This somewhat surprised him. After all, Erebus was only at sequence 4 level before, while Nastor was a frenzied mage. How did he seize control of the Black Emperor? Hobert was almost certain that the other party must have had help. The enormous Erebus waved a hand, and the ordinary waves suddenly turned into giant waves 7 or 8 meters high, crashing towards the port. The sudden giant waves caused the remaining pirates to exclaim in surprise. Such giant waves would not be too dangerous at sea, but in the port, where ships were docked so densely, a single strike from the waves would be enough to make the pirate ships collide and create large holes. But just as the waves were about to enter the port, they suddenly calmed down with a whoosh. This left the exclaiming pirates momentarily unsure how to react. The waves were, of course, prematurely ended by Hobert using his utilize ability. He had originally thought that the Witch Church or the Rose School of Thought might send people to cause trouble today, but what he didn't expect was for this kid to show up. Hobert certainly wouldn't indulge him. He spread his arms. Great King of Air, Emperor of Sea, Monarch of Calamities, God of Storms. Upon hearing Hobert's devout chanting, not only Erebus but also the pirates watching at the port were stunned. At this moment, shouldn't one rush forward and engage in a great battle with the enemy? Why would he recite the honorific name of the Storm of Lord? Hobert's chanting continued. Your devout worshipper reports a very important matter to you. Above the great sea, within your domain, an evil god is attacking innocent people, revealing his evil nature. Erebus twitched his mouth. This is shameless slander. At this moment, Tutuja Harbor suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, and the sea wind also began to howl. The Emperor Hobart's idea was actually very simple. Since Erebus was still at sea, if he encountered problems at sea, he would naturally seek out the Storm of Lord. Besides, as a favored one of the Storm of Lord, how could he possibly participate in future Tarot Club meetings without this skill? Furthermore, Hobart was quite certain about the Storm of Lord's response. In his previous conversation with Truncest, he learned that the Storm Church had once invested in his biological father, Rex. It was estimated that the Storm of Lord must have marked Rex. Although Hobart had never prayed to the Storm of Lord, once he did, he would immediately be detected by the Storm of Lord. This was similar to how Hugh prayed to the Creator. Before Hugh prayed to the Creator, Hobart naturally couldn't mark her. But once she prayed, Hobart could immediately distinguish it, because the Creator knew of Hugh's existence, and Hugh's prayer also conformed to the Creator's wishes. Similarly, the Storm of Lord must also know Hobart. After all, having invested in Rex, it was impossible for them to ignore Hobart. Coupled with the existence of the Creator, which made Hobart more valuable, the Storm of Lord also had a certain willingness to respond to Hobart's prayers. Such prayers would certainly appear immediately before the Storm of Lord. As expected, before Hobart had even finished speaking, the power of the Storm of Lord descended upon the sea. For a moment, the immense pressure made even Hobart tremble, causing him to fall helplessly from high up, and he honestly observed the situation at sea from the shore. The pirates in the port, meanwhile, seemed to recall the most terrifying and helpless disaster they had ever faced. For a moment, like a flock of chickens encountering a natural predator, they scattered in a panic into the buildings on both sides of the street. At sea, wind and rain lashed down, causing the Black Emperor to sway back and forth. Erebus immediately reopened the spirit world to escape. Even if the Storm of Lord had only descended with a partial power, and even with Tamara's help, encountering a partial power of the Storm of Lord at sea meant there was no chance of victory. But now he couldn't leave as he wished. The illusory spirit world in front of the Black Emperor was suddenly replaced by an enormous water column. A fierce wind raged across the entire Longtail Island, as if to overturn the island. Many rooftops and large trees in Tutuja Harbor were swept into the sky. Hobart was shocked by this scene, because he felt that the thickness of the water column had exceeded his psychological endurance. He could only see the edge of the water column as far as his eyes could reach. Even if it wasn't as wide as Longtail Island, it was at least half its width. In fact, that enormous water column was not entirely composed of water, it was a gigantic sea tornado, what Hobart remembered as a dragon sucking water. Hobart, with his scalp tingling, inwardly sighed. At sea, a tyrant is an invincible existence. He really wanted to alter or utilize the strong winds, to make the wind blowing towards the island less intense, but he trembled internally and couldn't utilize his abilities. In the sky, it was the power of a deity. As a Sequence 3, he could only observe its power from afar. The water column was more like a wall of water, blocking the Black Emperor's path. The previously gigantic ship now appeared as tiny as a grain of sand compared to the water column. Erebus's face also showed a hint of panic, influenced emotionally by the tyrant. He quickly commanded the Black Emperor to retreat. But the huge water column pursued and swallowed the Black Emperor. Hobart's spirituality could sense that the center of the water column was hollow, with lightning raging inside, splintering the Black Emperor with flying wood chips, and its main mast had fallen. But suddenly, Hobart could no longer sense the Black Emperor's existence. The gigantic water column also disappeared. In the low sky above the sea, a hazy white mist appeared. The mist made Hobart feel extremely cold and unfamiliar. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and he exhaled white-hot breath with every breath. As the mist slowly dispersed, Hobart roughly saw that the Black Emperor was severely damaged, but its main structure was still intact. Erebus, looking very disheveled, clutched his chest, with many charred, hideous wounds on his body. In his hand was a slender-necked glass bottle, its interior filled with thin, illusory mist, which now had colors like a rainbow. Before the mist had completely dispersed, Erebus immediately took the Black Emperor back into the spirit world and fled the sea area. Hobart immediately understood that although the mist posed no offensive threat to the Storm of Lord, it was extremely troublesome and carried the risk of contamination. Therefore, the Storm of Lord did not hinder Erebus's escape. Hobart glanced at Tutuja Harbor, where many rooftops had been blown away. Fortunately, the Storm of Lord's target had been the Black Emperor just now, otherwise the port would have been blown away. Taking a deep breath, Hobart addressed the dark clouds in the sky. "Thank you for your help, great storm." Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the ground not far in front of Hobart, startling him. The phrase, "What the F***" almost slipped out. Hobart thought to himself, Leodoro is so petty. Isn't it just using their ability to intimidate that little brat? Is it necessary to warn me like this? Immediately, the immense oppressive feeling from the sky disappeared, and the Storm of Lord departed. Splash! A torrential downpour fell on Longtail Island, like countless faucets had been turned on, and it was accompanied by some marine creatures like fish, shrimp, and crabs. Hobart raised a hand, finally able to utilize his ability. The heavy rain, avoiding Tutuja Harbor, fell around the port. At this point, people emerged from the buildings, their faces still showing lingering fear and a sense of loss. They felt as if they had witnessed something beyond, but they couldn't quite articulate what it was. The downpour only lasted for about 10 minutes, and the sky cleared almost immediately. At this time, the staff of Tutuja Harbor also reacted, beginning to clean the streets and organize people to repair the rooftops. On a rainy island, not having a roof would definitely be a disaster. Hobart returned to the central square. The pirates looked at the Earl with fear and reverence. People who make a living at sea, even pirates, more or less believe in the Storm of Lord. And this Earl had actually prayed for and received the help of the Storm of Lord just now, which greatly astonished them. Hobart raised a hand, once again using the ability of distortion. On the high platform in the central square, the chairs and tables that had been blown away earlier, stood up again, returning to their original positions. Then he used the ability of alter to make the water stains and dirt on the tables and chairs float off, making them dry and clean again. Hobart calmly sat back down in the wide chair, and Furs also emerged from a nearby bank, sat beside Hobart, opened the book she had brought with her earlier, and continued to read. The pirates once again felt the subtle pressure emanating from Hobart. Official Beyonders and security officers resumed patrolling the streets, and Tutuja Harbor quickly returned to order. With Hobart present, it seemed as though no chaos would appear here. As the port gradually became lively, Hobart checked his pocket watch again. He and Furs exchanged glances and disappeared together. As soon as Hobart left, the pirates suddenly felt no pressure whatsoever and gradually became arrogant, beginning to intentionally violate the local regulations. It wasn't that they were brainless, but their pirate life made them very annoyed with following other people's rules, and they couldn't help but break them. But soon, after a captain at Sequence 6 level, and 3 relatively well-known pirates at Sequence 6 or Sequence 7 level, were besieged and killed by official Beyonders, the pirates realized that among the official Beyonders of Tutuja Harbor, there were at least 2 Sequence 5s. If these Beyonder pirates had not resisted and allowed the official Beyonders to arrest them, they would have simply been taken to court for trial and not killed. But how could pirates of this level not resist? The pirates were once again intimidated by the deaths of these well-known pirates, and even without Hobart present, they dared not be too presumptuous. This also showed another characteristic of pirates: as long as they are suppressed by force, they will be very willing to abide by the rules set by the strong. Just as they would not disobey the captain's orders unless the captain was severely injured or gravely ill. Soon, the pirates discovered that they were actually quite free here. They could spend lavishly as long as they didn't violate the rules, and no one would bother them. The key was that it was very safe here. There was no need to worry about sudden naval searches, nor about being attacked by other pirates. Hobart and Furs returned to the governor's mansion. With almost no hesitation, they both lay down on the couch by the window. "How did you do that?" Furs asked at this point. "How did the Storm of Lord respond to your prayer? You are clearly a favored one of the Creator. And a member of the gathering initiated by Fool. With connections to 2 evil gods, why could you still receive a response from the Storm of Lord?" Hobart smiled. father has a friendship with the Storm of Lord. Furs recalled talking to Monliza, and it seemed their family were followers of the Evernight goddess. But before she could ask further, her vision was obscured by the gray fog. When she came to her senses, they had already appeared gray fog above, on either side of the bronze long table. In the magnificent and majestic palace, Justice, Audrey, as usual, was the first to approach the head of the bronze long table, lightly lifting her skirt and bowing. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After the greetings concluded, this tarot club officially began. Hermit, Catalia lowered her head, just about to speak to the head of the bronze long table, when, the fool, Klein suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, this materialized pair of glasses conceal your eye of peeping." Catalia breathed a sigh of relief and then raised her head. "Thank you for your help." The Emperor, Hobart, was slightly taken aback. The hermit has advanced to demigod. Otherwise, she wouldn't be worried about seeing things she shouldn't. Through their conversation, the other members also realized that the hermit had advanced. Audrey smiled slightly. "The third demigod. The third demigod among the Tarot Club members. I really hope I can advance quickly too." The hanged man, Alger's posture unconsciously shifted, adopting a somewhat defensive stance. At this moment, he felt a little uncomfortable. The hermit is also a demigod, and his digestion of the potion was already very limited, because now he only dared to sing in places where no one was around, or he had to secretly swim far out at night to sing freely. More than once, large groups of sea fish had fainted from his singing. But the speed of digesting the potion this way was still too slow. Moon Emlyn, meanwhile, showed a slight smile. "I am also a Scarlet Scholar, and I believe I will soon be one of the demigods." At this moment, Catalia spoke again, in a respectful tone. "Great Mr. Fool, this time there is a page from Rosal's diary." Klein said in a tone that showed no emotion. "Very good, you can ask a question or make a request now." Catalia, however, said, "Respected Mr. Fool, can this question be accumulated until next time?" Klein's heart skipped a beat. Accumulate until next time. Could it be that Queen Mystic had prophesied something? However, to maintain Fool's image, Klein didn't ask why, but simply nodded and said, "All right." Catalia said no more, materialized that page of the diary, and then flashed to Mr. Dorr's hand. The content of this page of the diary was not complicated. It was basically Rosal and Mr. Dorr discussing the second blasphemy slate. The time was probably not long after Rosal had seen the blasphemy slate. Regarding the origin of this blasphemy slate, Mr. Dorr gave a definite answer. Ancient sun god fell, blasphemy slate was born. Combining the information he had previously obtained from Hobart, Klein easily understood Mr. Dorr's meaning and realized that Mr. Dorr also knew many secrets. Rosal had similar thoughts, and then they talked about the first blasphemy slate and asked Mr. Dorr about its origin. Mr. Dorr only vaguely replied, "In the misty ancient times, some great existences also appeared." Klein thought of everyone's previous discussion about the first blasphemy slate. At that time, some members speculated that the first blasphemy slate might be the product of a powerful existence that fell a long time ago. After reading this page of the diary, Klein withdrew his gaze, made the diary in his hand disappear, and then, he calmly looked around, smiled and said, "You may begin." At this time, except for the star Leonard and Alger who had promotion needs, the other members had just completed their promotions not long ago and had no needs. However, Leonard was different from Alger. He had a high degree of loyalty to the church and had no intention of secretly promoting. Moreover, his current merits were almost reaching the standard for Sequence 5 promotion, so he would not seek a potion formula at the Tarot Club. As for Alger, he still had a long way to go before completely digesting the potion. Even if he digested the potion, he would have to make some preparations before promoting, because promoting to a demigod meant breaking with the Storm Church. Thus, after a brief silence, Emlyn cleared his throat and said to Magician Furs, "Lady, for the next 2 weeks, I might need to read Limano's magic book once." Furs immediately agreed, "No problem." But she couldn't help but add, "Try not to record the full moon ability." Emlyn agreed. Alger on the side asked, "Is the Blood Ancestors hunt for primordial moon believers about to begin?" This was a piece of news Emlyn had announced at last week's Tarot Club. "Yes." He said, "Once the plan is finalized, I will ask everyone for help and advice." Then Emlyn turned to Hobart and said, "This matter is still in the planning stage. I don't know if the blood ancestor will seek your help." Hobart nodded. "When your higher-ups ask you to come to me, we will discuss this matter." Okay. After this topic ended, the world Gehrman Sparrow at the lower end of the bronze long table said to Leonard, "Help me ask that person if he has seen the second blasphemy slate." Blasphemy slate. The other members thought of the previous discussions about the blasphemy slate and looked at Leonard with some surprise and bewilderment. Catlia thought, "The Star Mister is indeed not as simple as he appears. Someone he knows has actually seen that mysterious blasphemy slate. Is it a high-sequence existence from the Zoroaster family?" Leonard himself was startled. He was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Okay." Then the world asked Hobart, "Besides what we discussed before, do you have any new information about the first blasphemy slate?" Hobart pondered for a moment before saying, "Yes." "What is it?" Klein immediately manipulated the world and asked, "What price do I need to pay?" "I can tell you for free, tell everyone." Hobart said very generously, "Because that information is very vague, I can't guarantee whether it is completely correct." He felt that it was time to reveal some information about the ancient times. And he could also take the opportunity to praise Fool, because Hobart had already used his free time to carve 20 silver pieces for making talismans. Since he intended to fleece Fool Mister, he naturally had to give some sweetness first. Thinking of this, Hobart added, "However, that information might offend Fool Mister, so I can only announce it after Fool Mister approves." The other members all looked expectantly at the head of the long table, their thoughts self-evident. "Emperor has blasphemed and offended the gods more than once or twice, please forgive him again." Klein thought to himself, "When you said this information was free, Fool had already forgiven you." He used Fool's persona and said, "You may." "Yes." Hobart said in a feigned manner, "I remember when we discussed the first blasphemy slate before, we talked about whether it might have been formed after the fall of a powerful existence in ancient times." But the discussion stopped there. Everyone nodded. Indeed, the discussion stopped there because they didn't know what conditions were required to form a blasphemy slate, nor did they know which specific existence was still at the level of the ancient sun god, so the discussion only went that far. Only Leonard was a bit helpless. "Here we go again, it's like I took a long sick leave and returned to class, and I don't know where the lesson is anymore." Then he thought, "I wonder if the old man knows about this. I can ask him to catch up on the lessons." Hobart continued, "This information was obtained quite by accident. I was asking the Creator another question when I inadvertently heard the Creator say, 'In the distant ancient times, there was not only chaos and disorder, but also two, old one, level existences appeared simultaneously.'" The other members were first stunned, and then somewhat surprised. They had spent a lot of effort before to understand the level of the ancient sun god, and they didn't expect that there were actually two such existences in the ancient times. Audrey even wondered, can this world accommodate both of them at the same time? Klein, however, thought, up until now, why have I not received any historical information about these two? Logically, such existences should leave many traces. Even Rosal's diary doesn't. No, he suddenly thought. Today's diary mentioned that Mr. Dorr once said, "In the misty ancient times, some great existences also appeared." Perhaps Mr. Dorr also didn't know what kind of existences they specifically were, only vaguely knew that they once existed. At this time, the son Derek asked, "Emperor Mister, are you saying that two creators appeared in the ancient times?" "No," Hobart explained, "my understanding is that existences at the same level as the ancient sun god are not necessarily all creators." Alger understood Hobart's meaning. In other words, one of them is similar to the ancient sun god. Hobart nodded. "This is my conjecture. We know that the fall of the ancient sun god formed the second blasphemy slate. So, is the one who formed the first blasphemy slate very similar to the ancient sun god in many ways? In my opinion, there are only two similarities. The first is similar level, and the second is similar sequence. If the level is similar, that is, as long as a certain level is reached, a blasphemy slate can be formed, then there have been at least three existences of this level from the ancient times to now, so shouldn't there be three blasphemy slates? Because there have always been only two blasphemy slates in legends, does that mean that a blasphemy slate cannot be formed just by reaching a certain level? Relatively speaking, the second point is more reasonable. We said before that the ancient sun god mastered 5 adjacent sequences. Besides these adjacent sequences, there are no other adjacent sequences that reach as many as 5. Although sequences like Sleepless and Hunter also have 5, they seem to be different from the 5 sequences mastered by the ancient sun god. Then can we draw such a conclusion? The sequence where the ancient sun god is located is relatively special, and it is very likely that only existences who have mastered these 5 sequences can form a blasphemy slate after their fall. From this, I infer that one of the existences in the ancient times was very similar to the ancient sun god. The other members first digested this information before sincerely admiring Emperor's reasoning ability. This conjecture's logic was very clear, and there was almost no room for refutation. Klein sighed. This should not only be a matter of thinking, but also a matter of sequence. Once a lawyer grasps some clues, they can utilize their powerful logical ability to deduce a large amount of information and intelligence. It's the kind of sequence that, if you give him a lever, he'd dare to pry up the earth. Derek asked, Emperor Mr., what about the other, old one, level existence? Have we traded information about him before? Or exchanged any clues about him? The other existence. Hobart smiled slightly and made a, please look, gesture towards the head of the bronze long table. Seeing this gesture, everyone, including Klein, was stunned, but then their hearts erupted like a volcano. Some had stiff backs, some were so surprised that their minds went blank, and some almost jumped up. Finally, they almost simultaneously converged on the same concept in their minds. Fool Mr. was an old one from the ancient times. The first to recover was Klein. This is too sudden, no one informed me. He smiled helplessly, and then realized that this news was very crucial. This is the Creator's view of Fool. Or rather, it is the view of a true, awakening God towards Fool. I had even speculated before whether Hobart's situation would be similar to mine, and if the Creator was Hobart. Now it seems that this conjecture was truly naive. While sighing, Klein also glanced at the magnificent hall with the corner of his eye. It is very likely that this space-gray fog above caused the Creator to make a misjudgment. So, does that mean this space comes from the ancient times? Does it originate from another mysterious, old one? Were those people in front of the light door brought from Earth by that old one? The other members also gradually recovered. Alger sighed. No wonder Emperor said that this information would offend Fool Mr. This is indeed a blasphemy against Fool Mr. No, Fool Mr. agreed for Emperor to discuss this matter, which means that Fool Mr. is willing to make this information public. To let everyone understand the history of the ancient times, and to let everyone have a sufficient understanding of Fool Mr. This must be an important part of Fool Mr.'s recovery of power. Leonard felt as if a layer of cold sweat had appeared on his forehead, but when he touched it, he remembered that he was currently in a spirit-body state, so where would the cold sweat come from? Ancient times. Ancient times was the mythical age of chaos, and it seemed that the entire epic was shrouded in mist and chaos. This is the first time I've heard that there were actually some rational existences in that era. And now, since Fool Mr. hasn't corrected it, does that mean he tacitly agrees that what Emperor said is true? Then that's too terrifying. Katlia, on the other hand, sighed. I feel like my mystic potion is almost digested. Does this indirectly prove the truthfulness of Emperor's information just now? After the surprise, Derek couldn't help but feel excited. No wonder Emperor Mr. reminded me many times that only Fool Mr. can save City of Silver. It turns out that Fool Mr. is on the same level as the omniscient and omnipotent Lord. Furs sighed and thought, how did Hobart hold back such a big secret? He never revealed it before. Will he? He must know more secrets. Emlyn was a little incredulous. Fool Mr. is actually in existence from ancient times. Is he older than our ancestor? Not necessarily. Maybe our ancestor also existed in ancient times, but only became a god in the second epic. Audrey probably had a similar idea. Since the Creator knows the information about Fool Mr. coming from ancient times, is the Creator also a god who fell into slumber for some unknown reason in ancient times and is only now beginning to awaken? Then she thought again. I even guessed that Fool Mr. was Destruction Magic Wolf before. I was too naive. As everyone's imaginations unfolded, Klein found that while the Emperor's intelligence shocked everyone, their attitude towards Fool became even more reverent and complimentary. After all, Fool Mr. is a god, and Fool Mr. is an old one from ancient times, or fundamentally different. After giving everyone about half a minute to digest the information, Hobart said, "This is all the information I know for now." He added, "Information about ancient times is very precious. The reason it's free this time is that most of it is my speculation, and it's very vague, so it's hard to price. It's better to share it with everyone." Catlia said, "If you have new information about ancient times, can you trade it again at the Tarot Club?" She believed that after 3 or 4 more such trades, her potion would be completely digested. Hobart smiled and said, "It's also very difficult for me to obtain such information. Next time, I will definitely charge, and the standard will be very high." Audrey then said, "We can discuss the price first. If we can provide the remuneration you need, we will proceed with the transaction." Hobart nodded. "Okay, no problem." At this moment, Alger suddenly thought, "Emperor Mr., I remember you mentioned before that you got a lot of information about the second epic from Demon Monarch, Farbati, right?" "Yes. In fact, not much was obtained from Farbati, but Hobart used this as the source of information, which made the information appear very reliable and relatively reasonable." Alger then said, "Can you tell us more about the second epic?" Hobart thought for a moment. "How about this, I'll help everyone sort out the general history of the second epic, but information of this level is already difficult to measure in gold pounds. If you are willing, you can pay in another way." Catlia, who was also very interested, immediately said, "What way?" "Complete 1 demigod level task I issue, or 3 sequence 5 level tasks," Hobart said. "Similarly, you have the right to refuse, but you must complete a total of 1 or 3 tasks to repay the debt. If a sequence 5 level task had to be measured in gold pounds, it would start at 6,000 pounds. And everyone recalled the previous information transactions, where the Emperor's pricing was always 800 or 1,000, but this time it suddenly increased in price. However, everyone also knew that this was a more normal price, and a very reasonable one. Hobart spread his hands and said, "This pricing is because I don't really have much demand for gold pounds anymore. The only demand I might have is for personnel. For example, when it's inconvenient for me to show up, or even when the power of the Creator is inconvenient to show up, I need demigods or sequence 5s to help me solve some problems. In addition, I believe everyone is aware of the true value of second epic related information. If the information were priced at the previous rates, it would first be too cheap, and secondly, it would take multiple transactions to get you to provide an insignificant favor. For me, this is a huge loss, which is why I want to change the form of the transaction." Catlia was the first to say, "I don't think there's a problem. After all, information from the second epic is not like information from the fourth epic or even the third epic. Information from those 2 eras still has some traces to follow. But besides some elf ruins, I've found almost no information about the second epic. This era is too distant from us, the traces of its existence have long been worn away by time. This is the main reason why this information is so valuable. It should be differentiated in price from the previous information to reflect its true value." Alger also said, "That's right, the mere fact that you are willing to trade this information with us is already priceless." Audrey then raised her hand. "What about us members who haven't advanced to sequence 5 yet?" Hobart smiled and replied, "We'll talk about it after you advance to sequence 5, or complete more sequence 6 level tasks." The other members also expressed their willingness to accept this pricing, with only the world belatedly stating his position. It wasn't that Klein was unwilling to accept such a pricing, but that he was thinking about something else. Hobart actually said that he didn't have much demand for gold pounds anymore. "As a demigod, why do I always feel like I don't have enough gold pounds to spend? Is it because Hobart only had this change after reaching sequence 3? Klein thought, "This means I feel greatly motivated to advance to sequence 3. Now that the price was agreed upon, Hobart said, "Then let's begin." According to Farbati's description, the second epic is roughly divided into 3 eras, in chronological order: the Sprouting Era, the Era of First Radiance of Fire, and the Twin Era. Everyone listened attentively to the Emperor's description. This feeling was too familiar to them, like looking at unknown history from a bird's-eye view. And not like a jigsaw puzzle, where they could only glimpse a corner of history and could not see the whole picture. In the sprouting era, Beander creatures gradually gained intelligence. At this point, Hobart raised his hand. I know what you're going to ask. This conflicts with the ancient times information I just mentioned. I realized this problem before, and just as I was about to find an opportunity to consult the Creator, I suddenly thought that these two pieces of information might not conflict. Then I carefully recalled Farbody's wording when describing this information, and I can confirm that he said, Beander creatures. These creatures, such as giants, dragons, etc., before. At this moment, Emlyn suddenly reminded, and blood ancestor. The other members all showed a knowing smile. Yes, and blood ancestor. Hobart smiled somewhat helplessly. Where was I just now? Oh, right, we discussed this issue before. An existence at the god level is already fundamentally different from mortals. So, can an existence at the Old One level, like ancient sun god, still be described as a creature? Klein nodded. That's the logic, but it always feels like an insult, or rather, insulting fool. Catlia also understood Hobart's meaning. In other words, in ancient times, Old One level existences had a certain degree of intelligence, but the Beander creatures at that time did not necessarily have intelligence. These two pieces of information are indeed not contradictory and do not conflict. The other members also successively understood the Emperor's meaning. They once again sighed that the Emperor's thinking was always so unexpected, yet he always managed to find the key to the problem. Hobart continued, in the sprouting era, Beander creatures advanced through the barbaric method of mutual devouring. Although they had a certain degree of intelligence, it should have been very limited. It wasn't until the 8 ancient gods appeared one after another that this barbaric method of advancement improved slightly. But it was only a slight improvement, because the ancient gods' bodies contained a large number of high sequence, Beander characteristics, and the devouring and fall of high sequence were no longer so frequent. In my opinion, after the ancient gods appeared, devastating battles for the creatures of the entire continent would simply no longer break out frequently. As for the accumulation of Beander characteristics within the ancient gods' bodies, I think that once a certain level is reached, the accumulation process will not have many twists and turns. Because of the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law, they should always encounter Beander characteristics that are identical or similar to those within their own bodies during the devouring process. This allowed the Beander characteristics within the 8 ancient gods' bodies to have a main support. For example, Demon Monarch, Farbati, whom we discussed in detail before, primarily contained Beander characteristics of the criminal pathway. Because of the existence of such Beander characteristics, the 8 ancient gods, although relatively insane, possessed a certain degree of intelligence. Catlia marveled at how perfectly the Emperor applied the Beander characteristic law, and how reliable his conclusions always were. This time, Leonard no longer lamented that the Emperor's intelligence was too detailed, because he had already gotten used to it. Hobart continued, the sprouting era lasted for an unknown number of years and experienced unknown brutal battles. After the ancient gods formed 2 opposing factions, the era of first radiance of fire began. We mentioned those 2 factions before, but not in enough detail. This time, let's talk about them in detail. Everyone listened very attentively, loving to hear the emperors talk in detail. The 2 factions were the pan-human faction and the non-human faction. The pan-human faction included Giant King, Ulmir, Elf King, Suniasolam, and Blood Ancestor, Lilith. The non-human faction included Dragon of Imagination, Anquelt, Undying Bird Ancestor, Gregare, and Alien King, Quasi-Tuon. In addition, the 2 ancient gods, Destruction Magic Wolf, Phlegre and Demon Monarch, Farbati, did not join any faction. Hobart changed his sitting posture slightly and said in a serious tone, I found a problem here. Humans at that time were similar to the curly-haired baboons of today and were not the mainstream of the Beander world, or rather, the rulers of the world. So the question arises, why were the 2 factions at that time named pan-human and non-human? Just like now, with the increasingly tense situation in North Continent, the Loan Kingdom and the Fursak Empire will inevitably seek allies. If they formed two military alliances, they wouldn't be called the curly-haired baboon faction and the non-curly-haired baboon faction, would they? Emlyn thought. The Emperor's question is very strange, but it somehow seems to make some sense. From behind the grey fog, the fool, Klein thought to himself, before, I was lamenting that Hobert's way of thinking was more akin to people from the AD era. Now it seems I was careless, I don't have such bizarre and abnormal thoughts. Justice, Audrey smiled slightly, is this how all lawyers think? However, Hobert seems to have discovered many problems using such strange reasoning. The other members also seemed to realize that there was some hidden secret within this naming. The Emperor, Hobert continued, after much thought, I came up with two answers. The first is that while this period of history involved the struggles of ancient gods, the Beander races who later became dependent on these ancient gods successively exited the stage of history. The blood ancestor has surviving historical records, but what about the giants, dragons, and elf? They might also have some historical materials and records, but it's highly likely that they were destroyed along with their races when they faced extinction. Moon Emlyn couldn't help but raise his chin again upon hearing this. Hobert didn't pause. Since the Second Epoch, humans gradually became the protagonists of the era and the world. So, is it possible that the currently existing history of the Second Epoch was written from a human perspective? Farbati was also deeply influenced by humans over the long years, which is why he used human understanding of that time to explain things to me. This is very likely to happen. Demons were a Beander race in the Second Epoch, but after the potion advancement system emerged, humans could also become demons. Additionally, in order to conceal themselves, demons had to live among humans, and some intermarriages were bound to occur. Perhaps it was precisely because humans influenced demons little by little in this way, and demons in turn influenced Farbati, that demon monarch also appeared in human form when communicating with me. Everyone nodded slowly, feeling that the Emperor's conjecture was very convincing and logically sound. Magician, Furs suddenly realized, Hobert rarely uses his forced persuasion ability on others. Could it be that his ability, like now, makes people feel that what he says is very reasonable, without them even realizing they've been forced persuaded? Then she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I've never noticed Hobert using it on me. Probably, maybe he hasn't used it on me, right? Hobert continued, let's review the second era of the Second Epoch, called the Era of Initial Radiance of Fire. Whose initial radiance was it? After the ancient gods appeared, Beander creatures had already entered a relatively prosperous era. Could it still be called initial radiance, then? For them, the initial radiance would have been in the era of germination. Therefore, I believe that the initial radiance here refers to humans. Further speculation leads to the conclusion that naming the ancient gods' factions at that time as the pan-human and non-human factions becomes completely understandable. Hermit, Catalia sighed, perhaps it won't take 4 transactions, at most 2 such transactions, and my potion will be basically digested. Moon Emlyn was somewhat reluctant to accept this view. In the Second Epoch, the blood ancestor was one of the dominant races. Why don't we have a history from the blood ancestor's perspective? But thinking of the previous discussion he had with the Emperor about humans and the blood ancestor, he had no choice but to accept this fact. The Sun, Derek sighed, I've also heard descriptions of the pan-human and non-human factions, but why didn't I think of this point? Klein, on the other hand, seemed to see humans, tormented by madness and enslavement, still not forgetting to record their own history. This indeed seemed like something humans would do. At this point, Hobert continued, as for the second conjecture, it is too astonishing. Before I have conclusive evidence, I will temporarily not disclose it to everyone. Hobert planned to discuss that conjecture after the Sun and the others explored the giant court. He directly moved on to the next topic. Let's refer to those 2 factions in a human way. After detailed analysis, I found that these 2 factions also have 2 characteristics. One faction is relatively rational, and this refers to the pan-human faction. Giant King, Elf King, and Blood Ancestor each only have one main pathway within them. Giant King corresponds to warrior, Elf King corresponds to sailor, and Blood Ancestor corresponds to apothecary. Although they certainly have Beander characteristics from other pathways within them, relatively speaking, there is a primary and secondary distinction. The other faction should be relatively more insane, because apart from the alien king, the other two ancient gods have two non-adjacent Beander characteristics within them. Undying Bird Ancestor has characteristics from the Corpse Collector pathway and the Apprentice pathway, and Dragon of Imagination has characteristics from the Spectator and another pathway. Hobert paused here and said, "Currently, I haven't received definite information about which pathway the other pathway in Dragon of Imagination is. But I suspect it should be the Reader pathway. After all, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was once a subordinate god of Dragon of Imagination. And in the third epoch, after Dragon of Imagination fell, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom became and King of Angels. It is very likely that Dragon of Imagination provided him with all or part of the Beander characteristics needed for his advancement." At this moment, Leonard no longer felt that such topics were blasphemous. He was already getting used to the blasphemous remarks provided by the Emperor. He merely felt a little emotional, so the God of Knowledge and Wisdom also has such a dark history. And since Hobert had briefly mentioned this matter before, the other members were not surprised. Hobert continued with his original topic, considering that the Beander characteristics within Dragon of Imagination or from adjacent pathways, then his state should be better than that of Undying Bird Ancestor. But it shouldn't be much better, because no one knows if he orderly devoured the relevant Beander characteristics. According to my understanding, if Dragon of Imagination first possessed the relatively complete characteristics of a spectator, and then devoured the reader pathway, his state among the ancient gods should belong to the better category. However, based on the conjecture of the second epoch, such orderly devouring is almost impossible, so his state might only be slightly better than Undying Bird Ancestor. Finally, let's talk about Alien King. Based on current information, although he primarily possesses the Beander characteristics of the prisoner pathway. But as we all know, sequence 8 of this pathway is called lunatic. Through my observation of the Rose school of thought, if this pathway is not controlled properly, one will lose rationality and tend towards madness. And for Alien King, who advanced without auxiliary materials, without corresponding rituals, and possibly even skipped sequences, his rationality should also be a major concern. Therefore, in my opinion, the factions of the ancient gods at that time might have been two factions, relatively rational ancient gods against more insane ancient gods. Most of the members of the Tarot Club had seen members of the hedonist faction within the Rose school of thought and knew that they had the ability to gain power by sacrificing rationality, and also knew that they easily lost rationality in the face of desire. Therefore, they all expressed strong agreement with the Emperor's profound analysis. Let's look at the last two ancient gods. Hobert, seeing that everyone had no doubts, continued, "I believe that Destruction Magic Wolf didn't want to join a certain faction, but rather because he was hostile to a member of one of the two factions. This is a deduction based on the relevant laws of Beander characteristics. Destruction Magic Wolf possesses the Beander characteristics of the Sleepless and Seer pathways respectively. These two pathways are adjacent to the Warrior pathway, which the Giant King, in the Pan-Human faction, possesses, and the Corpse Collector and Door pathways, which the Undying Bird Ancestor, in the Non-Human faction, possesses. At this level, the mutual attraction of the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law should be very strong. The external manifestation is that Destruction Magic Wolf is very likely to break out in war with Giant King and Undying Bird Ancestor. Therefore, he would not join, nor would the other ancient gods invite him to join any faction. Justice, Audrey recalled Hobert's previous speculation about the Six Gods faction and the True Creator faction in the fourth epoch. In my eyes, those Beander characteristic laws were just laws. I didn't expect them to be used like this. But then again, laws aren't just for show, they're meant to be used. It's just that I'm not very good at using them." Klein, from behind the gray fog, also believed that Hobert's speculation was infinitely close to the truth. Beander history, in essence, is the history of Beander characteristics. It is a very appropriate approach to deduce Beander history using the laws of Beander characteristics. Hobert then said, "As for Demon Monarch, Farbati, he is indeed a rather unique existence. He is an adjacent pathway to Alien King, and his pathway leans towards cold-bloodedness, so he also seems to have good rationality. But for some reason, he didn't join the pan-human faction. Perhaps because of his cold-bloodedness, he didn't want to join any faction or have any involvement with other ancient gods. And perhaps it was precisely because he was very rational and perceived that the emergence of the two factions was actually a fuse for frequent wars, that he did not participate in any faction. At this point, Hobert casually said, of course, it might also be because the ancient gods generally believed at that time that the demon race was not a member of pan-human. Leonard frowned. Demons are demons. In ancient times, they were naturally different from humans. It was only later, when some humans consumed potions from the criminal pathway, that the boundaries between the two races blurred. Then he seemed to realize that the Emperor's last sentence was not simple, but he had no immediate idea what the Emperor was specifically referring to. Audrey and the other members also noticed this, but Hobert did not delve deeper, instead continuing, in the era of initial radiance of fire, the ancient gods expelled some chaotic Beander characteristics from their bodies through reproduction and other means. This allowed the ancient gods to gradually gain more rationality in this era. By the last era, the era of twins, the ancient gods were already relatively rational compared to the era of germination. The era of initial radiance of fire and the era of twins are divided by the divine war between Blood Ancestor and Destruction Magic Wolf and Alien King. We've previously discussed in detail the divine war where 3 ancient gods fell. Although some questions remain unanswered, we've largely sorted out the general situation. Seeing Leonard's blank expression, Hobert said, to accommodate new members, I'll briefly explain again. According to information I've since obtained, this divine war was a massive conspiracy. Once I understand all the intelligence, I might make another transaction regarding this divine war. At this moment, Emlyn interjected, please try to gather some information about the Blood Ancestor, as well as the individuals who betrayed our ancestor. I mean, information about the deities. All right, Hobert casually agreed and continued, this divine war had far-reaching effects. The Giant King and Elf King accused each other of being traitors, and the pan-human alliance consequently disintegrated. Among the subsidiary deities of the 3 fallen ancient gods, the beauty goddess defected to the Elf King, who later became the Empress of the Trensost Empire. The god of spiritual items obtained the relevant Beander characteristic during the war and advanced to the King of Angels level in the 3rd epic, becoming the Bound God. The god of the undead defected to the Undying Bird Ancestor, who became the Underworld Emperor in the 4th epic. The god of wishes has hardly appeared in people's sight since that battle. Antigonus and the Mother of the Sky, who appeared on the North Continent in the 4th epic, were subsidiary deities of the Destruction Magic Wolf. It was also around that time that they fled to the Hornassus Mountains and established the Night Country. Wait a moment, Leonard indeed interrupted the Emperor here. Excuse me, are you saying that the Mother of the Sky also came from the 2nd epic? And was a subsidiary deity of an ancient god? As a Red Gloves of the Night Goddess Church, he knew some information about the Mother of the Sky. And the old man had once mentioned the Antigonus family. Leonard hadn't expected that this family could be traced back to the 2nd epic. Yes, Hobert replied, later, the Night Country was destroyed by the Night Goddess Church. Leonard nodded, I understand. He knew the information that the Night Country was destroyed by the Evernight Goddess. Klein thought to himself, hurry up, tell me who the last subsidiary deity is. I'm already prepared to enjoy Leonard's surprised expression. Hobert then continued, the one who benefited the most from this battle should be the Darkness Goddess. She obtained the uniqueness and all sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the Sleepless Pathway after the fall of the Destruction Magic Wolf. Leonard thought he had misheard. After disappearing from public view for a period of time, Hobert also looked at Leonard. She became the Evernight Goddess and returned to public view, establishing the Night Goddess Church, which was one of the earliest organizations to protect humanity. Leonard's posture became very stiff. Black, Evernight Goddess. Hobert leaned back in his chair and joked, the Evernight Goddess couldn't have suddenly become a deity, could she? Everyone knew that Star was a member of the Night Goddess Church and that he should be very surprised at this moment, especially Audrey. When she heard this news, she was so surprised that she could no longer maintain her audience state. Leonard's blasphemy was on the tip of his tongue, but he eventually swallowed it because the emperor was right. The Evernight goddess must have had a process of becoming a deity. He just hadn't expected to hear about this process today, in the second epoch, in that dark AD era. When Klein saw Leonard's expression, he immediately felt much more balanced. His surprise when he first heard this news was no less than Leonard's current reaction. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Leonard gradually calmed down, and only then did Hobert continue. After the war where 3 ancient gods fell, we entered the Twin Ages. My personal understanding of twin is that it refers to an era where ancient gods and the ancient sun god, Beyonder creatures and humans, 2 types of beings, jointly dominated the world. In the early part of this era, giants, dragons, undying birds, elf, and demon monarchs led by the ancient gods dominated the world. In the later period, with the appearance of the ancient sun god, humans gradually took center stage in history. However, I don't know if this understanding is correct, because twin also seems to refer to individuals, rather than races. So I also heard another theory: twin refers to the ancient sun god and Hermes. In ancient times, Hermes held a very high position. Before the first blasphemy slate appeared, he was a pioneer in humans experimenting with medicine in the second epoch, and he invented the ancient Hermes language by drawing on giant and dragon languages, providing prerequisites for human beyonders in the field of mysticism. The son Derek thought for a moment before saying, "Mr. Emperor, City of Silver doesn't seem to have any records about Hermes." "That's also why this theory isn't widely accepted," Hobert said. "Because you've always used the giant language, which is a different language family. However, this also indicates that the ancient Hermes language might have only become widely circulated in the human world in the fourth epoch. Furthermore, there was later the ancient Forsac language, which evolved from the giant language, further weakening Hermes's importance." He said seriously, "But I believe that Hermes is a very important figure in the Beyonder history of humanity. He represents people's struggle against that barbaric Beyonder world. There must have been more than just Hermes experimenting with medicine at that time, and perhaps the Beyonder creatures at the time even found them ridiculous. But we must admit that they are our pioneers. Humanity stood on their shoulders to ascend to the stage of history." Klein, behind the gray fog, sighed inwardly. "I agree with this point, or rather, like Hobert, I prefer to worship this kind of bottom-up struggle rather than revere the power of deities. Unfortunately, this is an Beyonder world, and such struggles are destined to be submerged by the tide of history and forgotten by people." Derek was slightly stunned after hearing the Emperor's words. At this moment, he felt some empathy, because City of Silver had also been struggling against fate, although in the eyes of deities, such a struggle was ridiculous. The others were also moved, and at the same time, they sighed at the weakness of human power in the face of the Beyonder. Hobert did not continue this topic but said, "In the early period of the Twin Ages, with the disintegration of the Pan-Human Alliance, the ancient gods' factions underwent some changes again. First, the Giant King simultaneously fought against the Elf King and the Dragon of Imagination. Fortunately, the Elf King and the Dragon of Imagination were adjacent pathways and were also in a hostile state. And the Giant King and the Dragon of Imagination were also old rivals, so there was no possibility of them forming any alliance, otherwise, another ancient god might have fallen. The battles in the early Twin Ages almost revolved around these 3 deities. They checked and opposed each other, and this continued for a very long time. It is said that in order to resist the Elf King, the Giant King even sent his queen and eldest son to seek cooperation from human secret organizations. However, all of this was interrupted by the appearance of the ancient sun god. The other members, especially Derek, sat up straight, because they were more familiar with the subsequent content. Hobert paused here and then said, "The ancient sun god should also have many secrets, but I have too little information at the moment. Once I have a complete understanding, we will make another transaction." What happened next, we discussed in previous transactions. With the ancient sun god appearing with the first blasphemy slate, humanity rapidly rose. The ancient sun god successively defeated or killed 4 ancient gods besides the demon monarch. Those Beyonder creatures, due to the fall of their deities, became prey for humans to obtain Beyonder characteristic or main materials. The Hanged Man and I once saw related descriptions in an elf ruin. The rise of humanity was accompanied by systematic slaughter and occupation. It was a very bloody history, but the ancestors of humanity did not record much about this era. We'll just pretend not to know. After all, humans were also arbitrarily slaughtered and enslaved by Beyonder creatures in the Middle and early Second Epoch. With the fall of ancient gods and the rise of humanity, we ushered in the flourishing Third Epoch. As for the history of the Third Epoch, we have already transacted it before. As usual, everyone spent more than half a minute digesting the information and sighing inwardly. So far, all history has been connected, from the Second Epoch all the way to the present. Klein sighed inwardly. This is a remarkable thing. Few organizations have such complete history. Only ancient deities like the Creator, who might be from ancient times, and Second Epoch, survivors, like Farbati know it more completely. At this moment, Katlia suddenly asked, Mr. Emperor, since the ancient sun god appeared with the first blasphemy slate, what is his relationship with the existence that formed the first blasphemy slate? Hobert spread his hands and smiled. Currently, I have no relevant information, but since their pathways might be similar, could it be that the ancient sun god discovered the blasphemy slate when he obtained the Beyonder characteristic of that existence from ancient times? Katlia nodded. That was a reasonable guess. This round of transactions ended here. After more than 10 seconds, Leonard, seeing that the other members had not initiated new transactions, said to the Emperor, Mr. Emperor, I hope to speak with you privately. Hobert nodded. All right. After Fool created a private communication environment, Leonard said, an angel hopes to temporarily obtain a method to restore his peak state. Do you happen to have one? Hobert was stunned. The old man inside Leonard's body had easily eliminated Amon's clone under the Creator's amplify. As a result, he became addicted to the peak state. During the private transaction between Emperor Hobart and Star Leonard, Hobart pondered for a moment before saying, based on some internal information I've gathered, we can offer two methods. The first method is that the Creator provides a single utilized magical item. An angel from the lawyer pathway, who is not in good condition, can utilize it to distort order and concepts within a certain area, about dozens of kilometers, to temporarily restore him to his peak state, which can last for about 15 minutes. I don't know if the ability of deception can deceive rules and concepts using that item. Leonard was stunned, about to ask how he knew that Angel had the ability of deception. But then he thought that in the battle against Amon's avatar, which had just ended, the old man had made a move in front of the Creator, and the parasitism of the old man within him could not have been hidden from the Creator. The second method is to create a high-level charm, Hobart said. This charm has a high-level, amplify, ability. This method is relatively simple, but it might last for less than 10 seconds. Currently, Hobart, utilizing the power of Country of Disorder, can already create some charms at the angel level of the Black Emperor pathway. However, it requires black iron of extremely good quality and spiritual materials at the angel level, which is too costly for him and unnecessary. Now, when Hobart encounters angel-level enemies, he can escape using a sealed artifact of level 0, so he has no need for charms of this level. Leonard nodded and said, I understand. I will convey these two methods to that angel, and we can discuss which one to utilize later. Hobart nodded. Good. So, what is the price? Hobart said, I will tell you the exact price after I report to the Creator. Actually, the Creator had already decided, an angel-level assistance. If there is an intention to trade, I will contact you again, Leonard said with a relatively relaxed tone. He estimated that the old man would agree to such a trade, but he wondered if he could utilize the first method. As for the second method, the duration was a bit short, only useful in an emergency. If he was even slightly delayed, 10 seconds would flash by. Good. Their private conversation ended. The trading session also concluded, and the exchange session began. The hanged man, Alger, was the first to speak. I heard that, King of the Five Seas Nastor is missing, and the Black Emperor has changed hands. I've also heard similar news, said the hermit Katlia, who was also at sea. I also learned some other news. The Black Emperor's first mate, Bird Maston, fortunately escaped. According to him, Nastor is dead, killed by an unknown force. The person who took over the Black Emperor calls himself Erebus, and for unknown reasons, he suddenly began attacking Queen Mystic's forces. Alger nodded. I also heard that the two kings have already had a large-scale naval battle. Yes, Katlia said. Many of Nastor's subordinates took the opportunity to escape. Hobart hadn't expected that little boy to be able to level up on his own. He had originally planned to find the little boy and light him up after finishing things on Longtail Island. Now, it seemed this plan would have to be put on hold for a while. Hobart said to Alger and Catlia, "I know the new owner of the Black Emperor. He is the little boy I was previously seeking." The other members all looked at Emperor, recalling the previous wanted order issued by Emperor. Catlia said, "I remember you said that was a demigod of an evil god." "That's right," Hobart said. "He is very dangerous. Please tell Queen Mystic to be careful of the mist he releases, even a demigod can easily be corrupted. If she is corrupted, tell her to immediately pray to the Creator." "I will convey that," Catlia said seriously. She suddenly realized that the enemy the Queen encountered this time was very powerful. The world then asked, "I remember you said that little boy seemed to be only at sequence 4. "He was before," Hobart replied. "But after he killed Nastor, he should have devoured the Beander characteristic of this, King of the Five Seas. Now he is already at sequence 3. As for the forces supporting him, they should be our enemy, the Tamara family." Everyone had an impression of the Tamara family, but it didn't seem to be a very active Beander family. At the same time, everyone noticed that Emperor used "our enemy" to describe the Tamara family, which meant they were the enemy of the entire The Creator faction. Klein even further speculated, did the Tamara family possess potions from the lawyer pathway, or an adjacent pathway? Is that why they were hostile to the Creator? Among the members present, besides Hobart, only Magician Furs knew some inside information about the Tamara family, but that information wasn't relevant to the current topic, so she didn't plan to disclose it. Hobart said, "I suggest that any member who obtains information about Erebus should not try to deal with it themselves, but immediately report it to the Orthodox Church. The Orthodox Church will definitely take such evil god incidents very seriously." He smiled and then said, "But I estimate that guy probably won't appear again for a while, because I just had a battle with him at sea, and he was severely wounded, making it difficult for him to recover quickly. And my method for dealing with Erebus was to immediately report him to the Storm Church." Finally, Hobart said meaningfully, "Matters at sea should still be handled by the Storm Church." Klein stated that he was quite proficient at reporting and silently gave Hobart's actions a thumbs up in his heart. Alger, however, always had the illusion that his own church was being used. Catlia smiled helplessly. As a pirate general, wouldn't it be inappropriate to report to the Storm Church? Furs recalled the battle that had just ended in Tutuja Harbor, so that giant ship was the Black Emperor, and the person on the giant ship was Erebus. Then she seemed to realize belatedly, "I didn't see Hobart report him, did I? I only vaguely heard him chant the honorable name of Storm of Lord. Could that be his way of reporting?" Leonard then brought up a new topic. "Herwin Lambus, the royal advisor of LotM, is dead. Our investigation found that he was very likely a member of the Psychology Alchemists." As he said this, he looked at Justice Audrey. It was clear from previous gatherings that Miss Justice was also a member of the Psychology Alchemists. Audrey replied, "Herwin was one of the Psychology Alchemists' Council of Knowledge members." Leonard then asked, "May I ask why he was killed? Is there any inside story to his death? Why was he killed?" Audrey felt a bit helpless internally, "Because he hypnosis me." She seemed to consider for a second or two before saying, "Because he deviated from the original intention of the Psychology Alchemists." Audrey always felt that the Psychology Alchemists should be an academic organization. Among the members she had met, only Herwin was an anomaly, so it must have been Herwin who deviated from the original intention. Leonard was stunned. "He was dealt with internally by you." Audrey glanced at Hobart out of the corner of her eye before saying, "No, it was precisely because he deviated from the original intention that he brought disaster upon himself." Leonard then asked, "Have you found out who did it?" Audrey smiled and replied, "Because I am not yet a high-ranking member of the Psychology Alchemists, I don't know the specific progress." Hobart hadn't told Audrey that Adam had sent Herwin to deliver something, and as a result, he himself was left behind. In fact, his death didn't need to be kept secret. Because Audrey didn't know any of this, she first thought of concealing the assassination process for Hobart. Leonard nodded, "Thank you for your answer." Audrey continued the topic. "I met Herwin Lambus the week before last. He tried to give me psychological suggestions to make me collect some information for him. Fortunately, with the help of Fool, he protected me in advance with Angel's Embrace. But these past few days, a question suddenly occurred to me. Do the Orthodox churches also have a certain degree of monitoring, control, and guidance over important nobles? Alger chuckled. Isn't that a normal thing? Living in human society, one must accept a certain degree of monitoring, control, and guidance. I understand what you're afraid of, but think about it. What is the essential difference between control and guidance exercised through power, status, money, and guns, and similar actions carried out through beyonder abilities? One knows he doesn't want to do it but has to, while the other doesn't even have the thought of not wanting to do it. There's no essential difference. Audrey immediately nodded and said, that's exactly the question I've been thinking about these past few days. Doesn't this mean that even the soul and thought lose freedom? This is a very terrifying thing. Hobart wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't speak. It was a better choice to let the hanged man tell Audrey some things. Alger chuckled again. How can there be absolutely free souls and thoughts? If you choose a belief, if you choose an ideal, you are naturally bound by that belief and ideal. However, you don't have to worry too much. The church won't utilize despicable methods to control believers like secret organizations do. Just in the Loan Kingdom, the 6 gods stand side by side, and with the existence of the royal family, a balance is formed between them. If the Storm Church goes too far with an important believer, that believer can completely convert to the Church of the Night. Therefore, in most cases, the Orthodox churches prefer to guide important believers using their religious status and beliefs, rather than beyonder abilities. Checks and balances. Audrey pondered the word, as if she suddenly gained a new understanding of the upper circles of the king. It was then that she recalled that she had actually encountered these things before, but hadn't thought deeply about them at the time. Audrey sincerely replied, "Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Hanged Man." Immediately after, Katlia brought up a new topic, or rather, she directly asked Emperor, "I heard news that the former Kate port on Longtail Island has been renamed Tutuja Harbor and will recognize pirates as legal citizens. Is this a trap aimed at pirates?" Klein twitched his mouth. Tutuja Harbor. Pirate paradise. This must be Hobart's doing. It is a trap, Hobart smiled. Katlia was about to exclaim, as expected, but Hobart continued, but for pirates, this might not be a bad way out. Alger asked, "Can you elaborate on what kind of trap it is?" He had originally wanted to tell Emperor to go and check it out, but because he received a mission from the church, he had to abandon that plan. Hobart began by discussing Tutuja Harbor's policies towards pirates, extending to the protection of pirate property, and the services of banks and trading houses, finally concluding with the real estate business that pirates had not yet noticed at the time. Members like the Sun Derek and the Moon Emlyn, who didn't know much about pirates, couldn't hear any trap at all. This was simply providing convenience for pirates. Although all countries were doing this, none did it as thoroughly as Tutuja Harbor, because all countries still had to occasionally crack down on pirates to maintain their image. Therefore, there was no trust between pirates and various countries, and Tutuja Harbor was clearly establishing a relatively trusting relationship with pirates. But Katlia and other members who understood pirates, understood what Hobart meant by the trap. Alger exclaimed, "The pirates, wealth will quickly flow into Tutuja Harbor. The raging sea connects the colonies with the North Continent, and there is a massive amount of wealth here. The emergence of Tutuja Harbor will definitely form a wealth vortex, and a huge amount of wealth will flow into it. For example, the gold pounds pirates store in Tutuja Harbor, Hobart couldn't possibly just let them rot there, could he? Moreover, Alger knew very well that some treasures that were not very valuable in the raging sea would increase in value several times when they reached the North Continent or the South Continent. For instance, if a ship of gold ore was intercepted at sea, in the eyes of pirates, these were just rocks, and they wouldn't sell for a good price if fenced. However, if bought at a low price, as long as it was roughly refined, even if the purity of the refining was not very high, the value could increase by at least 20 times. Another example is a ship of porcelain tableware that was intercepted. Pirates wouldn't be able to sell it for much money when fencing, but if transported to the South Continent, the value would increase by at least 10 times. It is precisely because of such huge profits that even though going out to sea is very dangerous, so many people still go out to sea to seek opportunities. Hobert smiled and said, in return, we provide them with a safe place to recuperate and retire. You should also know that once you become a pirate, you can't just quit when you want to. Few pirates have a good end. Although Katlia said nothing, she had already thought, if the Storm Church and the Rorstad Archipelago Governor's Mansion do not intervene, then the future Emperor's intentions will be the pirates, weathervane. She believed that providing a stable channel for fencing goods was the biggest trap the Emperor set for the pirates. Weaker pirates generally only dared to rob ordinary passenger ships, but now with the widespread utilize of steam engines, they are increasingly unable to catch up with passenger ships, forcing them to only rob slower cargo ships. But after robbing the goods, there was no place to fence them. Stronger pirates are generally divided into two categories. One like Katlia, supported by Beander forces with stable channels for fencing goods, the other is powerful pirates who have gained a small reputation through struggle. The latter are more numerous, because the former are easily, unaccustomed to the environment, at sea and are used and eliminated in the pirates' intrigues. However, the latter have a big problem: they do not have stable channels for fencing goods. It is not that no one is willing to make this fortune, but rather that everyone knows that these pirates' goods are illegal, and they all want to acquire them at a lower price. Or the governor's mansion just waits for such transactions to happen, and then after the transaction is completed, arrests the buyer on the charge of helping pirates fence goods. This way, not only does the buyer have to pay a large ransom to be acquitted, but the illegal property robbed by the pirates can also be turned into stolen goods and auctioned off at several times the transaction price. So unless they have a strong backing, few people dare to trade with pirates. Those with strong enough backing are all high-ranking officials and nobles who, for the sake of their reputation, would not openly trade with pirates in large quantities. Therefore, the stolen goods robbed by pirates actually lack a sufficient market. There have also been Beander forces that have cooperated with some major pirates, but such cooperation cases are rare. Firstly, the Beander forces do not trust pirates, let alone expect them to be loyal. Pirates will also be very wary of Beander forces and will not fully trust them at all. Such cooperation is doomed to fail. And the Emperor's cleverness is that he only does business with pirates, without any intention of taking them for his own utilize. This makes pirates trust Tutuja Harbor more. Once pirates habitually trade in Tutuja Harbor, as long as a little extra condition is added, such as the value of Fasak Empire merchant ship goods being 20% higher than usual, and Loan merchant ship goods being 20% lower than usual. In at most 3 months, the Fasak Empire's maritime trade will suffer huge losses. Loan's maritime trade, however, will prosper as a result and quickly seize the market when conditions permit. At this time, Hobert said to Katlia, who was lost in thought, "Welcome to invest." Originally, I discussed with Queen Mystic that she would suddenly appear and invest in shops and real estate in Tutuja Harbor, giving the pirates a huge shock. But perhaps because of the battle with Erebus, Queen Mystic did not appear, nor did she give me any news. I don't know if she will come today. Katlia paused slightly. I will consider it. She understood Hobert's meaning. Tutuja Harbor was still a very good intelligence exchange station. Alger then said, I will also go to Tutuja Harbor in a few days to take a look. No problem, Hobert smiled, but I might leave Tutuja Harbor tomorrow to deal with some other matters. It's okay, I don't need a tour guide, Alger joked. After this topic ended in about 10 seconds of silence, Derek finally spoke. After a period of investigation and preparation, I will follow the exploration team to the afternoon town camp. This time, we are very likely to try to enter the giant court. This topic made everyone feel as if they had suddenly jumped from the real world into ancient mythology. The Hanged Man implicitly reminded him, at that time, listen to your chief's arrangements, and try to pray more to Mr. Fool. If you encounter difficulties, you can apply for a small-scale discussion. Derek smiled and said, okay, Mr. Hanged Man. At this time, Audrey, as an audience, noticed that Mr. Hanged Man had undergone some changes recently. Although, the Hanged Man used to often teach the Sun and the others, there was always a certain implicit demand, hoping to gain useful information from the feedback. However, his recent analysis and help showed no similar details. Audrey's professional instinct kicked in, and she quickly performed a psychological analysis of the Hanged Man. She quickly had a certain conjecture. The Hanged Man was undergoing a transformation in his self-positioning. Ever since the Hermit joined the Tarot Club and demonstrated her maritime channels and resources, Mr. Hanged Man unconsciously sought change, attempting to differentiate his role from hers. After this topic ended, Klein, seeing that the gathering was almost over, said in the persona of Fool, "That's all for today." The members rose and bowed, their figures quickly disappearing from the gray fog above. Leonard returned to the real world, sat on the sofa, hesitated for a moment, and still put his legs on the coffee table. Then, he lowered his voice and asked, "Old man, have you seen the second blasphemy slate?" In his mind, Pale's Zoroaster's slightly aged voice sounded, "No, my great-grandfather saw the second blasphemy slate." "Heh, who mentioned this matter?" Leonard did not answer, but instead asked curiously, "Then do you know the potion formula for a night watcher?" Pale scoffed, "Naive. According to my great-grandfather, the situation was urgent at the time, and opportunities were limited. The blasphemy slate could flash away at any time, and every smart person knew it was best to first master a complete Beander sequence before browsing others. Furthermore, the knowledge on the blasphemy slate is presented in essence, not in text. Each browser needs time to interpret it. By the time the blasphemy slate was taken away, not everyone could truly remember a complete Beander sequence, let alone consider others." "I see." Leonard gave a dry laugh and then asked, "Who took the second blasphemy slate away?" Pales was silent for a moment and then said, "If my great-grandfather's description is correct, then it should be the King of Angels Adam. Even if he mentioned Adam, Adam wouldn't notice. The 7 gods, no, it should have been the 6 gods at that time, did not participate in this matter." Leonard asked with surprise. Pales chuckled, "At least not openly." After a few seconds of silence, Leonard seemed to come back to his senses and said, "I initiated a transaction with the Creator's worshipper. He provided 2 methods for you to choose from. He described the 2 methods provided by the Emperor in detail, and finally asked, which one do you plan to choose?" "Of course, the first one." Leonard asked again, "Are you sure your deception will be effective?" Pales chuckled, "Do I seem too old to move in your eyes? Just have him provide another Black Emperor pathway demigod level charm, and the problem will be solved. Longtail Island, Governor's Mansion. Hobert and Furs returned to the real world together. Hobert looked at the sky outside. "Should we take another nap?" Furs's cheeks were slightly flushed. Taking a nap had become their new secret code. "We still have serious matters to attend to." Hobert yawned. "All right." The two sat up, tidied their clothes, and then used travel again to return to the central square of Tutuja Harbor. Everyone paid little attention to their return, as the Lord certainly had other matters to attend to. At this time, servants served tea, fruit, and pastries again. Hobert leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and said, "I should have told you before that the South Colson campaign yielded a large number of Beander characteristics." He altered the propagation distance of the sound waves, making his voice very clear only on the high platform, but inaudible outside the high platform. Furs closed her book and nodded. "I remember. You have basically seen the forces loyal to the Creator, and I believe you have already noticed that they are self-contained and difficult to split." Hobert smiled. "This is also the reason why the Creator did not immediately incorporate the Council of Knowledge. Currently, the Creator has new instructions. Utilize that batch of Beander characteristics to form our own Beander force, gradually absorb some members of the Council of Knowledge, and then break them up and assign them to various Beander teams. This can effectively prevent the phenomenon of each small team acting independently." Furs said, "That's a good idea. So now I face a problem." Hobert finally got to the point. "I need someone who understands the Creator's organization very well, but is not the Creator's worshipper, and whom I trust enough to serve as the president of this research association." Furs was stunned, feeling as if this position was designed for her. Hobert looked at Furs and said directly, "I want you to be the president of this research association." "Me?" Furs smiled, "I am only Sequence 7. The initial members are just ordinary people, or a few Sequence 9s absorbed from the Council of Knowledge." Hobert smiled. "Besides, you are about to advance to Sequence 6, so sequence is not a problem." Furs considered for about 10 seconds. What will be the main focus of the research? It's called research, Hobert said, but in fact, you will be teaching them how to quickly digest potions. Furs said, that's no problem. Hobert smiled and said, then I will have Conrad dispatch the administrative staff of the Research Association. Once things on Longtail Island are busy, you can start recruiting members, right? Furs did not decline. Okay. Then she asked, do you have any requirements for the recruited members? Preferably people from the territory whose families have benefited from the several reforms, Hobert said. In other words, they need to have a certain loyalty to the Lord's manor. No problem. Furs added, there are some ownerless villas in Longtail Port. I plan to set up the headquarters here in a branch in South Colson in the future. Hobert nodded. As the president of the Apprentice Research Association, you can make decisions on these matters completely. Apprentice Research Association doesn't sound very good. Furs pointed out, how about Traveler Research Society? Hobert smiled and said, you decide that. Just as this matter was settled, the pirates suddenly exclaimed. Hobert saw from a distance that Iceberg Vice Admiral's Dawn appeared near the coast and was sailing towards Tutuja Harbor. This was also a guest invited by Hobert, and at the same time, it was a goodwill gesture released by the Knowledge and Wisdom God Church. The arrival of the Dawn was not just Iceberg Vice Admiral attending the opening of Tutuja Harbor, it was also building a channel for communication and trade between the Knowledge Church and the Creator's forces. Of course, both parties tacitly understood this objective. The courtesy Hobert extended was also very high. He personally led Furs to the pier to welcome her. Although the Dawn was a size smaller than the Black Emperor, when it docked, it was still a behemoth compared to other pirate ships. As the massive ship slowly approached, Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina, with an oval face, a high-nose bridge, thin lips, and clear, light blue eyes like a spring, slowly descended from the ethereal gangplank. Behind her were the Dawn's first mate Brew Walls, as well as the second mate, third mate, and others. Hobert smiled, welcome. He then introduced Edwina and Furs to each other, and the two ladies generously shook hands. Edwina looked at the Tutuja Harbor, which was under construction and repair. This place looks full of vitality. Does it look a bit chaotic? Hobert smiled. Just now, the Black Emperor attempted to attack Tutuja Harbor, but I have already invited him to leave. First Mate Brew and the others were stunned. Only then did they realize that this young man in front of them was actually a demigod. In fact, Hobert had met some members of the Dawn on Shipyard Island before, but at that time, Hobert had changed his appearance, so none of them recognized him. Hobert made a gesture of invitation, and everyone left the pier together. At this time, the area outside the pier was already packed with pirates watching the excitement. Some pirates, who had drunk a lot, even thought they were drunk and hallucinating. In the Raging Sea, Sonia Sea, and the other 5 seas, Pirate General is a recognized strongman. In the 5 seas, they are more famous than those well-known writers or musicians on the North Continent. Almost every pirate, even if they can't name all 4 kings, certainly knows the pirate generals. As Edwina walked forward, she asked, I received some news. Has the Black Emperor changed owners? Yes, I just received the news as well, Hobert said. The Black Emperor is controlled by a young man named Erebus, and he is backed by the Tamara family. Edwina was slightly startled. That is an ancient, but not very active, Beander family. Yes. So, will the rules for pirates set by the King of the 5 Seas become invalid with the spread of this news? Edwina seemed to be asking, yet also stating her opinion. We have always supported those rules. After these rules become invalid, this vast sea might become even more bloody. Hobert, leading the way by half a step, smiled, not necessarily. I will establish a new order at sea. He paused and said, to be honest, the order Nastor established was a good thing, but the methods were a bit clumsy, and there hasn't been much change over the years. Edwina was surprised. How do you plan to establish a new order? Of course, by moving them with benefits, Hobert said with a chuckle. Edwina knew it wouldn't be that simple, but she didn't continue the topic, instead asking about the functions of the departments on Central Avenue. Led by Hobert, they visited the bank and the exchange, then went to eat some delicious food and chatted over light beer. As evening approached, Hobert was about to invite Iceberg Vice Admiral and her group to dinner, but suddenly, his spirituality seemed to sense something, and he looked towards the sunset in the sky. The golden sunset suddenly glittered, like an ocean made of golden sand. In this golden ocean, a ship shimmering with 7-colored light was sailing towards Longtail Island. The golden ocean in the sky suddenly flowed down to the sea, as if the sunset had turned into liquid and spilled onto the surface of the water. The massive ship also slid down from the sky, riding the golden waves, and docked precisely in the waters of the port. This scene stunned the pirates on the street, they even forgot to scream. This must have been the most magical thing they had ever encountered in their lives. Hobert smiled at Iceberg Vice Admiral. "Excuse me, let my wife Furs introduce you to some of the local delicacies. I'm going to greet a guest." Edwina, of course, knew who was coming and smiled. "You go ahead." Hobert arrived at the port. At this moment, between the undocked massive ship Dawn and the port, lush green peas suddenly grew. They intertwined and supported each other, eventually forming a beautiful emerald green arch bridge, connecting the Dawn and the port. Bernadette, with chestnut hair, wearing an Intis-style ladies' shirt and a dark blue captain's uniform, appeared on the bridge. Many of Bernadette's crew members followed behind her. Hobert smiled. "I thought you weren't coming." Bernadette was a bit serious. "I have indeed encountered some trouble recently, but this does not prevent me from fulfilling some of the agreements I made previously." After they all disembarked, Hobert said to everyone, "Gentlemen, I'll take you on a tour of Tutuja Harbor." This time, there were few pirates outside the pier, as the previous scene had been too shocking for them. Many pirates had even hidden in the brothels. But after today, stories about how the Queen Mystic, the owner of the Dawn, appeared, and her connection to Tutuja Harbor, would surely spread rapidly throughout the raging sea. After another tour of Tutuja Harbor, it was dinner time. Hobert invited Bernadette and her group to dine at an Intis-style restaurant. Iceberg Vice Admiral and her group dined at another restaurant. The two parties did not meet. The atmosphere in the restaurant was pleasant. Hobert and Bernadette talked about their first meeting, which was also in an Intis-style restaurant. However, as the conversation progressed, it drifted back to Erebus and the Black Emperor. Bernadette suddenly raised a hand, and Hobert felt the surrounding sounds moving further and further away from him. It was as if he and Bernadette had come to a mysterious island alone. Everything around them became unreal, as if only the space in front of him was real. Hobert knew that Bernadette had a confidential topic to discuss with him. She first asked, "I heard that the young man named Erebus is your enemy. And the Tamara family is supporting him from behind." Yes, Hobert thought, the hermit Catlia spreads information quite quickly. He did not hide it. That young man is an avatar of an evil god, and that evil god is the creator's mortal enemy. As for the Tamara family, they are supporters of that evil god, so Erebus has the dominant position. Bernadette frowned her straight eyebrows. This matter was more complicated than she had imagined. She considered for a moment and then asked, "Why did Erebus suddenly attack me? I don't recall offending an evil god, nor do I recall offending the Tamara family. He is looking for a lamp." Then Hobert brought out his main account. The creator said before that the evil god has been using some Beyonder powers to search for a lamp, and that lamp seems to be in your hands. Bernadette scrutinized Hobert. "What kind of look is that?" Hobert said with a chuckle, "I have never investigated you, but it is said that the lamp was obtained by Emperor Rosal and has not reappeared in people's sight since." Bernadette neither admitted nor denied it, but instead asked, "Does the creator also need that lamp?" "Not now." Hobert seized the opportunity and said, "If I need it in the future, I will borrow it from you." Bernadette immediately pressed, "What secret does that lamp hold?" "It is said that a powerful and Lord of the Mysteries, existence sealed an evil god in the lamp," Hobert said vaguely. "I don't know the exact details either." "Lending you the lamp is fine," Bernadette said readily, "but you have to tell me the secret of that lamp. I will convey your conditions to the great creator. Additionally, I need to invoke our previously agreed upon all-weather strategic partnership, relationship." Bernadette said seriously, "If Erebus attacks us again, I will notify you immediately, and I hope you can immediately join the battle." Hobert nodded. "No problem. However," he added, "Erebus should not be active outside for a while. I also heard about your method of dealing with him. That method was unexpected." Bernadette took a sip of red wine, "But that method is not applicable to me." "Are you kidding? The Queen Mystic begging for help from the Storm of Lord. It's very likely that the Storm of Lord would eliminate the Queen Mystic along with the problem." Bernadette picked up her knife and fork again. The mysterious environment between them was lifted, and the lively atmosphere of the restaurant rushed towards Hobert. Hobert and Bernadette also began to talk about interesting things at sea, no longer discussing confidential topics. After dinner, Bernadette left by ship, but her third mate stayed behind, bringing a whole carriage full of cash, ready to make corresponding investments in Tutuja Harbor tomorrow. Iceberg Vice Admiral's side was much more low-key, merely trading a batch of reader pathway Beander characteristics with Hobert in private, counting as the first transaction between the two parties. Hobert had accumulated many reader Beander characteristics during Beander battles, and even had a Sequence 5 level, Mystic Tutor, characteristic, which was one of the spoils from exploring Adam's small island. Hobert sold all 12 Beander characteristics he had accumulated and crushed to Iceberg Vice Admiral, and roughly told Iceberg Vice Admiral the origin of these characteristics, to indicate that they were not obtained from the Knowledge and Wisdom God Church. After settling Iceberg Vice Admiral and her group, Hobert returned to the residence arranged for him on Central Avenue to rest. From there, he could see pirates singing and dancing in the streets. In the evening, the bonfire party organized by the city government was naturally indispensable. Many pirates went wild and had no intention of finding a place to rest even in the late night. And in the late night, Hobert and Furs were calculating the day's earnings in the room. Undoubtedly, the port's opening today was very successful. The income from the city government's directly operated units alone reached 100,000 gold pounds. Among them, the auction house generated nearly 30,000 gold pounds, and the main income came from the casino. Once drunk pirates entered the casino, they wouldn't leave until they gambled away every last penny. The income from brothels was similar to that of casinos, but the city government distributed most of the profits to the streetwalkers. Because most pirates were still waiting and seeing, bank deposits were only around 20,000 gold pounds, but as Tutuja Harbor Bank gradually established credit, deposits should experience a surge. The total value of Fence's transactions reached approximately 150,000 gold pounds. These stolen goods, transported through Hobert's channels to the South Continent or North Continent, could generate a value of no less than 500,000 gold pounds with a single turnover. Once this batch of transactions is completed, the pirates who are still waiting and seeing will definitely flock to Tutuja Harbor with more captured merchant ships. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.